We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XRA.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners PackLease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at PackLease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XRA.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, Don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
And a very big welcome and thank you for joining us here at Sydney Dragway. Today is Bangers and Mash. My name's Pat Elliott and I'm joined here with the ever-present Stephen Bush.
Thank you very much, Pat. Welcome everybody to Sydney Dragway. What a splendid looking day we have outside. We're about to get underway with our first pair of cars down the racetrack for qualifying. Been looking forward to this event for some time now, Pat. Of course, we're going to see lots of shiny chrome, shiny paint, and a lot of cars that we don't usually see here at Sydney Dragway, which is always exciting, a little bit of variety.
It's great to get a huge amount of variety that turns up at these events. Bangers and Mash is no exception. So we've got a big single tyre fire down there from Robert Mattising in the Camaro in the Rocket Lane. But yeah, Bangers and Mash, amazing. We've got gases, we've got outlaw cars, we've got nostalgia street cars, we've got hot rods, we've got vintage speedsters. We've got it here on display today. It's going to be making some noise. It's going to be showing and shining.
Yes.
We're going to be racing, and we've got just a little sprinkling of nitro out there as well.
Yeah, just enough to scent the air, I guess you could say. It's a little bit breezy out there at the moment, but I'm sure that if you're down in the pits or near the racetrack, of course, when those cars come out to play, then I'm sure you're going to get a good little whiff of the nitro fumed cars, of course, and that's going to, what do they say? fix anything that ails you.
Yeah, it'll cure what ails you. Yeah, that's exactly right. And if you are near the Nitro cars and you do get the Nitro tears, which is a common thing, don't rub your eyes either. That's just a bit of a hot tip. Let it flow, and you'll be right. Everyone knows that you're just admiring it. You're not sad.
Yeah, no.
They're happy tears.
Happy tears of joy, as they say. And of course, a little bit like the chili. Don't, as Pat said, don't rub your eyes.
Don't rub your eyes. Absolutely. All right, so our first category here is Nostalgia Street, so streetcar style vehicles from the period. Next up, looks like we will have Adam Di Maria down there in the little EJ. 202 Holden powered car, of course.
Now, don't be fooled. I have seen Adam's car here at Sydney Dragway a couple of times before. It is a 202. I'm not sure what capacity it actually is, but all I can say is its performance does not align with the 202.
Yeah.
It's a lot quicker.
It's a little spicy. Yeah. It's
sounds like he's been shut down there at the moment, Pat. Not quite sure what's going on right at the moment. We've had our first pair of cars down, and
yeah, both of them heading back down the return road as well. So just going to make sure that perhaps there's something at the very end of the track in the braking area. We'll just double check. And then also we'll just have to make sure that the timing is correct. As Bushy mentioned, there is definitely some different categories here today, so it's not the usual categories that we're running at, say, a track champs or an NDRC meeting or something like that. So we'll just get our heads back around the variations and get them all squared away.
And of course, today is nearly all of our brackets when it comes to, we're in qualifying at the moment, but when it comes to racing after qualifying is complete, Pat, all of our brackets are going to be a Chicago shootout from what I can see on the schedule. So that's definitely going to be good for our racers out there. That means if you get, if you don't get the win light in your lane in the first round, or the second round, or the third round, you're still acquiring points.
That's right.
And then it comes down to the last round where you're closest to your dial in. If there's even points, that will determine who is in the final. So if you're in the last round of Chicago shootout and you've got a bye, you still have the idea. You don't want to just give it away because, or just take the win points because there might not be enough. So the advantage of that is it gives all of our racers plenty of opportunity for a bit of track time.
That's right, track time. So I hope everyone's brought enough fuel.
Yes, and don't laugh. That has been something that does actually happen where we had to. I think the last round of the track champs, wasn't it? We were waiting on someone to come back
to get some fuel. Yeah, it's surprising actually because I mean a lot of the competition vehicles they don't have full size, full size fuel tanks, right? So if you sort of get a little bit further than maybe you're expecting, or maybe there's been some extra idle time, or you've had to have a rerun, or transit a lane or something like that. It's surprising how quick that fuel level can dive down. So, but plenty of options around. Of course, VP Racing Fuels, track sponsor here, available at Rocket, another track sponsor.
Yes.
Just across the road. You've got until about 1 o'clock to get across there and see the guys this morning.
I was just going to say, what time do they close on Saturday?
8 till 1. So if you do need to run over there and grab a little bit of something extra, they've got it.
Unfortunately, Pat's smiling face won't be there because he's here. But I'm sure there's plenty of other staff able to assist with any inquiry that you might have. Just looking on the big screen, how good is that Bangers and Mash merch that we're now looking at there, Pat?
Really nice, yeah. Something different, a polo shirt. So it's you could almost qualify for your going out shirts. Yeah, it's got a collar on it. So we're all, as car guys, we've all got pretty much just black shirts and black shirts and black shirts and more black shirts. That one's a nice collared unit, and of course, thinking about some safety as well. We've got the earmuffs, ear protection up there at the merch tent. So at the top of the stairs, just near the food vendors, Go Nuts for Donuts and whatnot. They've got plenty of that gear that's going on up there. So make sure you look after your ears, look after your style as well. Get yourself a nice Bangers and Mash shirt. And you can represent and remember what a great time you're going to have out here at Sydney Dragway for the future.
Exactly right, Pat. And of course, we've got a really good display of all sorts of different cars up on the Eastern Mound over here under the big screen. We can see the Shannon's insurance tent there as well. So
Show and Shine is going off up there.
Yep, and of course, if you're on the western side, you can get over just by walking across the tower. The access is quite easily across.
Got the gate open.
And also, if you vice versa, if you're on the eastern side and you want to get into the pits, the quickest way is just walk across the tower, down the stairs, and you can admire this racing machinery up close.
Absolutely, and that's not the only show and shine that we've got today as well, Bushy. We've got more vehicles down in the pits area as well, so we've got retired race cars down there, and we've got a couple of cackle cars as well, so I think we're going to have some Nitro fire-ups. Bit of a mini cackle fest down in the pits.
Good opportunity to get some tears of joy going down there.
Exactly right. So, yeah, plenty to do and see here today. There's some great food vendors both upstairs and downstairs. There's some great traders around as well with some hot rod paraphernalia, bits and pieces. So you can check all that out. And then once you've had a great day, you know how good it is to come back to Sydney Dragway. You can always keep an eye out for the Halloween edition of Thank God It's Friday. So burnouts galore, the 31st of October, here 2025 at Sydney Dragway. If you've seen all the cool cars race, but you wanted to see some tyre frying excitement, then get on down for Thank God It's Friday, the 31st of October, Halloween edition.
That's exactly right. And then the week prior to that, we have our Aeroflow Race for Real Comp Night, which of course has always been a bit of a hit. It's been something we've been doing lately, and of course one of the challenges of that event, not only is it a bit of there's a section that we have a competition.
Like an elimination section.
Elimination section. We also have what's called a bullseye comp. So we randomly pick a number.
That's right.
And if you can come up with that number combination, you will win a prize.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it doesn't matter what class you're in, doesn't matter what how fast your car is. It's it's easily attainable for anyone. Well, maybe not easily attainable, but it's attainable for any level of racing.
Yes, well that's right, Pat. I mean, we've talked previously about the reaction time comp that we have for the Aeroflow Race for Real, and the last time that I recall that going off was several $1,000s, and it was a kind of Suzuki Jimny.
Yeah, that's right, new Jimny. Yeah, completely bog stock Suzuki Jimny, fresh off the dealer floor.
Manual it was too, as well. So I remember the first light he cut was pretty good, and then he came out and hit the 000.
I wonder if you put in low range for that extra snappy reaction time.
Maybe, but it could also be the extra snappy of axles too.
Very good. All right, so here we are. We're back underway. We've got Adam Di Maria down here in the little EJ. So that's Spicy 202. Turbocharged, I'm pretty sure this thing is, isn't it?
I think so.
So always quite entertaining and always a bit of a surprise. Going into full stage now. Lights go green. Adam Di Maria is getting away. Not a heap of...
I will say, I think that if memory serves me right, the last time Adam was here, the last run I saw didn't end well. So maybe this is a rebuild, and maybe not to the same spec, perhaps. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I'm just saying what I'm.
But it's certainly, obviously we're the last to find out, because we build everyone's car up, and then when we see them run, we figure out what the setup is. But yeah, certainly not quite the same EJ as we've seen before, but nonetheless, we're all ready to rock and roll. Nice Falcon down there in the rocket lane, getting away.
Looking pretty nice with the patina, because that's going to be a big theme for today, I'm sure. 1861 with a 571 mile an hour. Looks like we're moving into our hot rod bracket now, which my father is in the next pair. So I can give some mental coaching from up here.
Yeah. Mental coaching, or just giving him a hard time?
Oh, no. Give him a hard time. He's out here to have fun. It's all good.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since he's raced, so...
Yep. Big hop from...
the hamster in the rocket lane. Did I see air under that front tyre?
Yes, I believe you did. I think there might have been air under the back tyres as well. It's quite a pop.
Andrew McClelland in the 34 Coupe. Nice pass, 12.008, 117 mile an hour to bank his first pass of the day, and a 15.202 for the hamster in the rocket lane. Next up, we have a father in the Aeroflow lane, Greg Bush, all the way from Rylstone, taking on Bryce Stubing, all the way from South Australia, Pat.
That is quite the trek. I really hope he drove it the whole way. I've got a feeling that Bryce may have.
I'll tell you what, he's come with the race face. He's had the coffee this morning, 0.31 on the tree. That red 32 getting down there nicely as well, 13.60, 97 miles an hour.
Can we just mention as well, Bushy, your dad's Phaeton is a beautiful looking car. We've got to give him a shout out there.
Thank you. I'm sure he'll appreciate a 16.6, I think it was.
Yep.
A little bit slower than I think what he would have liked, but anyway, we'll see how he goes.
Just easing into it, you know. You're here to have fun and, you know, not cheap stations on the first pass.
No.
Very good. Dylan Evers in the 28 Ford Tourer in the Aeroflow lane. We've seen this vehicle here quite a few times at a Day of the Drags, I believe.
289 Chevy. So that's out of like a Corvette or something.
Yeah, it must be.
Peter Trees in the T-Bucket.
T-Bucket's got a bit of a lean on.
Yeah.
The
torque.
Yep.
No, the roof. Looks like the roof has said, you know what, I'm not playing that game at this speed. And 12.98 with a 6, 91 miles an hour for Peter Trees there.
Yep, some running repairs to be had, I think, in between rounds for Peter Trees on the T-Bucket. So it's may well be the first time that he's reached the mile per hour in that vehicle.
I think obviously being an open car and the window's quite big, so it's a bit of a.
It's going to get right up.
It's going to get right up into the top, the back corner of the window. Now, we see plenty of the modern cars that lose sunroofs and those sorts of things. Like I reckon maybe 10 or 15 cars we've seen the sunroof say, I'm not sticking around here. And,
no, that's right.
And that's with the sunroof closed. It's not.
All the modern ones we see, as people start to creep up in the mile per hour, we see some tape on the bonnets.
Yes.
And, you know, around the front end and windows and things like that. So it's not exclusive to a vintage vehicle, that's for sure.
We're just checking out the finish line there for the T-Bucket from what I can see from up here. I'm trying to work out what this black car is in the Aeroflow lane, Pat. I haven't got details of it. I think it looks like it's 40 model convertible from here. I apologise if I've got that wrong. I'll observe on the way back.
We do have a slightly more difficult view of picking a car sometimes when it's.
I'm not too bad with my hot rods. I've got a better chance with my hot rods than the modern vehicles. I know. But from the rear, I'm just trying to pick what that is. And we've got a very nice 31 Ford Vicky of Rebecca Davis. Now, this car, I believe, has raced here a couple of times, and I think this car has taken home some hardware as well. Okay. So if memory serves me correct. Oh, I tell you what, 0.88 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane.
Not bad reaction time, but Rebecca Davis is going to lead the way home. So the Vicky's got a decent bit of power under it with that 351 Cleveland.
14.30, 90 mile an hour.
It was 17.44 with a 6.78 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Now, I'll tell you what, I think we've got some weight in the rocket lane for Trevor Beck in the 37 Chev Master Sedan, 359 cubed Chevy on board.
Very nice. Up against the Ford pickup with a 350 Chev powered drivetrain from Stephen Dawson. Gets away really cleanly, Dawson. A 1.73 foot is no slouch by any standard when it comes to street cars. Crosses through really nicely for 11.91 with a 713 mile per hour.
I think Dawson has raced here several times before. A 16.92 there for Beck in the rocket lane. Another nice pair of cars. Loving all this shiny chrome stuff that we're seeing down there.
Stuff.
Yeah, easily distracted. John Dyer down there in the 5-window 32, taking on Darren Abella from Toongabbie in the Ford Anglia.
John Dyer getting a little loose on the launch there. Turned the tyres, but gathered up quickly.
I'll tell you what, that little Anglia on a pretty good number here, Pat. 11.90, 116 mile an hour. Supercharged small block in that in that Anglia for Abella, and he made it work for him. The 1676 there, 90 mile an hour for Dyer in the coupe.
Certainly some shoehorning going on.
Oh, yes.
For,
yes.
for the Anglia there. There's a lot of moving parts to get into a very small front end.
Well, I think anything outside of a 8 horsepower side valve in an Anglia needs massaging of the engine compartment.
That's right. And some creative seating position, perhaps we could say, to fit it all in there. Troy Rolls in the 32 coupe in the Aeroflow lane up against Kerry Stewart. Talking about some shoehorning, we've got a 355 Holden in the front of the A40 Austin.
Yeah, this is a similar combination. It's move us back as far as you can and make the time as good as you can.
Gets away really cleanly, a 1.5, 60 foot for Stewart in the Rocket lane. And Troy Rolls is giving chase, but Stewart gets there first at 10.18 with a 3 at 131 mile per hour. Great mile per hour.
And 11.57 with a 9 for the coupe in the Aeroflow lane. That's pretty spicy for a street rod.
Yeah, yep. That would be quite the ride inside the car. Everything, it's sort of like a lot of these cars, you know, when they're stripped down, they don't weigh a lot. There's not a lot inside. It gives you the feeling of like a duck, you know, on the lake. Everything's nice and calm on the outside. You see it go down, but underneath the water inside, it's all happening. Things are moving around.
Flat out.
So very cool. All right, we've got this cool coupe, the pickup in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, really
data on that.
Really liking it. I think it's a 32.
Yep.
Quite like the silver blue paint.
Yeah, really cool. It's got a real good contrast orange on the wheels and the engine. If it's the car that I'm thinking of, I saw down in the tech inspection line earlier today. So real head turner. Up against, of course, Anthony Mastramora from Mount Annan here in New South Wales in the Ford A model. 400 cube Chevy engine on board.
Yeah, it's a tough little car, this one. Been around a little while. Anthony has raced all sorts of things, including this and a hamster.
Whoa,
the Ute getting a good look at the 60-foot timer.
Yep.
Anthony, no issues for him whatsoever.
889 with a 3 at 145.
Nice pass for him.
Yep.
And the Ute will pick up, I should say.
Very nice. Yeah, that pickup, there's a lot of wheel spin off the line there, through a gear or two, I think.
Yeah, we had a pretty good view of nearly the whole side of the car there at that point.
Yes, indeed. All right, this will move us into the veteran and vintage speedsters category. We will be running to the 8th, I believe, with this category. And you can see the Aeroflow flags going up at the 8th mile marker there. Of course, we've got to consider gearing and horsepower for these vehicles, but yeah, very honoured to see these vintage cars, you know, giving us an idea of where it all comes from. Steve Fleming making the trip from Westbury in Tasmania.
Oh wow!
With his Model T.
The 200 cubic inch
Ford
4-cylinder.
Yep, 4-cylinder. Yep, that's right. That is quite a meaty piston.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you've actually seen the rods in a Ford 200 4-cylinder. They're
a foot long,
enormous. However, Dad was telling me that they ran them in a car on the salt flats, and they went nearly 200 mile an hour.
Yeah,
with a standard rod. It's like, wow, how are you
with such a
actually
long stroke, right? There's so much torque.
Yep.
So if you get the gearing right, I suppose.
But I believe it was done with a standard rod. It was like,
so a factory original.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I was like, okay.
What's the old saying, mate? They don't make them like they used to.
No, it's probably the metal's probably a lot.
Yeah,
it's the original casting.
It was made of old tank parts.
Yes, yes.
But, Alan Miller, of course, in the Rocket Lane here from Catherine Field.
It's a little bit closer.
Yeah, a little bit closer. Not quite as much of a trip, but also in the 28 Chevy with a 200 cube Chev.
Yeah, just keep in mind that this is what these cars would have raced like. So very little in the way of, I'll say, driver protection. I'll put it that way. And but it's all about today. All the runs today is all about getting out there and having a little bit of fun. We're not racing for sheep stations. Yes, there is a trophy at the end, but
But Alan Miller's going to give Steve a hard time about, he won.
Yes. Even if it is with a bit of a cheeky smile.
Yeah, of course, of course. We're still here. We're still here doing race car things, right? All right.
Yes,
Next pairing, we've got James Minnis from Helensburgh in Ford Model T in the Rocket Lane. We don't have any data on the racer in the Aeroflow lane. This looks like a bit of a handful.
It's an original altered centre steer.
Yes. Nice reaction time.
Not too bad. He's
bit of wheel spin.
I tell you what, it's motoring along pretty good here, Pat.
Absolutely.
3.4 seconds to the 60 foot. And through the finish line with a 15-second pass, 34 miles an hour.
There you go. Very, very nice. 1998 at 32 miles per hour for James Minnis in the Model T. All right, so great to see those vintage speedsters, veteran cars.
See, I wonder if they could race under Hamster.
Potentially. You know more about the category than me. Well, you know more about the specs on the vehicles than me on those, but I mean, realistically, would you not just say, even if they didn't quite fit the rules, let's go racing?
Yes.
You know?
I would.
The more the merrier, right?
Yeah, I would, but, you know, because I know that they run the side valve, the engine selection is, I'll say, limited.
Yeah.
You can't rock up with a aluminium-headed small block in it, you know, because then that's an altered.
Yeah. Oh, so I won't get away with my LS?
No. Your turbo wheel LS, Pat, doesn't work.
I'd be shunned out of the area if I.
Because I'm pretty sure it's got to be a side valve. It can be any number of cylinders, but it's got to be a side valve or a 6-cylinder.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
Something like that.
Well, but I mean, you know, this is the thing that I don't understand. In some cases, you'll have categories running particular tyres.
Yes.
And let's say it's a 28.10.5.
Yep.
But you can't run a 28.9, which arguably would be a disadvantage in the same category.
Yes.
I don't understand that. So in this case, if you've got 6 cylinders, a particular side, you know, flathead V8s and things like that, but if you turned up in a 4-cylinder, why wouldn't you be able to run? Arguably.
I don't write the rules, mate.
He's hoping. Fingers crossed.
He's hoping that I don't write the rules. Thanks.
No,
I like you too,
that's
mate.
not exactly the way.
No, I know. I'm just being an idiot.
All right. Moving on. So we're back into Nostalgia Gas now. This should be, I believe, should be pretty exciting. We've got Peter Villaris down there.
Yep.
Who's a common competitor here with that wild XT Falcon BK race engine screaming 363 Windsor. Really, really nice. Great to see Peter back out here. Track sponsor, of course, Go Logistics.
Yes, I've seen his fans around everywhere. They obviously do a run to my work as well. So good to see. Every time I see the van pull in the driveway, I'm like, yep, sweet.
We'd love it. We love seeing the van over at Rocket as well. So we see them twice a day.
Oh, wow.
Down at Rocket Industries.
Yes.
And the best local courier service that we have used. So yeah, if you're looking to get things from one side of Sydney to the other, same day, without any worries, they're the guys to see.
And take it from Pat, I'm sure that they ship out an item or two.
Yeah, they're not just picking up one box when the boys stop in at Rocket. So yeah, they've got their hands full, but they're handling it no problems whatsoever.
All right, a very nice pair of cars down in the water box, ready for our next burnout. We have Paul Papacosta in this very, very nice Ford Capri. Yep. Pretty fresh build, I think.
Yeah.
Have seen him at a number of race meetings recently. 440 cubic inches of Cleveland on board for him.
That'd have to be a bit of a step up since the number plates, maybe. Bro, 388 on the
oh yes, I can
the plate.
See that now that I really focus because my eyes are terrible. But yeah, okay, he's might have had an engine freshen up.
Yep. But how good does that valve look?
I have not seen the valve before, but it looks really, really nice down there in the early morning sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Absolutely, Evil 318.
He's had an upgrade as well.
Yeah, sounds pretty fresh. That 393 Chrysler motor.
Quite like the bonnet scoops on the big valve, or should I say? Yep. I think so. I heard it recalled named letterbox.
Yeah, the big letterbox.
The big letterbox.
Yep. It's a great combination. Classic styling, great colour. But this Capri of Papacosta's is no joke either. It's I'm going to say this term quite a few times today, but it is a spicy unit.
rally, and all the way from Orange. Oh, the Capri.
Turn the tyres hard in the Aeroflow lane. Valiant gets away nicely. Yeah, as you point out, Bushy's had a bit of a trip down as well from Orange, so great to see making the trip. 11.71 at 116 mile per hour. Papa Costa obviously just buttoning off in the Capri there. Had quite a bit of wheel spin off the line. Next pairing, we've got Damien McGlynn in the HG Holden, small block Chevy Power, up against Josh Clapp in the dark 69 Corvette with 505 inches of the General's finest big block. Very spicy. Josh has just got to make his way back a little bit. He's pulled up north of the staging beams after his burnout, but.
Joshua's been racing this car a fair bit here at Sydney Dragway. Recently switched over to the nitrous, and I think he's been having a little bit of an issue. Like, he'll do the burnout and then it'll stop. Like, the engine won't keep running.
Yep.
So we've seen a couple of times he'll sit on the starter motor and crank it, and then all of a sudden it fires and it's, you know,
black smoke.
Rich black smoke. So maybe that's why he stopped and didn't get back.
Yep. I did hear him clear it out after he pulled up there. So
it is a quick car. It is getting quicker. It is now lifting both front wheels on the hip.
Yep, just like that.
Last like that.
He's done a good steer job. 041 on the trees, pretty nice, and he will lead the way from McLean down there. The Rocket Lane at 9.69 with a 3 at 135 miles per hour, up against an 11.41 with a 2 at 117 for McGlynn. So really nice pass from Josh Clapp in the Corvette.
Next up, Tony Di Maria down there in the Falcon. So there's perhaps a little bit of a rivalry in the garage.
Oh yes, a Holden versus Ford inter-family competition.
Yes,
it's great to see. It's always a family event with the Di Maria family. I think there's usually 2 or 3 of them out here racing when they do come to the track, which is great to see. And also Peter Begonia in the VK Commodore in the Rocket Lane. Got the reaction time at 0.86, but Tony is showing a bit of forward power in the Aeroflow lane there. Does get around him at 11.03 with a 9 at 119 miles per hour to 11.61 at 119 miles per hour. So really closely matched on the horsepower stakes.
Yeah, Di Maria lifting the front wheels there on that launch, so nothing wrong with that rear end setup.
No slouch, being the big long wheelbase there as well.
Next up we have Adam Bowers from High Performance World, Forza Performance in the HQ, taking on Peter Addard down there in the 1-tonner from Sinclair.
Previous season's champion, Adam Bowers.
Yes.
Down there, so
you can see his smiling face on the back wall of the tower here.
With the banners out the back there, yeah. It's a great initiative that the track's put out. Bit of recognition for those that have committed themselves to an entire season and come up tops.
Exactly right, Pat, because it's an 8 or 9 round championship, and the championship is that tight. If you miss one, it makes it very difficult to claw back what you miss out on. 0.39 on the tree for Bowers.
Peter Addard giving chase, but definitely it's like a different level of competitor there. So we've got a 10.92 with a 7, 132 miles per hour for Bowers against a 12.49 in the Rocket Lane. Yeah, it's a big commitment to come out. You know, look, in some cases it's a big commitment just to make one race meeting.
Yes.
Let alone be here for the entire season, right? So it's quite a long season, and it's a big commitment, for not only financially but just time-wise.
I think a lot of people, finding the time to actually commit to it is probably the hardest part for many of us.
Had a little bit of a. A little bit of a backfire perhaps on David McNamara's Valiant there. But a clean pass for Blake Core in the Rocket Lane, the HQ Ute. He's gone at 12.30 with a 4 at 108 miles per hour.
That'd be a nice street car, low 12s, I reckon.
It would be.
It's not cranky enough to be obnoxious on the road, but it's fast enough to get yourself into trouble.
Yes, yep. And when you fire it up at the Cars and Coffee, everyone goes, as you cruise through the car park on the way out, it'll have enough lump just to just to impress all the people that you don't like. But
we think so much alike.
Yeah,
It's scary.
Yeah. But no, getting back to the guys that have been running track champs and all these dedicated races, the one thing that you always hear them say is, if they do win a round or they place or anything like that, they're always first to thank their crew.
Yes.
Because without the crew,
yep.
Like we talk about it all the time, that drag racing can be seen as just a solo sport because there's one person driving the car. But almost no one gets here as one person without a great group of people around them.
Correct.
Whether it's family, friends, or, the bloke that you work with that you've roped in to help you.
Yeah.
That's how it all works. So, yeah, great to see.
But I think that is the one of the good things about this sport and the family is the family atmosphere.
Yep.
The social aspect of it as well. And let's face it, most people down there are friendly towards even their competitors in their brackets. You know what I mean? Like we hear stories all the time where someone will break and then everybody will rally around to get the car back together so that they can continue racing. They borrow parts off each other and all that sort of stuff. Fairly selflessly to help each other out.
Yep.
There's a good pair of runs there. 1060 for the car in the Aeroflow lane, Pat. But
yeah,
I think that and that camaraderie is important. Do you know what I mean? Like we spend so much time together. We know the effort that goes into not only building the car but also to run it as well. Building it, you can put it together in your own pace, but once you actually get to the point where you start using it, the upkeep of it is often more work, because you not only are you running it and going, oh well, I want to fix this and then go a little bit quicker. You're pulling stuff off it.
That's right. The turnaround, and you will often hear people. Maybe we'll say it on the commentary or people down the pits. They're trying to get the car turned around, and the faster you go, generally, the more work there is to get the car turned around. I mean, the pinnacle of that will be watching the guys with the Nitro cars down there today. They'll make a pass, and then the hive of activity that you'll see down there at the Aeroflow trucks.
If you walk down there now, they're probably, I'll say, fairly casual.
Yeah, pretty cruisy. Yep, saying good day to everyone. Yep, they've they've got the cars prepped yesterday, and they're just making sure that all the safety gear is in place and the tune-ups are right for the weather conditions today. But after you've slung one of those Outlaw cars down the track, mid to low 5-second pass. Things get a little bit hectic afterwards.
Yeah, so if you head on down there, their first run, of course, Pat, is scheduled at around 10:30 this morning. If you head down there at about 11:15, that'll be a different story.
Yeah. Don't get too close. At 11:15.
But it'll be a good opportunity to see what actually happens.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you'll see what's going on, how they turn those cars around. I mean, of course, these Outlaw cars are, they don't necessarily have to pull the racks out of them each pass on these cars, but it's good practice.
By that you mean change pistons?
Change the pistons and rods, all that sort of thing. Of course, if we've got to change the tune-up, we've got to change the gaskets and all that sort of things, the heads will come off anyway. But everything gets inspected at the same time. And watching the team work is it's quite a sight to see. So make sure you do get down there and just take it all in.
Yeah, I think obviously the Aeroflow guys are very well trained in. They all have a task to do, and they're assigned to that, and that's what they do. So the beauty of it is they all know what they've got to do between rounds, and their job is often dependent on somebody else being able to complete. So it has to be a well-oiled machine.
Absolutely.
To get through the amount of work that they do in the time frame that they've got to do it. Today is probably a little bit more relaxed,
a little bit more relaxed
than the normal conditions that they race under. But they still need to make sure everything's right, because let's face it, they are still going very, very quickly.
That's exactly right. Yeah, there's nothing lax about the making sure that the cars are safe and ready to run. But yeah, we're not necessarily turning around, in an hour to run another round. So, all right. So Craig Warren got out at 001 red on the tree. So he's pretty close to on the ball for this one. But Gary Nicholson down there in the Mustang, I don't think I've seen that car before. But cool looking vehicle.
I think I've seen the car, but not with Gary driving it. So unless he's purchased it and decided to bring it out, a big block Ford in that one. We don't see the 460 Ford power plant in much stuff nowadays.
Very rare.
Seems to be like a 351 or a 383 or something like that, and then we go up to like 600.
Yeah.
There's sort of no man's land, like a big block Chev. Like when was the last time we saw 454 in a car?
Yeah, not so many. A couple of Camaros, like factory 454 cars and things like that. But,
some nice cars sitting down on the start line. We have Bruce Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air, 572 cubed big block Chev. That's just what we were talking about.
Very
nice. He's taking on Mark Playfair from Erskine Park in the one-tonner there.
Quite a close race on the short track, 3:30, identical times at the 3:30.
And not too much in the 64.
No.
Only at the very end there did I think that Bruce started to pull away.
Yep. I think if his car wasn't as long, he might not have got there.
Yeah.
A bit of an unfair advantage there up against the tonner. But great to see Bruce back up here having a good time. He's, again, quite regular here at Track Champs.
Yes.
So good to see.
Dave Matasevic in the 75 Ford Cortina, 363 cubed of a Windsor power plant in this car. I like this car, Pat. It's just a really cool streeter. He drives it regularly. 008
reaction
on
time.
the tree, 1.560 foots.
He's taken home the jackpot and the reaction.
Ah, yes.
The reaction time competition here at Sydney Dragway as well. So.
And it's quick too, like 10.58, 125 mile an hour.
That's a fast street car. That is a fast street car.
Next up we have Mark Elborn in the HQ Ute down there. And he's taking on Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat. Now I saw Dave this morning as I was walking up to sign in.
Yep.
He's always got a smile on his face. He's looking at travelling to South Australia in the next little bit for the first time.
Down to the bend.
Yeah, so taking the opportunity to chase some points. Nice launch from him there. 002 red.
002 and a 006 for Elborn. So everyone chasing it early today. And we were talking about the crew earlier on. Dave Gruber, as he crosses for a 937 with a 6 at 142. His crew's got, I think, their new matching outfits as well.
They've
got,
they've always
always
had the matching crew apparel. They're looking splendid down there. I think he's actually won an award. We occasionally give away like a best appearing award, and I'm fairly certain that his team has actually secured that award on previous occasions.
Very nice.
Now things are about to get a little bit loud, ladies and gentlemen, in the Alf Axiac RX2. Probably a little bit different to what traditionally we're going to see today, but it does fit into the category that he's in. This thing running a 13B manual.
Yeah.
Now, if you like RPM,
if you like wheels in the air, if you like banging gears, I mean, bangers and mash is a great way to, to describe this. Have a listen. All of the RPM from that little rotary motor singing its way.
I actually saw Alf on the way walking up to the commentary box this morning, had a little bit of a chat. Daniella's been having a little bit of a steer. So stepped out of juniors, and it's a pretty big leap into a car like this, I dare say, because it's not just a matter of letting go of the trans brake. She's got to grab gear, she's got to steer. You'll see in a minute. It doesn't always go straight.
Absolutely.
Taking on Kim White in the Chevy Nova over there.
The Bossa Nova.
Have a go at the size of the tyres on that thing, Pat.
It's got the meats.
They're kind of under the mud guards.
Yeah, sort of,
Very 70s style, what would you say, A Street style.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. 1171 with an 8 for Kim White, 121 miles per hour there. Alf had a bit of a wiggle off the start line, as it sometimes does, but buttoned off. So, maybe something not exactly happy in the combination there, but we know Alf will have that squared away and be back.
He said to me this morning that it started to bounce a little bit on the rear, so maybe, and we did see the car move pretty much on the hit there. Left a pretty good light, 0.66 on the tree, but yeah, from there on it's still went 1.5 to the 60, but I'm not sure what that car does. I'd imagine that it would be low, like 1.2s, 1.3s.
Yeah, 1.2,
maybe?
1.3, something along that. Being so light, that car as well. But yeah, there's no Alf's been around long enough and he's smart enough not to stay into something when it's not squared away, especially on the first hit of the day.
Yeah.
You know, we always say it. There's no sheep stations for your first pass in qualifying.
Now we can see some Aeroflow guys out there now, Pat. What are they doing?
Yeah, so Gareth Rogers down there, car chief, and Morris McMillan, obviously boss man down there, checking out the track. They're just making a couple of pulls. They've got a new, the new track meter, I guess you would say. I'm not an expert in that bit of machinery, but it's different to the regular track pullers that you'll see with the handle that you twist to get a gauge on the track bite. This unit you put down, and I believe it rolls a rubber roller against the surface.
Okay. So it's not reliant on the same person standing on it.
That's right, yeah. Okay. So it doesn't matter who's there, doesn't matter who's twisting it, how strong they are or whatever. You press the button and it rolls against it and it gives you a bit more of a reliable, consistent read. Because you can get a guy, I mean, Gary's no shrinking violet down there. He could probably yank that track meter around a bit, a bit harder than me, for example.
Or me.
Or anyone.
Yes.
And you might get a different reading. Whereas this unit, you're going to put it down, hold it against the surface, and then press the button, and it's going to give you a consistent reading from time to time. So.
Richard Matasevic, 061 red, a pair of nice Falcon Utes down there doing battle. Matasevic with a well-sorted race car, 1074 with a 124 miles an hour to a 13.5 at 106 for the XA in the Aeroflow lane.
I dare say Richard Matasevic was pretty expectant to see a 1070 on the time boards down there, but yeah, red 061 is a little bit odd for him. Always very well sorted and a great racer, and such a cool car as well. That yellow Ute gets driven to the track and home, where it's got silverware in the passenger seat or not. So great to see. Next pairing, we've got Sean Maher in the HB Tirana up in the Aeroflow lane, 414 cubes of small block. Up against Rex Webster with the big block shoehorned into the front of that A40. Austin Maher gets away really nicely, 0.12 reaction time. Webster is going to give chase. Let's see if the big block's got the legs to get there. I don't think it will. You'll see Sean Maher go through for a 934 at 142 miles per hour. Really nice pass up against Rex Webster, 971, 139. Next up, looks like we've got a solo pass there. Rick Layla in the Vauxhall Viva. Not going to see too many of these. And then Ned from Hercules Engines down there in the EH Holden. You're not going to see too many EHs that are as spicy as this one either.
No, no. I've seen this a couple of times now here at Sydney Dragway. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. How cool. Sleeper paintwork on it. It's like...
Looks like Pop's old,
take the parachute off the back. Yes, it's there for a reason.
Yep.
But also check out how much air this thing's going to get on the head of the throttle. I've seen this car drag the bumper.
Oh, yeah. It's gone straight to 11, and if he feels like it, maybe 12. Here we go. Both cars into full stage, waiting on the tree to drop down there. Oh, very tame from Ned in the EH today, Bushy.
Yeah, but it seemed to still launch pretty good. 145 to the 60.
Got right up on the tyre. 10.05 at 107 on the picks early for Sassine in the EH Holden, and 11.04 for the Viva in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, interesting. Maybe they've had a bit of a play with some suspension there.
It definitely stood up on the tyre there, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. It looked like the front and the rear of the car stood up at the same time.
Yeah, so it's more like a radial sort of setup.
Yeah,
is how they.
Yeah, like a falling sort of adjustment.
So maybe there's been some adjustments made there.
Some changes, or maybe Ned found some like WRC rally shocks in the front that have got like 1.5 feet of travel, you know? Didn't just pick the wheel straight up off the ground.
To keep the front end on the ground. Well, all I know is that the last time I saw it, the front end wouldn't have liked what happened to it.
Nope. There's a great photo, actually, I think Sydney Dragway posted on in the lead-up to the event of it doing what it normally does, that car. So if you want to jump on Facebook. So
Ben Matthews down there in the HD Holden, also another quick runner. Thomas Leake down there in the HQ sedan. He must be in his road car.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's not too shy. It lifted the front left there on the hit. So.
Yep. About 963 with a 137 mile per hour for Ben Matthews in that immaculate HD Holden. Very, very nice.
And a 1250 at 113 for Thomas Leake.
Yep. Great to see Jim Raptis back out here in his beautiful Dodge Dart. Got that 426 cubic inch Hemi on board up against Mark Marlin in 69 Ford Fairmont. That's a nice, cool street car, that Fairmont.
I like the colour combination too.
Yeah.
The black vinyl roof with that teal blue.
It's got a real basic interior,
Yep.
you know, like factory seats.
Yep.
It's got the big Autometer Monster tacho, you know, recall tacho on the steering column. But yeah, cool car that you can just hop in any day, go for a cruise, and then come out here and we'll see what it runs. But Jim Raptis gets away really nicely as well. Good launch out of the Dart. He's going to get there first at 10.64 with a 7 at 143 and 11.02 at 122 miles per hour for Marlin in the Rocket Lane. I feel like I'm going to be saying the same thing all day. That's a tough street car.
Yes.
All right, so next pairing we've got Steve Arnold in the EH, the yellow EH down there with 420 cubic inch small block Chevy. Up against Joe Selby in the XY Ute. Beautiful XY Ute, that's a sedan. If I open my eyes, we'd be all right. Oh, gets away with a little bit of a red light on the tree there to Selby, but not to worry, we're just in qualifying here. So Steve Arnold's going to lead the way with that little EH. Definitely a bit of a surprise package there. A 10.39 with a 9 at 118 miles per hour to the 11.73 with a 7 at 116. Okay, another regular here at Sydney Dragway, Dennis Matisic in the Camaro. Beautiful RS styled Camaro, 434 Chev on board. It was up against Steve Price from Warners Bay, so he's made a bit of a trip down in the XY Ute. This one is actually a Ute this time. Ooh, bit of wheel spin there from Matisic in the Aeroflow lane. Steve Price gets away cleanly, but looked like it was a little fuely on the way down there, so maybe a little bit of tuning, a bit of an adjustment to be made before they turn that car around. 15.49 at 78 miles per hour, I don't think is very representative of that combination, as is the 23 odd second pass of Dennis. But they'll get that figured out and turned around for the next round. We'll just get the track crew making sure that everything's all safe on the track. Looks like there might have been a bit of water dropped out of the car. So yeah, we're just going to pause the running for a minute while we clean the track up there. And we might take this opportunity to duck off to a couple of ads. But if you're here joining us at Sydney Dragway for Bangers and Mash, we thank you greatly for turning up on this beautiful Western Sydney day. Make sure you get down and have a look around. We've got plenty of traders here. We've got plenty of show and shine. There's lots of cool things happening down in the pits. And, of course, some amazing cars on track. So we'll be right back with more action after this very short.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days, and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer.
All right, so it looks like we are back racing here. We've got Steve Ryman in the big Dodge 440 up against Mark in the Alco Pop Ford Anglia.
Yeah, the Anglia doing Anglia things, moving around a little bit on the hit there, Pat, but straightened it out at the top end of the racetrack. 10-1-1 with a 118 miles an hour. And 1161 with a 1. So lots of ones going on there. 116 for Steve Ryman in the Dodge.
Very, very cool. That Anglia has quite a bit of louvering happening on the back end of it.
Yes, I don't think there's any floor in the back of the tub.
Yeah, in the tub, yeah.
So it's just to let the air come
up
through.
The air and smoke out, yes. But just the hours in bending those louvers.
Setting it out too. I'd be like, wouldn't you hate it if you get to near the end and you put one in the wrong spot? It's like, flatten it back out, weld it up.
Man, frustrating. All right, so next pairing coming through.
I love the blue on this HQ Monaro of Paul Savato, all the way from Harrington Park down south. 515 cubes of big block goodness under the bonnet in this car. Have a look at how good that blue looks under the blue skies here at Sydney Dragway.
Full of attitude off the line as well, just a little bit too early, unfortunately, and it's a bit odd the Toronto not cooperating this morning.
Still an 881 there for Sabato, and
904 with a 152 in the Aeroflow lane. Very nice. Talking about good looking cars, there's a couple of a couple of my favourites actually, Bushy, these two. So Sam Moreau, of course, in that beautiful 37 coupe. It's come up from Murray Bateman, just down near the ACT there. And then Brett O'Connor with this tough Camaro, the Keith Black 636, all of the nitrous, if you like.
Yes. And round numbers, we've got 1,250 cubes
Yeah.
sitting on the start line. Connor with 636 cube. It's a big block Chev, so I don't know.
Yep.
Of course, the nitrous there as well, taking on 615 cubes of Chev in the Ford Coupe for Sam Moreau.
Sam's car got all of the attention when he pulled into Rocket yesterday for just a couple of bits and pieces.
Yes.
Car cruise in. They've got a really cool trailer. It's like open-sided, but it's got a roof on it.
Oh,
so
right.
you can see, you can see through the side.
Is it perspex open or just like
no, like
just
open,
not actually?
Yeah.
Because do you remember Wayne Daly? He when he had the LTD back in the 90s.
Yeah.
That had perspex sides on, so you could drive it down the road, you could see it.
Very cool. But yeah, I mean, I'd want to show that thing off as well if the 37 was my race car. So yeah, it gets away pretty well. A 1-1, 60 foot for both lanes there. But Brett O'Connor, a 766 with a 3 at 190 mile per hour. Pretty good considering he had a bit of a lift down in around the 60 foot mark there. So yeah, will be great to see those cars make a few more licks today.
And Jack Moreau in the Ford Capri.
Yep. He's also made the trip up, but yeah, pretty spicy little unit down there.
.434 cubes of small block Chev in this one. Pretty well sorted car nowadays.
Yep, ready to take the line here. Whoa, big hop and a bit of a steer job, but Jack is on the straight and narrow just outside the 60. It's going to make a clean pass down there, Bushy. It's 898 at 149 miles per hour.
Not a bad pass to round out qualifying.
All right, so next pairing up, we've got Alan White and Stephen Jones, both in the T buckets.
Alan White down there, man of many caps.
Yeah.
A IHRA official.
Yep.
Altered driver.
Yeah, altered driver.
Former Australian champion. Down there.
Bit going on.
He's got a bit going on. We've got. It's good to see the crew role reversal with Jake McNamara down there and Brett White and Megan White down there as well.
Great to see him. Of course, we can't forget Stephen Jones in the Rocket lane. He's got that tidy little T bucket as well, 400 cubes. A bit of a hop, those big tyres off the hit, but Alan White, nice reaction time, 0.34, and he will cross there first. An 861 with a 2, 149 miles per hour. An 885, 146.
Just looking at those parachutes that went across the finish line there, Pat, there's a little bit of a breeze going on down at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah. We've had steer jobs at the start of the track and at the end of the track today, which is always going to be interesting, especially for those narrow, tall altereds, right?
Now we've got a pair of regular races here at Sydney Dragway. However, Fiona Crisp in the Spitzer altered down there in the Rocket Lane. I haven't had the opportunity to call this car, I don't think, yet. I've seen a couple of pictures of
some photos
on social media. It looks absolutely unreal in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep.
It's got all the right gear in it. 565 cube big block in it. Spitzer built race car, of course that name's synonymous in the US. Very, very good manufacturer of all sorts of race cars, predominantly Alters and Dragsters, I'd say, and Junior Dragsters is probably another one of their bread and butter type cars, I guess you could say. Heisman's in the traditional 27 T bucket altered. 509 cubes of Big Block Chev on board for her.
Great to see Great Western Auto Wreckers, Cool Shirt Systems Australia and Canobolas Auto 1 backing up the Heisman's program as always. Just going back to that Spitzer altered bushy, I don't think I've ever seen anything that's come out of the Spitzer stable not $1 million as well.
Yeah, well, I think quality comes with the name, doesn't it? And, and you build that reputation. You don't want to build something that looks average. So 807 with the 6, 156 for Heisman's to an 861 with a 5 for Crisp in the rocket lane.
Yeah, very early leave there for Heisman's. Left before the third amber, which is certainly a bit odd, but I'm sure Stephanie will get a head around it and square that away.
This is a new car for me, Pat, in Clint Noble.
The Topolino.
Yeah, Fiat Topolino.
Yeah, it's a pretty looking car as well. I did catch a glimpse of it just before it rolled through the tunnel out in the staging lanes, and
it's almost an Audi blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a bit of that.
Now Neil Dyson over there in the 34 Ford Coupe. This one is actually an altered, being that it's centre steer. So if it was a left or right hand drive car, we'd call it it'd fit into modified eliminator with as a hot rod.
Yep.
But being that it's centre steer, so it's got an altered chassis in it, and then the fiberglass body just sits over the top.
Yeah.
Not sure how he gets in it actually, if the body flips up or if it's got
like
a
funny
door.
car maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on the staging screen, and we'll
comes through.
See if we can spot him getting in. But Neil been driving this car for quite some time. I'm not quite sure what to expect out of Clint Noble's car, but I'm sure it'll be a cracker. 489 cube Big Block Chev in this thing to 386 cubes of Big Block Chev for Dyson.
Yep, big blocks all round. Just as the Lord intended it, I believe. So, yeah, a little bit of a cherry on the tree for Clint down there, but otherwise a fairly straight run. Dyson gets there with a lovely 8.200 at 160 miles per hour, and 8.63 at 150 for Clint Noble in the Aeroflow lane. So certainly more to come from the little Topolino down there.
Next up, one of my favourite little front engine cars is Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Tanswell.
Yep. So 205 Holden 6-cylinder power, of course, the Tanswell car. We see him here quite regularly. Carlton, of course, has the 350 cube Chevy motor. So not quite a David versus Goliath situation, but still, Tanswell's punching well above his weight with that spicy little Holden motor.
Yes, well, this would have been, I'm just trying to think what the category might have been called back in the day, slingshots back in 1970 or something. The traditional small block Chev 350 cube car racing against the inline 6-cylinder 893 with a 3 at 147 for Carlton.
And 992 at 127 for Tanswell in the 6-cylinder powered Fed. Okay, Matty Welsh back in the Fed down there in the Aeroflow lane. Good to see him on track. Up against Craig Davies. It's commonly known Fed Up.
Yes.
This little dragster down there. Both pretty serious competitors.
Yeah, it's good to see Matty Welsh behind the wheel of this car once again. Of course, family operation.
Yep. Matty, of course, giving up a lot of his time to City Dragway in the past as well, and he's decided to get back behind the wheel, which is what it's all about. Good, of course, we can see Bullock Manufacturing on board with the Welsh program, and CJ in the Rocket Lane, Shane's Race Engines, Orm Alavanos from Victory Transmissions helping out, Mike from Ice Emissions, and Mac from Revolution Race Gear in Brisbane helping out with his program. And nice close pass here, so So Welsh with reaction time, but Davies gets there first. 8:34 at 1:59 to an 8:63 at 1:50.
Yeah, the run was really close up until probably a bit after half track.
Yeah.
Davies' car just started to pull away ever so slightly.
Bit more horsepower on board there, of course, but yeah, really nice pass from those two racers. Going to move on to a pair of Holden 6 powered Feds down here. We've got David Hawley from Muswellbrook up against Gary Durrington from Hobartville. So I think from Hawley's supercharged.
Yes.
Yep. In that one, we'll explain the tower of engine.
Yeah.
Off the side of it.
And the that we can hear as well. Did I do that good?
Yeah. I'm spot on. Everyone knows what you're talking about, Bushy. So that's all you need to do. Here we go. Duncan gets away with a bit of reaction time, but that forced induction from Hawley will lead the way down there. And look at that, an 8.19 with a thread, 164 miles an hour.
I tell you what, that car was dead straight. Sitting right behind it, it did not. I don't think he even had to touch the steering wheel there.
No, I don't think so. I bet he would have been holding on pretty tight.
Oh, I think he would. There would have been something else holding on pretty tight too.
Spatula at the braking area, I think, maybe. Very, very cool.
That's all I'm saying on that.
Yep, fair enough. All right, another really well presented couple of combos down here. We've got, of course, Denny Family Racing, Chris Denny in the little Dart 350 powered Fed. We've got Bob Sinclair, of course, in that 210 cubic inch Holden 6.
Yeah,
triple carb combination, great exhaust sort of set up on Sinclair's. It's got like the dual 3-into-1 manifold design.
There's a lot of pipe work going on there.
Yeah,
we've got polar opposites here. We've got the exhaust.
Got the zoomies.
The zoomies for Danny, of course, he wants all of that exhaust gas out of the engine as quick as he can.
Yep.
Where Sinclair's obviously built the exhaust to actually maximize
scavenging and things like that.
Trying to make a few horsepower out of the exhaust here.
Yep.
But Danny probably going to be definitely one of the quicker cars in this field. Normally running in supercharged Outlaws, and he's done really, really well with this car too, just quietly. He's taken home a fair bit of silverware from Sydney Dragway events in the past.
Yeah, not bad at all, actually.
And the car looking $1 million as well with the
beautiful looking car.
Yes.
Yeah. Always really well turned out.
One of the model cars I've got is very similar.
Oh yeah.
It's just a straight red and in that candy red.
Yeah, it's hard to go wrong.
That was the first one that I bought, actually.
Oh, was it?
that was the start of the rabbit hole.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was like, I wonder what else was there.
Awesome. All right, the Denny crew looking great as always. Well turned out.
I tell you what, Pat, just looking at the back of Danny's car now as we talk about it, there's not a big tyre on that car.
There is not a lot of tyre, no.
It's tall, but it's not very wide.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually not, I mean, it's taller, but not that much wider than what's on Sinclair's car, right? For a blown small block. It's interesting. Here we go, both into stage now. Let's see this pair go. Oh, Chris with a lot of wheeling to be done down there. It's carrying the front wheels a long way as it moved to the left at 762 at 175. On that one, Bob Sinclair, something not quite right. He's just going to transit the lane.
I reckon he would have nearly been full lock on that.
Oh, without a doubt. And you know that lovely dragster chassis providing all of the immediate feedback in the steering. If you're not picking up my facetious
I was going to say, being sarcastic and maybe not, because he kept going to the wall.
Yeah. You sort of like, you send a message. It's like it's like one of those old systems. You put the message in the tube and then send it off, and then it goes. It's kind of what happens with dragster steering, right? So.
Well, we could say Chinese whispers.
Yeah.
The story changed somewhere between
exactly them. Right. Yeah. I want to go right. What's that? Left? No, right. Either way, Chris made it safely into the braking area, so we're happy about that. I tell you what, this is one of the coolest cars, I think, that's sort of been a work in progress here. Michael Bennett in the big Apache down there, 632 cubic inch blown, big block, gasser. I've seen his helmet that's got the new paint job on it.
Yes.
And it really suits the Tequila Sunrise sort of specs.
I was just going to say, I think if you want to win yourself a pretty flash helmet,
yes,
go and see Michael Bennett down in the pits. His daughter Piper races junior dragsters, and they're heading off to the US next year.
Right. The Kanga Kids.
The Kanga Kids, correct. Yep. And to raise a little bit of money, because obviously it's not a cheap exercise.
Yep.
One of the things that they're doing is putting together. Someone's donated a helmet, I think.
Simpson
have donated
Simpson
a helmet.
Australia have donated a helmet. Yep,
and they're getting it. And they're getting it.
They're gonna
paint it.
Yeah, they're going to airbrush it and paint it for you. It's going to be your size helmet, so it's not just a helmet that they've chosen. You get to choose your size, and you get to choose your paint job.
Yeah.
So you can get that done. You can get the tickets down there from the guys they're set up down in the pits. So Michael and Piper are down there opposite the Aeroflow funny car.
Oh,
setup.
right. Okay.
So you can't miss them.
Prime spot.
So get down there, buy a few tickets in that combination. Ryan O'Hara's just had a bit of a... not exactly sure what's happened with Ryan O'Hara's car down there, the Vauxhall.
There's a couple of Vauxhalls racing here today.
Yeah, there is a couple actually, yeah. And we shouldn't, we can't miss out on Kevin Landry, who's just gone down in Doris the Morris Minor there.
I think, and I've noticed he's done a bit of sign writing on the boot.
Yes,
sweet as
bro.
Yes, you did the Kiwi out.
There's actually quite a good Kiwi contingent here in support today for Bangers and Mash. So we didn't get as many of the vehicles here, unfortunately, which is a real shame. But a couple of them came over. Eddie and the boys came over, and we had a few of the crew stop in at Rocket for a bit of a look-see.
Yes.
We're privileged enough to be able to supply quite a few racers and enthusiasts in New Zealand. So when they do come over for a race meeting that's a bit interesting, they like to stop in and check out the place that all the goodies come from.
I've just had a question on our live stream there, Pat, regarding the tickets for the helmet. I believe if you follow them on Facebook,
Kanga
Kids on Facebook, you can. There would be a link there for sure for that. Not only the helmet, they're also selling some pretty cool merch. They've got really nice caps and hoodies and T-shirts as well. So obviously a portion of those sales will go to getting the kids over to the US. They're racing in a junior dragster only event at Thunder Valley. I believe there's something like 600
juniors. Yeah,
it's a multi-day deal to get.
It's bigger than the Winter Nationals here in Australia, and it's just juniors.
Yep,
that is wild. It's huge, and it needs their support because they are the future of our sport.
Yes.
So I think everyone should get behind that program. So let's have a look. I'm just having a look here with the combination. So the Bandit race helmet is your size and design. So you get, if you've not followed the Kanga Kids on Instagram, you should get onto it. It's _Kanga_kids. They've got a great post there about the setup, and you can scan a QR code and follow the links and whatever else you need to make that happen. But $50 a ticket, 3 for $125. That's a $4,000 package that you're in the winning for there. So in the running for, I should say.
By the time you were to buy the helmet and get the paintwork done, then that's the we'll say retail value.
Yep. Absolutely. So plenty going on there. They've got merch pre-orders. I think they might have a little bit of merch down there as well, but certainly we all need to get behind these juniors that are getting over there. And Michael is basically the one that's the driving factor there as well. So he's doing it all. So let's make sure that we support him.
Yes, I believe there's Piper going. There's Zane Condello, Savannah Condello.
Yep. And there's a couple of others that we can't mention apparently at the moment. So
it's on the hush, on the down low.
There's all sorts of, you know, things and agreements
well,
you know.
I think it's certainly going to be good to have some very tough Australian races go over and
absolutely. Well, you know, I mean, we see them all the time, obviously, here at Track Champs, the juniors, and those kids that are going over have either won the junior championship.
Yep.
At least once.
Well, Zane's on the second. On his second run for the Australian Championship right now.
Yep. So. Piper's won
Track Champ.
Track Champs. Yep. And yeah, the competition is fierce.
Yes.
So, but let's get back to a bit more exciting gasser action down here. We've got Adrian Kemp in the Mustang, 377 cubic inch Clevo. Something a little bit different.
We're seeing some strange engine combinations out there. I know Adrian Kemp has raced here many times before, but I don't recall the engine combo.
377, yeah.
Taking on, I think, another Apache style pickup.
Yeah.
13.5 there, 98 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. Kemp with some issues of 14.7, I think it was.
Yep. Yeah, definitely got right out of it after a bit of wheel spin in the right lane there. Check out how tall Michael Bennett's Apache is with that straight beam axle in front of it. It's got the blown engine and everything. The thing is like a block of flats.
Yeah. It's the aero wasn't on Michael's design.
Well, it was supposed to be a street car. He originally started that
good show, and Edwards with a little bit of work to do. Coming on around, Martin Stevenson didn't get there.
Didn't get there, but ran a quicker ET.
Yeah, 10.06 with a 6.130 mile an hour.
Yep. Martin Stevenson, of course, they've recently sort of rebuilt that Tirana into that gasser style sort of setup. So good to see it back out here. The Power Plus Fuels New South Wales guys always supporting the events here at Sydney Dragway.
Andrew Barber, our next car in the Aeroflow lane, the FE Holden small block Chev 383. All the way from Holsworthy down in Sydney South, taking on Simon Adraham. Now, I think Simon normally runs an FJ.
Yep.
Is that the
not
same?
That big Chevy.
No, it's not the big 55. The FJ usually grabbing the sky second, third gear. Obviously loving the gas style now in a 55 Chevy.
Yep.
Nice run there for Barber. Runs through from 11.83 with a 5, I beg your pardon.
Yep. Up next, we're going to have Ash Haley, another Mexican that's made their way up from Darnley in Victoria. Great to have him here. And Benjamin Love from Armidale in that AP5 wagon.
Yeah, I do love.
Talk about reaching for the skies.
Yes.
This thing is.
Unfortunately, he's done a little bit of damage in recent times with this car, but great to see it back.
Thunderous burnouts from the pair of them down there. So great to see.
Exactly right, Pat. They don't need any encouragement with, but we're certainly going to encourage them throughout the day.
Yep.
And I'm sure in the last pair or two.
Yes, more of that, please. All right, so get these competitors back up. Let's.
We're just looking at the ride height for Love's Valiant.
It's all of it.
It's all of it. The guards are filled for sure, but it's still a fair chunk off the ground.
There's some dual cabs that run down here at Sydney Dragway on diesel night that wouldn't be that high.
No, well, we had our four-wheel drive night on Wednesday night.
Yes.
It was very well attended. I guess there's one good thing about these cars in a maintenance spec. If you want to get under
you don't have to jack them up.
You want to change the oil filter, that's
no
fine.
problem.
No problem whatsoever. You want to do the tappets, that's a different thing.
Yeah, different story. Yeah, maybe you need a step ladder.
You need one of those four-wheel drive
trolley jack
platforms that you can lay over the top of them.
Oh, look, every vehicle's got its challenges, right?
100%.
It's worth it. It's worth it in the end. The juice is worth the squeeze. All right, here we go. Both cars coming into stage now. Love into full stage. Haley joins him.
Nice.
Right, but lift in the wheel. Benjamin Love has gotten away cleanly as well. It's great to see the wagon making a full pass in the rocket lane. Shoots out for Haley. Crosses with an 8.73 with a 9 at 156 mile per hour. Some horsepower on board with that beautiful Bel Air. But Benjamin Love makes it on the way down in the wagon. Really, really happy to see a full clean pass from that car.
Correct me if I'm wrong, next time that Chevy comes out, the parachute colour, it looks like it's
matching.
It's matching the car.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not just your standard black or red or blue.
Yeah.
It's actually a very similar material.
Custom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I think this is a steel-bodied Willys down there in the rocket lane.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look fiberglass.
No, which would be, I'm not sure if it's a 41, but regardless, it would be rare as the proverbial.
Yes, absolutely. Very cool. Stephen Dangelmeyer, of course, in the XP Ute. Whoa, big zigzag off the line for the Willys. But it's getting down as it makes its way on down the track. That was quite the wild ride for the Willys. 12:42 with a 715 mile per hour to a 15:03 with a 4 at 89.
All right, another pair of gases doing their thing. We have Damien Kemp.
The Thunderbolt, I love it.
Yes.
And Eddie Tribula, of course. These guys have come over from New Zealand. Eddie's even brought some backup girls. He's looking
getting right into the theme of today.
Yep.
He's bought a pair.
Yeah, he's got a pair of backup girls. Yeah, geez, doing some bragging down there, Eddie. Leave some for the rest of us, mate. Damien Kemp, of course, in the Fairlane. He's got the 400 cube Windsor. In that one, great effort from the backup girls. Thanks, Bugs. Let's see Eddie move up into stage. Nice little dry hop there. Yep, one more for the show.
Is it just me or is that shorter than normal?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not giving away any secret.
All right. Okay, you'll be like that then. Okay.
It's all about the show, Bushy.
Well, tree goes to the throttle before the front end says I'll stay on the ground, thanks. I tell you what, they're certainly motoring at the top end of the racetrack, Pat. 913 with a 3, 157 mile an hour. So that's probably the quickest speed we've seen this round.
Really, really nice pass from the Kiwi invaders,
yes,
shall we say. This time, so good to see. All right, next pairing, we're back into some Falcon action. That's really nice. Is that a XP?
Which
sedan? In the rocket lane, there's a pair of Falcons down there.
XT, I think.
T, sorry.
Yeah,
yep,
XT
okay.
or XR. But it's a sedan or a coupe?
It's a sedan, yeah. It's 500. Well, according to the information I've got here for Casey Johnson, but the one in the Aeroflow lane,
I think that's XM.
XM, yeah, okay.
Or XB.
I'm not going to guess anymore.
I guess I'm looking for, it's a Falcon.
Yeah, it's a Falcon, that's right. So, Casey Johnson, nice reaction time there, 080 on the light. But the XM XP in the Aeroflow lane. Ooh, it's going to be close, very close. A pair of 12.5s down there, 12.50 with a 3 for the Aeroflow lane at 104 to a 12.52, 108 for the Rocket
The
lane.
difference in that across the finish line was the reaction times there.
Yep. Very, very nice.
I've just been asked very quickly, any of the crew wanting that with a car, you need to have enclosed shoes and a sleeved shirt if you wish to go out to the start line. If you're a member of a crew on a car, you need to have your enclosed shoes and sleeved top or you can't come out to the start line with a singlet, in other words.
Yep. Yep, pluggers and singos.
Don't work.
Yeah, it's
don't
not happening. So,
no.
Yeah. If our fire marshal has to stand down there in a full race suit all day,
yes,
you guys can put some sleeves on.
Yes, and that's very fair.
All right, Matthew Moore gets away in the Bel Air in the Aeroflow lane.
Nice light from him, 044 on the tree. Looks like Phil Moore's going to come around him at the top end though.
Ooh.
14.15 with a 5 will take it, 97 miles an hour for the Rocket lane.
If I remember correctly, Matthew Moore was here at Day of the Drags.
Yes.
In that, I can't quite remember the name that they've got on it, But it was a real shame because he had a I think gearbox failure
and a diff. I think he did both in the one burnout.
Yep, that was quite exciting. But good to see him back out and making full pass down there.
I bet that's not what he thought.
No, exciting is probably not the word that he used. All right, Josh Bosco down there in the rocket lane. Of course, that Fontana-powered XA Coupe.
Now we're moving into something a little bit special here for today, of course, and that is Nostalgia Pro Stock.
Yes.
So we've got together a number of cars that would have raced in Pro Stock. Some of them actually did.
Yep.
Back in the day, we know that the Polito car is a former championship-winning car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got plenty of runs on the board, this car.
Boscovich in the XA Coupe could have easily run Pro Stock back in the day.
Well, yes, most definitely.
This one a Fontana 427. It's got the Linko style transmission in it, which means he pulls a lever for every gear.
Yep.
Talking about it all makes sense now. Yeah. 002 red on the tree for Nicholas. Boscovich with the horsepower at the other end, 809 with a 166 miles an hour to an 886 with a 2 at 154 for Polito here in the Aeroflow lane.
Naomi Dyson. Talk about crew members. Look, at least these crew members have read the rules. They've got the sleeves.
And the mullets.
And mullets. Always great. Always a great time with the Dyson crew to come up with something different every time. I'm pretty sure they were here as Mexicans, weren't they?
They were.
Yes. At the Day of the Drag.
Day of the Drags.
So good to see. Yeah, they've got the long sleeves, but I'm just not sure about the material choice in those outfits.
Yes.
Could be some. There's a lot of polyester going on down there.
Yeah. So stay clear of flame. Stay clear
no naked flames, please, with those outfits. But great to see Naomi back up here in the Firebird.
They just need one of them needs a headband.
Yes, yeah. We've got headbands down there, guys. We've got headbands, or even sweatbands on the wrists, I think. Good combination either way. So Naomi's in full stage. She's going to make a nice pass here. Gets away very cleanly.
Yeah, 008 on the tree.
As an arrow. Looking good and running fast. A 9-1-1 with a 9 at 149 mile per hour.
I believe that car won championship with Wayne Missingham driving too.
Okay.
If my memory is correct.
You are, I mean, I'm not going to question you, Bushy.
Well, you have every right to.
Very cool. All right, that was Nostalgia Pro Stock, which was good to see. I believe next we're going to have Nostalgia Outlaws. So we've got Bruno Matajesevic down here in HG, I think, isn't it? Yeah, HG Kingswood, which is a bit of a wild animal, this thing.
Yes, very well set up. I walked past the bus and the trailer this morning.
Yep.
Bruno been doing this for many years.
Yes, certainly has.
I reckon that bus would know its way here from Wodonga. From Wodonga.
Yeah, there's a good chance of it. But yeah, tough competitor as always. And just a mean combination. There you go, you can hear that. BAE 521 Cube blown monster beating away down there.
Are they some of our Outlaw Nitro funny cars rolling through the back of the staging lanes? I can see there, Pat.
Does look like it. I believe I can see the Nitro Express making its way through. I think there's King Kong and there's Terminator there. Can't see Terminator yet, but it's coming through now. So a bit of Nitro happening. Listen to that. If you're unhappy with the way that sounds, you're probably not in the right place, folks. Haywire, what a great looking car that Bel Air is down there as it comes back down through the return road. All of these cars are great looking things. So it's the fact that they're here taking part and putting on a show for everyone. We're real happy. So a bit of a setup there for Bruno. The crew's just trying to get him back into the groove. Bit of a long way back, but they'll get him back squared away into the groove, or the burnout tracks from his burnout that he's just run there. So got nice hot fresh rubber for the launch. Clear it out a bit, and we'll get Bruno up to stage. Next I can see Tristan Ockers down there with the Nova. Crew from Aeroflow down there helping the program along.
Just looking at this 57 Chevy coming back along the return road, looking tops. Nice launch there from Bruno. Car moved around a little bit on the hit, Pat, but
Matajesevic
nice.
goes down through a 6.44 with a 5 at 228 miles per hour. So if you want to say big blower on a big block, that's what it does.
Yes, and probably one of the best runs I've seen out of that car for a long time. I'm guessing the crew happy with that?
Yep, everyone looks pretty happy down there. I think if I remember correctly, that day of the drags, Bruno had a bit of a... They aborted the last pass, I think, because of some concerns for the engine. So maybe it's had like a good freshen up and a few changes to the combination in the months previous. But very, very good to see him running cleanly out there, nice and straight. So he'll be a tough competitor throughout the day, no doubt.
As Pat said, our next pair will be Tristan Ockers in the Chevy Nova. 525 cubes of Hemi on board this car. Running into the 5-second zone.
Yep.
Taking on Tim Gruber, the Queen Bee Engine Services Ford Cortina. Now, I'm sure that Tim would love to see a 5, but it's just not, the combo's not there for that.
Yeah.
But you want to watch this car twist up on the start line. This is the car to watch.
Absolutely. There's certainly a lot of entertainment down there, and Tim is not afraid of it. So it's great to see. Tristan Ocker's no stranger to some serious performance as well. You probably well know his street car, Mincer, the Capri. Nice tight burnout from Gruber down there. Just waiting on.
I just saw the starter is connected. They're trying to get the Nova to fire into life, but Gruber already going through on the way back to the start line.
Just double check. Yeah.
Okay,
No, they're going to abort this pass, which is fine. Better safe than sorry when it comes to a big old blower motor that doesn't want to cooperate. Better just to give it a little bit of space. Take it back to the pits. It's the first round of qualifying. There's plenty more time to see Tristan and the Aeroflow guys run today, so that's not an issue. But let's have a look at Tim Gruber in the Cortina. Get this thing twisted up off the line. There she goes. Whoa, big hop. Back wheels off the ground. But like I said, Tim's not afraid of it. He's straight back into it. Yeah. 006 reaction time, so 8.59 at 171 mile per hour. Not quite representative considering all 4 wheels were off the ground at some point there.
No, exactly right, Pat. And as you say, there was no hesitation in planting that right foot back to the firewall again.
No, got to put on a show for the crowd, that's for sure.
All right, unfortunately for Ockers there, we'll see him back very, very soon for the next round.
Yep. But I believe we've still got Brody Davies down here in the Pennywise Mustang. This is great to see him back out on track again. Recently gone through some licensing and some test passes, I believe.
Yes.
So great to see, of course, Brody and Gareth and Shelley back out at the track. So we'll get just doing the operation of turning that car around of Ockers down there. Funnily enough, not a lot of steering lock on most race cars these days.
Also not very easy to push.
No. There's a lot of tyre in the way, really, isn't there?
And driveline doesn't want to turn.
Yeah, no, that's right.
All right, in beside. Oh.
All right, so what have we got next here? Okay, so we've got Doug Willard in the Anglia, of course.
Yes, we were talking before about massaging Anglia firewalls to fit motors in. This is prime example.
That's quite a bit of it,
of just what you can fit, kind of, sort of under the hood in an Anglia.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know if you've seen, Pat, but with this car to connect the starter on, the nose, the top of the
they've got to take that plate off the front.
The top of the grill's on a hinge.
Yeah.
So they just drop it down. I think what else is sticking out, the exhaust pretty much comes out the top of the mud guard.
Through the guards,
The magneto's out where the headlight should be.
Yep.
But this thing runs like mid-sixes. Recently been over to the UK.
Yep.
And has owned the world's fastest Anglia.
Yes, indeed.
Is a class they have actually in the UK.
It's a little wide at the back end of the burnout there, but yeah, I think it reminds me of an old saying: 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. Perhaps is a good description of that car. It's all good stuff, just a small bag.
Yeah, exactly right. Of course, we see Doug in the car now. I think that's John down there on the start line, about to back. John has been racing Anglias for as long as I can remember. Back to the 90s at Willowbank Raceway, the panel van with a big, I think it was a big ejected big block in it.
Yeah, okay. Right.
And that was not this style of car where it's as low to the ground as possible. It had a big reverse rake on it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, got a bit wild in the burnout. But has always been in an Anglia.
I guess you know what you know, right?
Yes.
Stick with
Correct.
All right, just waiting on the Anglia. Oh, no.
Sounds like he's lost fire down there.
Yeah, hasn't wanted to
get reverse.
Select reverse, unfortunately.
All right, so unfortunately there for Doug, we'll have to push that car back.
All right, I'm sure the crew will get onto that straight away. We can get back into racing.
Hope everybody out there is enjoying the sunshine and the racing action, of course. As Pat and I mentioned, there is plenty of stuff happening around the venue today. Take the opportunity. If you've paid for your general admission ticket, you can get everywhere and pretty much anywhere with that ticket. You can come over to the Eastern Mound, check out the Shannon's car show under the big screen. You can get down into the pits, check out all the action down there. You can grab yourself something to eat, of course, from any of the vendors on the top of the mound over on the western side or down in the pits.
There's a couple just outside the pit cafe down there as well.
But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we can see in the staging lanes a number of our Nitro funny cars down there ready for their first hit down Sydney Dragway in the not too distant future.
A couple of nostalgia cars. We've got Peter Lee custom imports car just down here under us at the moment. We've got Backdraft, a little Fiat down there as well. So some great shows about to be put on here for the crowd at Sydney Dragway. Bangers and mash.
What a fantastic spectacle it has been. How many cool cars have the Lee family brought into the country?
All of them, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much every
I don't think they've got an L on their list. I think it's all W's, right?
Yes. Well, I feel that they must have some very good contacts over in the United States.
Well, yeah.
Just get that phone call. I've got something you might be really keen on.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit like you and an Anglia, mate.
Yeah.
Or an Escort or something like
exactly the same, right? You build the network and you reap the rewards. So, I'm yet to see we were talking about Spitzer before. I'm yet to see a car out of the Lay family that I wouldn't own if I had the money, if I could put it that way.
I get you.
Yep.
I get you. Absolutely.
All
They're
right,
probably missing me to point out some other special guests that might be able to see down the little yellow golf cart down there. We've got, of course, Graham Cowan and Wendy Cowan here on the property. So big thanks to them for everything they do for the sport. Of course, we wouldn't be maybe where we are.
Yeah, I definitely. We would be certainly in a
Wendy
different spot, that's for sure. And for the commitment to drag racing spanning decades.
Absolutely.
And not only in Graham's personal racing history, but also what he puts back into the sport as a whole in throughout the country, not just here at Sydney Dragway, but from a corporate level all the way down to being able to support races and series.
Races and national series, of course. So it's all for the love of it. And we're privileged to be in a position to continue to do that.
And as racers and car fans, I mean, all we can do is thank Graham and Wendy for their support, but also support their business in buying parts and spares. And
that's right. We say it with just about everyone that supports, whether it's a races program or whether it's a supporter of the track.
Yeah.
And really, there hasn't been a bigger supporter of the track than Rocket Industries, Graham and Wendy, over the years, and of course Aeroflow Performance Products. So there's a reason why those names are at the end of each lane. And it's because we just put so much back into the sport that of course we all love and enjoy. So again, a big thank you, but support those that support you. So if you do need your performance parts, your bits and pieces, make sure you stop into Rocket Industries. We've got another 2 hours before they close the gate.
Yep.
Over there at Huntingwood Drive. So, and then of course, carrying on with that support for our sport, Aeroflow Race for Real Comp Night is coming up this Wednesday, the 24th of September. So back out with all the street cars. So it's not just all the top end, nitro burning, mega dollar builds. It's all about the grassroots stuff and your everyday street car that you want to get out and get to the track.
Exactly right, Pat. But I think in recent times we're seeing more and more quicker and quicker street cars coming out to play.
Definitely. Nice burnout down there, Darryl Walford. Just gathering that back up as it comes on through. Peter Lee in that Plymouth Barracuda. It's a great inter-family rivalry happening.
Yes.
So of course we've got Kelsey Walford-Lay, who's backing up her dad Darryl down there in the Rocket Lane, who is of course the wife of Josh Lay.
Yes.
Driving funny cars. Of course, we're all related. So we just let everyone enjoy the noise. That little fair Topolino, that was a great pass from Darryl Walford there in the Rocket Lane. 662, high fives all around. 213 miles per hour is no joke in a little Topolino. And Peter Lay, of course, making a clean pass down there, but getting out of a little early by the looks of things.
Yeah, had an early shut off there, Pat.
Yep.
Now, as I said before, we're not too far away from getting into some Nitro funny cars, but the next pass we're going to see down the racetrack is Brodie Davies in the Ford Mustang. Of course, the Pro Slammer down there, the Pennywise car, has been working tirelessly in the last couple of years, actually,
Been
to get back
quite
to
an effort. Yep.
get back to the racetrack, and you know, there's been a lot of people throwing a lot of support behind this team and what they've had to rebuild from. And it's fantastic to see them back at the racetrack and doing obviously what they love doing. And you know, I think everybody around the place wishes Brodie and the team, you know, nothing but the best.
Absolutely.
To see them achieve their goals.
Absolutely, and I think you nailed it there, mate. I think everyone wants Brodie to do all the success when it comes to running that car. So, and that's been apparent on social media and whatnot. You know, following the Davies Family Racing posts and whatnot. So, speaking of a family racing project,
yes,
we've got someone up here in the box with us. So, Chris Denny, welcome to the commentary box, mate. You've done the mad dash out of the Fed and come up here to join us for a little bit of commentary.
Oh, thank you. I'm still in my racing suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, still a bit hot out.
Yeah.
The parachute didn't open, so.
Ooh, yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah.
We just saw the excitement at the front end of the track. We didn't see what was happening down the big end. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't feel the tug, and there was a lot of braking.
A lot of braking. Yeah. Okay. So that's always exciting, but everything otherwise all good.
Yeah. It was just 3 months out of the chairs. Sure. We're just just trying to get back into it.
Yep.
Just red light, tyre streak, shifted early. It's just a whole lot of wrong going on.
Yeah.
Well, as Pat said, Chris, you had a fair bit going on.
Oh,
We're like, we could see the wheels pointing nearly, you know, not 90 degrees, but nearly full lock to the right, and the car's still going towards the wall.
Yeah.
I dare say that you're looking at that going, well, come on, when are we going to steer? And eventually, you know, it obviously did come back into the centre of the racetrack, but you know, Pat and I unfortunately missed the action at the top end. And, I bet that's not the best feeling of having the parachute ball not being present.
No, it's happened before, but don't panic and just keep it on the black stuff and out of the kitty litter, and we'll be right. But I definitely said hello to the photographer at the 3:30. So
high five.
We'll have to get the copies of that. I'm sure you'll know what colour your eyes are.
Oh yeah.
Even through the visor, but yeah, very, very cool.
And it's good to see Brodie back out here.
Yep.
They had a bit of I was just talking to Gareth this morning, and they said they had a few little teething issues, but they're working through it.
That's just race car things, I think, isn't it?
It certainly is. If it was easy, everyone would do it.
Yeah.
Especially the pace that they're going. It's it's very up there.
Yeah, we touched on what happens when you're when you start sort of really upping the ante, and the faster you go, everything, the turnaround starts to get a little bit more involved. The time frame on parts it gets shorter and shorter. So certainly something to keep on top of. Might just watch Brodie make his pass here as he gets into full stage. Yep, a little bit of shake and turn the tyres a little bit. So wisely, young Brodie's just buttoned off after that initial hit, but that'll be a good bit of data for Gareth and the crew to go back and have a chat. I think I can see Chris Spicer down there, the Shazzy man. He'll be twirling some spanners and figuring out what's going on. But nonetheless, so 3 months out of the seat, Chris, from your little program. What's happening there, and have you made any changes or changed up a few things on the combo?
Not really. We kind of just rely on the data from the weather and don't really change too much other than tyre pressures and a few minor adjustments. And yeah, we seem to be getting quicker and quicker each time. Off the trailer, it usually does a 750. And now we're getting down to the 730s. So without changing anything mechanically too much, it's a fun ride, as you've seen before. And she's a handful when she wants to be, and sometimes she'll go straight and behave, but other times, it's a bit wild.
Yeah. Well, there's sort of a calendar week between the front wheels and the back wheels as well, so it sort of takes a little bit of time to get the message across, right?
Yeah, and 60 foot, she's still in the air, and once she touches down, it's either pointing straight or it's at the wall.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like such a great inviting option. Everyone should be racing these things, right? Yeah. Like you said before, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a price you pay for a bit of style as well, mate. So it's a great looking car.
Yeah, no, and everyone seems to look inside the cabin, sees me look with my legs over the diff, and everyone says, no way.
Yeah.
But that's the last thing on my mind. I've got everything in front of me to keep it nice and straight and do my job, and then everything's sweet.
It's a credit to you. I mean, if those of you listening or here at the track, if you've never seen Chris' car, the Denny Family Racing front engine dragster, when they're not trying to turn it around, just maybe head down there and have a look. It is a beautifully well presented vehicle with a lot of history as well, right?
Yeah, we got it from the Lay family. It was originally Chelsea's car, and then he had it up for sale, and we jumped at the opportunity because we wanted to get back into it in some form. And I fell in love with FEDs, with Blake Racing. Really good friends with him and their family, and we just found that car, and we flew up. I fit in, and it was a done deal. So
beautiful.
That was the only determining factor. If I didn't fit, we weren't buying it. So.
That tends to be a fairly governing factor, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does.
In most cases, you probably made your mind up whether you want it or you don't, until you actually feel comfortable in it.
Yeah.
But you know, I think, how long have you had the car now for?
A little over 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you've certainly hit the ground running, and as I said, during your run, you've taken home a little bit of silverware from Sydney Dragway as well.
I have.
So, you know, definitely it's been a good car for you so far, and it's fantastic that you're getting obviously more comfortable in the car as well now, and developing your maintenance schedules and that sort of stuff to keep it running as you want it to. And you know, I think that the setup of the car, I've sort of hinted during the run and noticed that you're not running a very big rear tyre on that car in terms of width in comparison to what some of the other cars are running.
No. So that was from Greg, from Rolly's car even. They've brought it here today, and that car still runs the same size tyre, the 10.5, and he reckons he'll crack a 680 out of it. So at 220, so car's more than capable of going faster. Obviously, the small block setup is limited to how fast I can go. But when you see that car out, Rolly's car, you'll see just how fast these things can go. Just basically with a big block blower. And they have the potential to go a lot faster, but they get a bit squirrely.
It gets a bit interesting at the big end. I can imagine. So
even before that crosswind, right, that last 50 metres, she pushed around a little bit. So
we did notice a few of the cars going to be altered and whatnot moving around down there. So certainly, there's a lot more to it than just what people assume. You know, get in there, put your foot to the floor, and just go straight in a straight line. It's keeping it in a straight line.
At 280 and at the last 50 metres when you're going at your fastest, and the car wants to slide a bit, and go to the left or right, depending on which way, and you've got to be very switched on.
It's a bit of puckering going on. Very cool. Very cool.
Tie that in with a no shoot, and
you've got it all going for you. Awesome. Well, Chris, mate, thank you for joining us up here for a bit of a chat. I think we might get you back a little bit later on, or we might keep you around while the funny cars are running. Actually,
if you got time,
if you got time,
I think I've got time till we pack the chutes and go again.
Yep. Well, you're welcome up here for as long or as little as you like, and we'll get some action. So we'll be.
I think the tractor is being parked, and I think we're not too far away from giving Morris McMillan the fire up signal.
So we're going to do exhibition passes with the Outlaw funny cars here from Aeroflow Performance. Of course, this black Chev is an amazing looking bit of gear. It's been ridiculously quick in the quarter as well. So being an Outlaw car, it's a single mag combination, 413 cubic inches. But of course, quite a sprinkling of nitro in there to make the magic happen.
Do you have any plans of running nitro in your car at all, Chris? I have to ask.
Ooh,
At some point, maybe not.
Oh, if I get a ride in a car, yeah. But this one, I think I'll just keep it to methanol.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Come on, just a little bit in there, it's fine. It'll be fine.
With everything in front of me, I'll know what happens first. But yeah, it's too nice of a car to do that just yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
In the future, yeah, I won't rule anything out, but yeah, I've got a lot to live up to. I've got to beat my wife's time and speed one day. So.
Fair enough. Here we go. Here's a bit of crackle for you, folks. Bang smash.
It's nothing better.
No, it's pretty good. Yeah, big Outlaw supercharged guys are awesome, but yeah, that extra bit of crackle, something different.
This is the first time I've got to see the Coca-Cola car come back too. That's there's a lot of nostalgia there with the Walford family.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far away from seeing Morris McMillan run down the Aeroflow lane here at Sydney Dragway for Bangers and Mash, our first Nitro pass of the day. The Nitro Express 57 Chev, the flagship of the Outlaw Funny Car series out of the Aeroflow workshop here.
Yep, there's definitely, they still do run as an Outlaw Funny Car, but it's not necessarily strictly NHRA nostalgia Outlaw Funny Car anymore with these cars, so we get to sort of do what we like a little bit. A little bit of a wander over to the left, but a 540 with a 3 at 284.9 miles per hour for McMillan in Nitro Express.
Yeah, just over a second to the 60-foot mark. That first foam block was 1:09, I think it was. The time is flicked over pretty quick, but that, I think, looked a very decent first pass for the team.
Certainly. I think I saw a cherry on the tree, though, so, you know, might have to have a chat to the boss man about that. we can't let him get away with everything, you know, all the praise, right?
Just because he's the boss.
Yeah. No, all good, but great to see Nitro Express making a pass out there. We love hearing the Nitro burning its way down Sydney Dragway. It is our home track, so we love to be here, and we've got a few more of them to come.
Our next pair out, we have Graham Frawley in King Kong, the Trans Am.
Yep, G-Man stepped up to do steering. He's often behind the keyboard and doing some crew chiefing and car chiefing and whatnot with the big show cars with Justin Walsh.
Graham, a very experienced racer in sportsman categories, and you know, won multiple events and I think a few Australian modified championships in there as well. And great to see him take the opportunity given to him to get behind the wheel of this fantastic looking Trans Am funny car, taking on Justin Walsh this time around in the Terminator.
Good, strong burnout there from Frawley.
Walsh, a little bit more businessman-like in his burnout. What sort of RPM do you reckon they're doing there, Pat, in the burnout? It certainly seems certainly up there for a Nitro car.
It's definitely getting up there, but you know, to be honest, Bushy, I've never asked the question. I've never actually asked the question of what RPM they get to in that one. I think there's just a bit too much else going on. You know?
That's fair. That's fair.
There's a lot going on there, but I mean, Justin's of course got the job of adjusting, you know, his start line procedure, his expectations, what's going on in that car, because he's come out of a big show car, normally running the Hearts Paint Supplies big show Nitro funny car, and now he's in still Nitro, still 4,000 horsepower.
Yes.
But it's not exactly 10 or 11, right? So yeah, it's a bit of an adjustment. Physically smaller vehicles as well. compared to the Big Show cars. So yeah, he's got a bit of an adjustment to do down there to get Terminator down the strip.
Both cars into pre-stage. Both into full stage now. Nice leads from both cars. Almost identical to the 60-foot. What a fantastic race. 12 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Pat, 577 with a 1 for Frawley to a 576 at 237 for Walsh.
What
in
a
the
heads-up Nitro race there. That is what we've come to know and expect from the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars. So a big round of applause for the crew for getting all of those out there on track. So great job, guys, and a big thanks to Graham and Wendy Cowan for putting on such a show for us here at Sydney Dragway.
That was absolutely fantastic, Pat. 12 10,000ths across the finish line.
Yeah. What do you think, Chris? You up for the challenge, mate?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out.
No, okay, all right. Yeah, all right, fair enough. Good.
Wouldn't say no if it was offered to you.
No, it's probably a lot to get your head around, being in a full-bodied car with everything in front of you as well.
Yep.
I haven't sat in one yet, but definitely, if the opportunity come along, I wouldn't say no.
I don't think you'll find a racer that would say no, to be honest. So, they might be thinking it, but you still got to say yes, right?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So I asked a question once, and Graham politely told me, he goes, "Oh, I think you're a bit too tall." So, had nothing to do with the fact that I was too heavy, but
at least he didn't knock your skill.
No. That was the nice way of letting a guy down, right? But no, awesome to see those numbers up there on the boards as well. So what a close pass that was. A 576 to a 577 with a 1.
Both dead straight.
Yeah, that was great. Right. I'm sure there was a lot more going on inside the cab.
Yeah, they look straight from here.
Yeah.
Through the clutch dust and fume.
Yep. Certainly, I know. I've asked Morris about it before when they stepped into the new Big Show cars. Because the difference when you get out, sort of past half track, and the clutches start to really lay into the back of them. The clutch dust is so thick in the cabin that it just goes dark.
Yeah,
wow. You just all of a sudden, no worries. Okay, you've got tinted stuff on the perspex and everything on the body. But then halfway down, it's like the sun goes away because there's just so much going on in there. And he said the difference between the Outlaw cars and the Big Show cars is all back half. Yeah. So the front half is not that much different, apparently, but they apparently just don't stop. Coming out the back with the Big Shows. But
well, like you say, I mean, you've got more than double the horsepower there between the two different cars. But both those cars there were 9.7s to the 60, so it's definitely strong launches off the start line.
Yep.
I mean, the Big Show cars are probably 890s or in that region.
Yeah, it's all limited, and it's been because we have such limited running with those cars. Everything is working to the track.
Yes.
So it all depends on the weather and if all the planets align, then you're going to get them in there. But most of the time they're running pretty similar to what the Outlaws were in the 60-foot. So. And of course, the Outlaws are running the top fuel size tyre now as well, so very, very similar. But up next, we've got a JB in a Topolino.
That we do. At John Summerarch down there in the fair Topolino, this nitro-fueled Hemi. It's been being constructed for a few years now, and John getting to the point where he's completed the build and is going through his licensing procedure.
Yeah, I believe he made at least one pass yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
According to Dad, he did I think a half pass yesterday evening.
I was talking to Shane earlier this morning about it, and he said, just fine-tune it, and he'd be happy to get a 9.
Yep.
And then it's quite a quick car. So it's probably a low 7.6 car.
Yep.
Probably more 6. And then he's just finding his feet, and he reckons they'll get something out of it today. And he'll be happy.
Yeah, I think Well, I mean, it's a bit of a handful as well, you know, because John's stuck with, you know, the shorter wheelbase. I think it's like a 96 wheelbase or something like that.
Short.
Like it's a short car, so when you say finding your feet, he doesn't have to look very far.
Yeah.
It's right in front of him, you know. So he's going to. They've done a great job to get this combination together. I know the race team boys have helped out with some bits and pieces, getting the fuel system sorted. Shane Williams down there, of course, working on it. We've got the car fired up. The body goes down. Get a bit of adjustment, but it's certainly a bit of a learning curve for JB. It's a bit different to a manually shifted supergas car, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And the rears will try and overtake the front every day of the week.
Yeah. Short, sharp burn out there for JB, which is okay. Tyres look like they were cleaned up, not wet anymore, so no big smoke, but it's done what it needed to do. I think I remember talking to Shane and JB previously. I think they were a little bit on the fence about, oh, should we do the push to get this car happening and whatnot. It's been a big passion project for JB for a long time. But sometimes things all just get a little bit too hard and whatnot. But I hear GC got in his ear a bit as well. He goes, "Come on, mate! Come on, mate! It's Nitro. Let's go." You know, what has to happen? So I know the boys got they flowed his pump and fixed up a few things and all that sort of thing. So it's good to see that like we were talking about, the camaraderie in drag racing is still there.
Yes.
No matter how long you've been doing it, right? It's like, hey man, you want to do something cool? Well, let's make it happen.
I think certainly in this sport, and I'm sure Chris will back me up here, it's not just an individual thing. You know, you've got your friends around you that might encourage you to move in a direction that you might be a little bit unsure, and they're providing their assistance to get you to that next level. And I think this is one of those projects. John leaving nicely.
That is nice and straight down there.
Yeah,
well
dead
done.
straight.
Good shut off at half track.
Getting out of the throttle at half track, just under 5 seconds, 124 mile an hour. Absolutely nothing wrong with that for a half pass.
Yep. I think everyone's going to be pretty happy.
That was tracking very well.
Yeah. Looked like it might have started to get a little bit of a shimmy up around that half track mark, but that's the car hasn't gone that far under power so far, so still a little bit of testing and tuning to go. But I think JB knows the odd chassis guy here and there, right? So
I think so.
He knows someone who can help him out with it.
Stipo.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Stepanovic back in the Pontiac. So these guys will be in the Nostalgia. I believe it's NHRA True Nostalgia funny car. Darren Carter, of course, great to see him. That name back in a funny car up in Sydney Dragway, so it's been a long time coming. I know the Carter Motorsport crew have put a big effort together to get that back together. So yeah, really cool.
Yeah, loving the retro paintwork on the Darren Carter car down here in the Rocket Lane, looking absolutely splendid and very fitting, of course, for today's racing.
Absolutely, and obviously a big shout out to old Jungle Jim on the side there, Jim Carter. So great to see nostalgia from every point of view.
Yes.
The combination, the styling, the names, it's all working.
It's evoking many memories right now. Of course, I've got, I think, a VHS tape of, I think it was the 95 Nationals at Calder Park.
Yeah, okay.
It was a pretty spectacular incident with Darren and Keith Aegis, I think it was.
Aegis,
It often makes many highlight reels.
Yep.
For good and bad reasons, depending on how you're looking at it. But in terms of being spectacular, it was definitely one of those moments. And yet another example of where the crews can come together. They thrashed for a good hour to get Carter's car back together for the final.
Yeah.
It was pretty rough and ready, but it didn't make a pass in the end. But they got it running.
They got it there.
And able to come out and do a burnout, I think.
Yep.
Just to get down the racetrack for that final pass of that event to try and claim a national event.
It's risking it for the biscuit. You've got to risk it for the biscuit.
Exactly right.
Talking about RPM on the burnout, Chris Stepanovic, no stranger to it there.
Well, I mean, Chris, another racer that's been around for a long, long time in drag racing circles, sort of comes into the sport and then might sort of park the car for a bit and then come back when he has the time and the funds, because obviously now running a car such as this, it's a fairly hungry beast in many ways.
Oh yes.
And not an easy car to maintain.
No, it certainly takes all those people around you and some fairly deep pockets to go rounds in these things. So it's good to see they've made the commitment to bring it up here. And like we keep saying, if there's a couple of guys that have got a car and one might sort of push the other and go, "Hey man, what are you doing with that thing? Like, it's gathering too much dust. Let's get it out." Like, "Oh, all right. What are we doing with yours?" And everyone goes, "Oh, I'll get mine out if you get yours out."
I've got some spares if you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So make it happen. All right, both cars into pre-stage. We've got Stepanovic in full stage. Carter joins him straight behind. Nice reaction time from both. Bit of a pedal from Stepanovic, but he's getting on after it. Carter drops the chutes. Keeps everything nice and safe. A 7:108 at 146 miles per hour. 7:59 at 140 for Stippo.
I think I heard a bit of a pop there out of one of those cars. I don't know. You guys have got the cans on. You might hear through the track mics, but I think I heard a bit of a bang out of one of those cars there. So hopefully, nothing untoward.
Yeah, hopefully.
Stepanovic around the bottom end of the racetrack without the parachute not coming out there, but certainly not carrying the speed.
No, and Carter looks like he's stopped just at the end of the.
Yeah, right on the corner there. You can see on the big screen.
In
Thank
the
you,
braking
Adam.
area, but I don't think there's any huge concerns. I think he's just had the shootout early and it just run out of momentum to get him on the way.
All right, guys. I'm going to get out of my race suit.
Chris Denny, thank you very much for your time, mate. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I was quite surprised when you turned up here. You're still in the full suit. That's talking about professional.
Oh, yeah. It was straight out of the car and straight up here.
Yeah,
staying in character for sure.
Yeah, that's it. Well, head back down, get that car turned around. I'm sure the crew's onto it. And, we'll look forward to seeing you make a few more passes today.
And hopefully you see that red chute loom.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely. No, good on you, mate.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, just while we've got a couple of minutes of downtime here, thank you very much to Chris Denny for making his time available to come up here and have a bit of a chat with us. Much appreciated, mate, and wish you all the very best for the rest of the afternoon's racing. Just got a message through on our Facebook page that tonight's Cars Under the Stars collaboration has been cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. So if you were wanting to take part in that, the Cars Under the Stars has been cancelled for this afternoon, and of course the Bangers and Mash is still going ahead as per usual. And if you're not here at Sydney Dragway, you can get your tickets online or at the gate. But tonight's Cars Under the Stars has been cancelled.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the track's being cleaned up from the big end there. Make sure that all safety's good. And you can hear a bit more nitro. So we've got another exhibition pass here. We've got, of course, Maurice McMillan. He's got double duties. He's back into Psycho, that's right. And then we've got Wombi, who's one of our favourites from the race team. He's out in the light horse altered, the T-bucket. Great to see him back out in his own car, burning nitro.
Yeah, you mentioned the word passion project,
yes,
with John Summerage, and I think Steve Brown's altered another one of those things where big rev at the end of the burnout for Maurice McMillan.
Yeah, there's a lot of passion down here. You know, Wombi's constantly rebuilding cylinder heads and crewing on the funny car teams, but he does find a bit of time every now and again with the rest of the crew helping him out. Jamie Robertson has been down there helping put it back together, and Gareth and Maury and Spud have all been involved in getting that car ready for this. And he said to me candidly, actually, he goes, I don't really care if I make a pass, but if someone takes a photo of me pulled up next to Psycho at the start line, I'll be happy.
That's what he wants. Yeah. That's the deal for the day. Exactly. I'm sure that many of our photographers down there on the start line are more than capable of allowing that to happen.
I will oblige him. And of course, there's no introduction needed, but we'll do one anyway. Psycho is Graham and Wendy Coward's own. It's the car that started the whole rocket journey, basically.
Yeah.
You know, they sold that car so they could get the business going, and of course this is a very wild tribute to that car itself. It's definitely a wild ride, that's for sure. So we'll see Morris wrangle it.
Such a fantastic looking car as well. Captures the imagination of many. 140 on the tree for Morris. A nice leave. A little bit of a wonder at half track there, Pat, but what a nice pass. 583 with a 6.
Gathered it up
wow.
Beautifully. 247 miles per hour on a nitro-powered shopping trolley, effectively. And you've got Steve Wombi Brown down there, 705 with a thread, 195 mile per hour. First time out in a long time. Great result. So big thanks to everyone involved for putting on that Nitro show for us. Huge thanks as always to GC and Wendy for bringing their cars out here and putting on a show for us. So great to see them out. And geez, I'm so happy for Wombi to make that pass as well. That car was super straight. Did exactly what he needed to do.
Do you know what his PB is?
I don't know what his PB is, but
that's one of the strongest passes I've seen out of that car here.
Absolutely.
I don't get to all the private test days and all that sort of stuff, but definitely in the public arena, that's one of the strongest passes I've seen out of that car. So congratulations to that team. Also, of course, to the Aeroflow team. They've put on a fantastic show with all their cars, and hopefully they come back around. You know, the passes are all clean once they get back to the pits, and just basic routine maintenance required. And we're looking forward to round number 2. So that's definitely a fantastic thing to look forward to. Get on your phones, get on social media, get all your friends out to Sydney Dragway. There's still plenty of time for them to get out here for the afternoon. We've had a bit of a taste of all our categories here today. Of course, we can see plenty of variety in the cars that are on display, the cars that are racing down the racetrack. You know, this is what today is all about, is bringing out cars that we don't normally see here at Sydney Dragway.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, a lot of these cars don't really fit into, as we see JB coming back down the return road there in his great bit of kit down there. Canned heat, I love it.
Yes, apparently it's a band. Banned from the day, yes, but fantastic to see John out here living the dream, of course, and getting that project completed on the racetrack.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, no, it's great to see a lot of these cars back out here. A lot of vintage races that don't really fit into a category anymore. That we've got an opportunity to get them out here, and just these cool street cars as well that have come back out. So back into the nostalgia street category. As you see, Damien Flood and Clint Edwards make a pass down there. A bit of Holden versus Ford rivalry happening.
Yep. from 1966 and 64. So this battle well and truly could have actually happened.
That's right,
Probably at Castlereagh
Yep.
back in the day.
I think that battle would have happened just out on the Hume Highway.
Well, yeah, well, yes, possibly, good chance. 13.76 with a 9 for Flood to a 14.9 for the Falcon, which is a little bit quicker than what we saw in the first pass by a fair shot.
Yep. Looked a bit cleaner.
Yes.
I think in the first pass it was a bit rich. So Adam De Maria back down in the little EJ sedan.
All right, let's see if Adam can do a cleaner pass this time around. It didn't seem as good as he would have liked in the first pass, but
yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. We don't know exactly the combination that's don't know the combination that's under the hood.
Yes.
On this one for Adam this time round, so maybe not quite the same as it was previously, but nonetheless he's back out here having a good time. Gets away with a 2.4 60 foot. Straight as you like. Down the Aeroflow lane for Adam De Maria.
And a 16.19 at 83 mile an hour. Moving into our hot rod class for the second round of qualifying.
All right, Andrew McClelland in the 34 Ford Coupe up against Bryce Stubing in the 32 Coupe. Stubing away with a nice reaction time, 155. Got a little bit of a gap there, but it looks like McClelland's going to have the horsepower. Round him up around half track. He's going to lead the way on down through the chute there, 11.56 with a 4, 120 miles per hour to a 13.41 with a 6 at 100 miles per hour.
Our next pair up, we'll have Darren Abella from Toongabbie in the Ford Anglia, 350 Chev, just with the supercharger on top. An iconic car of the Sydney street rodding scene. Taking on Peter Grant in the Hamstar. A long time since we've seen Peter. He came out from the first round of qualifying, and unfortunately there was none of the details in the computer. But
no, and it had a wild hop off the line, and it was a bit of a excitement.
Abella this time around, 11.77 with a 1, so a little bit quicker than his 11.90 from the first pass. And Peter Grant, a 14.63. He also went quicker by around 4/10, so that's a fair improvement.
I think that was all in the 60 foot,
yeah,
quite frankly, so really good. And Peter Tree's back again, so sans roof on this pass, which is probably wise. Good to see that there was no significant issues with the car after a little mess up with the vinyl roof.
I think you'll be disappointed that he now has to replace the roof.
The car's still straight, everyone's happy, everyone's safe, and it's back here for another
pass.
It's
a nice day, the sun's out. Have a look at the candy paint on this car. It's come alive in this sunlight.
Not to mention the gold plating and all the bits and pieces in the engine bay as well. It is a beautiful looking car.
You're blinded by all the bling.
Definitely a different way of going about things. Stephen Dawson, who had a really nice pass there as well, at 11.88. So a slight improvement from him in the Ford pickup.
Pretty consistent there for Dawson. So showing a good promise for the first round of racing a little bit later on.
Yes.
Next up, we'll have Troy Rolls in the 32 Ford Coupe, taking on Dylan Evers in the 28 Ford Tourer. Rolls a quick machine, this one, running 11.50 in the first pass. 158 to the 60. That is one quick street rod.
Moving. Yeah.
And a 10.60.
126 mile per hour. That is no slouch.
Thank you very much.
You want to see a hot rod?
Yeah.
That's a hot rod.
Yeah.
Dylan Evers as well, 14.25 on that beautiful little golden rod down there.
Good to see the Clevelands making a comeback. There's more
there is
351
quite a few Clevos
here this morning. Alan Pepper.
Alan Pepper here. It's a 37 Ford, that one that you were...
Thank you very much, Bob. You gave me the heads up on that. Of course, listening to the commentary, but very nice Ford Roadster there for Alan Pepper. 351 Cleveland on board for him. I think this pass is going to be a little bit quicker than the previous one.
Perhaps.
Yeah, by about a second and a half.
Yep.
16:07, 85 mile an hour. And Rebecca Davis, unfortunately,
rolled the beam a little early there, so we didn't get a time on that one for Rebecca Davis. But nonetheless, we'll be back around again.
Next up.
Trevor Beck. Yeah, sorry, I was going to say the Chev Master back around again. And that beautiful 5 window from John Dyer there. I mean, yeah, we say beautiful on one car and not the other. It's sort of, we're not telling the whole story there. There's a lot of beautiful cars rolling through here at Sydney Dragway. Bangers and Mash is the event you're watching if you're tuned into the live stream. Oh, John Dyer just gets a little cherry on the tree there.
Yeah, went after the reaction time.
Yep, but we are still in qualifying, so no major foul there. So here's Peter Trees in that crazy-looking T-bucket. Check out the gold work and the paint work. There's a lot going on there with that car. We're glad that he's brought it out.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. Next up, we have Greg Bush down there from Rylstone in the 35 Ford Tourer. 351 Cleveland, another Cleveland. Taking on Alan Odgers in the 32 Ford pickup. Now, we saw Odgers get very crossed up on the head of the throttle in the first round of qualifying.
Still running a side valve engine.
Yes.
As well.
So if you look at the cubes on it,
272 side valves. Pretty spicy. No wonder it turned the tyre. Get away a lot cleaner this time. And Bushy, your dad is out in front.
Yeah, he's out in front right now. Gets the good reaction time for him, a 3:96. He's going to lead all the way to the finish line, a 15:56 with an 8. So that's a fair improvement over the 16:20 that he ran on the first run.
You have to ask him how he turned it up. An extra 5 mile per hour at the big end there.
Yeah, I know. He's been tinkering with distributors and bits and pieces. So yeah, hopefully he might have found a little bit of an issue in that in the first run, perhaps because being the responsible,
of course,
mature age man that he is, drives sensibly on the road.
What are you trying to say?
I'm telling it how it is.
Very good, very good. So no sneaky Pete action happening.
Well, not that he tells me.
Yeah. Well,
that's up to him.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so Kerry Stewart now in the Austin A40 taking on Anthony Mastroianni down there in the A model. We saw Anthony rip out an 8.89 with a 145 mile an hour pass in this A model Roadster. Now, clearly it is probably one of the more race built type cars that we've got in the bracket here for Hot Rod. Kerry Stewart down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep.
Equally so.
Not to cut you off or anything, Bushy, but I think everyone in the stands, give a big round of applause to Wombi for getting his altered down the strip there. Good on you, Dad. It's good to see. That's just what we call him. He's not actually my dad. But it's great to see him back in the car. So, bloody good work, Wombi. And Anthony Mastromoro back out on the track there. An 054 light, and it crossed through for a 921 at 138. So a little bit slower in ET and mile per hour on this pass. But we have had just a big change in the weather conditions as well.
Yeah, it's weird. You get one cloud, don't you? And it's
and that can affect these cars that are obviously finely tuned for specific situations. But great to see. Check out that 5 window. That's a great looking thing, isn't it, Bushy?
Very, very nice.
Cool combination.
Halo brand wheels on it too.
Quite possibly. Very, very nice. Right, next up, we should have Steve Fleming in the Model T up against James Minas in also a Model T. These are our vintage, veteran and vintage speedsters. Okay, yep. So, was it James, or are we left to right in the timing screens? I think. I'm just trying to remember, because we didn't have the details on the gentleman in the rocket lane last time out. But either way, he's back up at the line, and we'll see, because this thing got out
Yeah, Fleming a little bit quicker here from all the way from Westbury in Tasmania. I think that should be definitely highlighted.
Oh,
that
yes.
is an effort and a half. I know we've got a couple of races over from New Zealand.
Yeah, yep.
They're fantastic to have them here. But
it's just
Fleming
about as
also
far.
had to come.
He had to cross water.
Cross water to get here, and probably distance-wise, it's probably very similar
It's
actually.
probably not too dissimilar, yeah.
Admittedly, didn't have to come through customs, but
Well,
you know.
yeah. Sometimes. You gotta watch those Tasmanians.
Fleming out in front at the moment with the 200 cubed 4-cylinder.
Yeah, James Menace following just behind there in 1862 with a 3 at 35 miles per hour. Oh no, sorry, this is the next vehicle we didn't have the details on. T55 in the Aeroflow lane. This thing was a bit of a handful.
Yeah, it got a bit crossed up, didn't it?
Yep. Oh, okay, we've got one of them.
Yeah, he's missed the turn off.
The gentleman from Tasmania is on his way back to
He's
Tasmania.
heading south. Heading south.
That's it. So, missed the early exit gate down there, but that's okay.
I'll be around the top end in just a few moments.
Yep.
All right, our next pair rolling up to the start line.
Okay, so Alan Miller back again in that 28 Chevrolet.
I wonder if he can flat change these things back.
Oof.
That'd be risky.
It'd be some interesting sounds coming from the gearbox, I think, if you gave it a go, mate.
Yeah, followed by a bang.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Not a
all
bad
right.
light from the racer in the Aeroflow lane. 150, that's pretty decent.
I like it.
In a car that would not react as quick as you probably think it would.
Probably not, no.
But 150 is not a bad reaction time. Out in front still across the finish line, 14:42 with a 6:35 miles an hour.
Also, 60-foot time. There's modern street cars that don't 60 foot better than that. So, you know.
Yeah, good show there from our vintage racers. It's good to have them on board here for today's action.
Absolutely, we're back around to Nostalgia Gas. I believe we're on qualifier number 2. We've got Damien McGlynn there in the HG, up against Mark Playfair in the WB Ute. So a nice pairing as well. This Ute from Playfair is a pretty tough thing. Off chop. The plates on the back of it.
Quite like the gold paint too. Gold bronze, I guess you'd say.
Bit of like a Tiger Mica sort of.
That's the one I'm looking for. Thanks, Pat.
BT Commodore sort of factory colour, but probably a little bit of a tweak there. I don't think I ever saw a VT look quite as good as that in the sun, to be honest. All right. Pretty solid burnouts from the pair of them there. Damien McLean in that 383 small block powered HG Holden. Is it a Premier or a Kingswood? Don't know.
I hate to admit you asking the wrong person.
All right, so an 059 red for McGlynn on that. So he just needs to give it that tiny little beat for when he comes around into eliminations later on, or that red's going to cost him. 1072 at 123 for Playfair in the Ute, and 1138 for McGlynn in the Aeroflow lane.
Ah, that's Bill Hatsey.
Bill Hatsey,
Now,
yes.
Bill was out here on Wednesday night.
Ah, was he? Did
Yep.
a couple of practice laps.
He did. He did. I think he's running fairly quick as well.
Yep.
Like 1080s or thereabouts, if memory serves me correct. Bill's one of our regular racers. He has a number of cars, so sometimes it's a guess at what he's going to turn up in. 004 on the tree.
Very nice.
For Bill Hatsey in the Aeroflow lane, leading the way for Blake Court. Hatsey across the finish line, 11.14 with a 5, 122 miles an hour.
And a 12.29 with an 8 at 109 for Blake Core in HQ Ute. A nice basic combination there, 350 Chev. Really cool little patinaed sort of cruiser. Very, very nice. We've got this tough Falcon Ute back out here with a 427 Windsor of Ken Sidon. This come over from Brighton on the Sands today, up against Peter Begonia in the VK Commodore, 308 power. See him get away. Begonia's on the light. He does get away cleanly. Ooh, looks like Ken Sidham's had a little bit of a bubble and a hiccup there, but the car seems to be still well under its own power.
That VK left very nicely, Pat.
Yeah.
170 to the 60 through to the finish line. 11:33 with a 5 at 120.
You know what they say, Bushy? Never late in a 308. All right, very, very nice. Ben Matthews back in this very clean 6-litre HD Holden. It was quite a quick unit last pass out, I think, if I remember correctly. And Gary Nicholson in that 460 powered big block Ford Mustang from Madawi.
I know whose car that is. I think it's Bernie Leeson, I think. Used to commentate across the road back in the day when we had the drags.
Okay.
Because it's got the Swarfega sponsorship on the side, if my memory is correct.
951 with a 3 at 138 miles per hour for Matthews to a 1024 for the Mustang in the Rocket Lane. Okay, next pairing, we're back into the Holden versus Ford rivalry. Philip Pratt with the XY Fairmont down there, 351 powered Clevo, up against Peter Attard in the 1-tonner. Right, bit of a wiggle off the line for Pratt in the Aeroflow lane, but he will lead the way down the strip there. 1-tonner trying to give chase, but doesn't quite get there. 11.68 with a 7, 115 miles per hour to a 12.25, 109. Couple of clean passes. Okay, David Matasevic back in the Ford Cortina in the Rocket Lane, up against Tony Di Maria in the XY. So we've got Ford on Ford action happening here. 363 Windsor up against the 393 Clevo. Should be a good pass, this one. Both very fierce contenders. Matasevic just taking his time to get in. Maybe a bit of mind games happening there. 0.10 reaction time in the Rocket Lane to an 0.69. Both races on the tree there. Looks like the Cortina is going to edge its way out. And it does, a 10.58 at 125 to an 11.06 with an 8 at 119 miles per hour for Di Maria. Okay, Dominic Radish back in the VG Valiant hardtop. Beautiful looking car. Up against Steve Ryman in the 440 Dodge. So I don't think we got a bit of a better launch from the Valiant on this pass. Nice clean straight run, and Steve Ryman with a little bit of steering to be done down there, but he gets away with an 11.49 with a 2 at 117 to 11.59 with a 9 for the Valiant Aeroflow lane. Good to see David McNamara back out here in the VC Valiant. He had some little bother at the start line, the last pass, so they've got that car turned around and back up again. Peter Villaris, of course, in the XT Falcon. Manually shifted, wheel standing, steering, all of it going on as it makes a pass down the track here. So let's see what sort of show he puts on for us. Whoa, a lot of movement in the first sector of the race there, but gathers it up, pulls it back into the centre line. He crosses for a 9.56 with a 3, 143 miles per hour to an 11.33 with a 3 at 117 for McNamara. That XT Falcon is always a good show. Absolutely love it. Okay, Joe Selby back in the Falcon. Up against Mark Elborn in the HQ Ute. So they've gone to the 308 in the Ute. Stepped up from the old 253. So there'll be still a little bit of learning going on for Elborn in the Ute. A few extra cubes. Gets away pretty cleanly, a 1:33 reaction time. It's a pretty close race as they head on down the track. Looks like Selby's going to have about a tenth or two in it. He does 11:54 with a 4 to 11:71 with a 3 for Elbourne. Okay, Steve Price in the XY Ute in the Aeroflow lane. 408 cubic inches of Cleveland goodness. Up against Sean Maher in that cranky little HB Tirana. 414 cubes of Chevy action. So just wait on Sean Maher to head forward into pre-stage. Price giving him plenty of time. Both going to bump in now. Nice reaction time from the pair of 0.15 to an 0.38. Maher certainly gets out of the hole a lot quicker there at 1:32.60 foot at 9:44 with a 5 at 1:41 to a 12.427. Nice ET. 112 miles per hour. All right, I think one of the founding members of the Clevo Mafia down here, Richard Matasevic, the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute, 434 cubic inches of Cleveland, powering that Ute. Is up against Adam Bowers, High Performance World HQ. No strangers to the line here at Sydney Dragway, these two. .033 reaction time to an 0.79. Matasevic's going to get out there, but Bowers may have some horsepower. Let's have a look and see what it ends up as. A 10.18 with a 6 at 1:33 for Bowers to a 10.52 with a 2 at 1:27. Very, very nice. All right, Kim White back out in the Bossa Nova, Chevy Nova. It's got a 454 big block on board and all of the tyre under the back quarters. So great, great styling, great looking car. And then Mark Marlin with that super cool, tough streeter, I think 69 Fairmont. Some RPM on board. Ooh, looks like, yeah, okay. It looks like we might have had a small failure from the Camaro, from the Nova, excuse me. But Marlin's made a nice pass, 11.42 with an 8 at 118 miles per hour. Just a little little souvenir for the crew member down there on the line. But looks like the Nova's going to make its way down to that early exit chute just past the finish line. Well, it doesn't look like we've had any major spills there, so track's looking clean. But okay, the Nova didn't make it to the early exit gate, so it's going to transit the whole length. All right, so we're just going to make sure that the track's all in good shape, and we'll get the Nova back down there, and we may just juck off for a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with more action here at Sydney Dragway for Bangers and Mash, nostalgia vintage drag racing.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One.
All right, as we work our way through more of the pairings down here, we've got Craig Warren in the LJ Tirana, back in the Aeroflow lane up against Rex Webster in that big block powered A40 ute. Oh, Rex had his door not quite shut there, so Brett White just getting that shut. Can't blame him really, there's so much shoehorned into that Austin, it would be difficult to close the door, I think, to be honest, without a bit of external help. 017 reaction time for Craig Warren there. Really nice, 10.37 with a 5 at 128. Webster runs through for a 9.58 in the Austin ute. All right, Dennis Matisic back in the Camaro. Oh, he's been given the shutdown on that. Looks like it might have a bit of an issue on that one. Charlie Adar just being told that he's going to go on a solo pass. So yeah, it looks like there might be a bit of a fire, or maybe a head gasket or something happening on the Camaro. Hasn't made any issues for Adar though. He gets out of there. An 017 reaction time, a 1.360 and an 8.88 with a 5 at 152 miles per hour. What a pass from Attard there. Looks like some pretty happy people down there at the start line as well. A really, really clean pass. Good to see. And hopefully nothing too much of an issue for Matisic down there with the Camaro, but looks like they will get it off the start line, maybe under its own power by the looks of things, which is always good. Yeah, not exactly sure what's happened with the Camaro down there, but maybe it's got might be a bit of a head gasket or something issue. But yeah, it did have a bit of a water leak last time. It made a pass, and this is the second time it's done it. So yeah, something not quite right under the hood of the Camaro. But Dennis will get that sorted, and he'll be back out again another time here at Sydney Dragway. Okay. So moving on to another pairing down here. We've got that angry HQ down in the Aeroflow lane. Back up against beautiful 37 coupe. Oof. Plenty of RPM on board for both cars, but yeah, Sam Moreau's 37 really sounding crisp down there. It's really interesting how similar engines can sound so different. You know, you've got 515 cubes in the I think it was 515 in the HQ. I haven't got my information on the screen there, and 600 odd in Moreau's 37. HQ just sounds like a real bruiser, just blunt force, and then Sam's car has got that crisp, high RPM sort of sound. So both gets the job done, and we'll see. HQ's always pretty entertaining going down the track as well. So let's see these awesome cars make a pass for you here at Sydney Dragway. The Bangers and Mash Nostalgia Vintage Drag Racing event. It's always a great turnout. Have a look at all those cars and the people up on the Eastern Hill. The show and shine. The sun is out. The cars are making passes. Ooh, double red light. 006 to an 032. Moreau will get out first of 116. 60 foot for Sam Moreau down there. 786, 175 miles per hour. He's got the big pink chutes out the back. Hauling it down 875 with a 7 at 153 for the HQ in the Aeroflow lane. All right. Brett O'Connor back out in the 70 Camaro. The big 636 cubic inch nitrous assisted engine. Up against Jack Moreau in little Ford Capri. 434 cubes, getting it done. Really tidy little car, that Capri of Jack's. So great to see it back up here at Sydney Dragway, and Brett O'Connor, no stranger to the track champs here at Sydney Dragway, really getting some mile per hour after it. We have seen 200 plus mile per hour from this car when he gets all the kits laid in, but we need the planets to align to make sure the car gets away cleanly. You can see there a little quick purge to make sure the bottle pressure is correct. Chemically supercharged combination. Jack Moreau in pre-stage. O'Connor meets him there. Both cars in full stage. Up on the two-step. Let's go. 0-1-0 to an 0-1-7 reaction time. Great on the light. Bit of a wander to the left for O'Connor, but brings it back in. Drops the chutes at 7.093 at 192 miles per hour. We'll get it done for O'Connor, and 8.87 at 149 for Moreau. Everyone's come with the game face on today. There's some great reaction times getting laid down there. All right, Stephen Jones in the T bucket. Up against Stephanie Heismans. He altered. Combination. Good to see Stephen Jones back around in this little T bucket. 400 cubes of Chevy power. Board. It's going to go up against Heisman's in the 509 cube big block. Definitely a couple of different ways to do a T bucket. You can see two of them down there on the line, Bushy.
Is there a right or a wrong way?
Nope.
No. And that's the beauty of...
Never any mention of right or wrong. Both competitors being brought up to staging beams.
We've got one of our crew members down there getting stuck to the racetrack. Have to do the start line shuffle where you stomp your feet so you don't stick to it.
Get about 0-1-2 reaction time from Heisman's, but good red on the tree for Stephen Jones, and didn't seem to want to leave the line there. That time. 8.05 with a 9 at 159 for Heisman's in the Rocket Lane. So nice, clean pass there. Very, very nice.
All right, this is yet another example of two different ways you can go altered racing. One with a bantam body on it, and one with a 27T. Of course, the 23 T bucket is Alan White in the Rocket Lane out of Fairfield West. Long-time racer down there, being backed by his grandson Jake. I'm going to joke and say, is sponsoring his grandfather? Yeah. It's Bank of Pop when Jake races in Junior Dragster, and when grandfather races, is he racing on Jake's funds?
Maybe it's just cheap labour.
Perhaps, perhaps. But no, good to see a family operation down there. We've touched on that a few times.
Yeah, generational races in both lanes.
Yes, so, yep. Yeah. And of course, Alan's son down there, Brett, the general manager here at Sydney Dragway. And in the other lane, Fiona Crisp, all the way out from Kilmore in Victoria, on board her new toy. Bits are altered.
Yep, very nice. And I think, is that Jess Turner down there crewing for her as well?
I think so, yes.
Yep. So plenty of talent behind the wheel in both lanes. Nice launch. Ooh, 005 for Alan White on the tree, red, to a 167, but a 758 with a 4 at 171 miles per hour for Crisp, and an 860 with a 5 for White in the Rocket Lane.
All right, our next pair going through their burnout, and that is Clint Noble in the Fiat Topolino.
Yep.
And Neil Dyson in the Ford Coupe.
We just mentioned Jess Turner. She's got double duties as well as, as backup girl with these 2 passes there.
You think they'd be considerate and put them in the same lane. But
yeah. making the quick run around to get Neil Dyson back into the groove. So yeah, we commented earlier on Clint Noble's Topolino there, looking like a really nice race car. So we're keen to see a bit more come from that car.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different approach with the wing too, Pat. It's down low rather than being up high. Normally with the Topolino, the shape tends to lean towards having a wing structure rather than a deck.
Yeah, it's a bit more of like a door car sort of wing on the back of it, isn't it? Yeah. I guess the body did have doors at one point.
Yes, I think that was suicide doors on that.
Yeah. 0.14 reaction time for Neil Dyson there in the 34 Coupe. Really nice pass, and he will get to the stripe first. An 8.31 with a 2 at 138 mile per hour. 8.59 at 151 for Clint Noble in the Topolino. Great to see.
So he's not too far. The earlier run was a 8.59 with a 0 there. So certainly pretty close in the ETs.
Yeah. Okay, we're back into front engine dragsters. So Mark Tanswell, of course, in Holden 6 up against Craig Davies in that 411 cube small block. I keep seeing these odd cubic capacities today. Bless you, Bushy. Lucky you turned the mic off there, mate. That one looked like it came out of your boots. Alright, so we've got Tanswell on a deep stage there. Did he really do a burnout? I'm not sure if he did a burnout. No,
he didn't. He just sort of came out of the water and rolled through.
So maybe just nursing something with that combination. But CJ goes through. He's got no 5.9 reaction time, an 8.32 at 159 miles per hour. So consistent as always, backing up from an 8.34. Okay, so next one we've got Chris Denny.
I was going to say that's not carbureted or a straight injection.
Nope. That is a blown small block. Very nice.
Taking on a supercharged 202.
Yep. Because why not?
Yep.
Yeah. Very cool. Both well presented vehicles down there. I think in Hawley's 202 power dragster, there's more engine and supercharger and intake.
Yes.
That's been prettied up compared to Chris Denny's car's got a little bit more bodywork to pretty up.
Sort of covering it up, I guess. Yep. But both looking absolutely splendid down there in the sunshine. Lots of aluminium polish being used, lots of chrome, lots of shiny paint. Which is, I guess, quite a different way of presenting a race car, you know, in compared to today's world where most things are, you know, black, you know, the serviceability, I guess, is more a focus rather than it being pretty. If I can put it that way.
Turnaround, Like I mean, there are some nice looking race cars out there, of course.
There are,
but yeah, it's certainly it's part of the whole package, right? When it comes to vintage dragsters, it's the cool paint, it's the wild engine setup, it's the cool styling, all that sort of thing. Whereas, and I mean, you know, you see that replicated in just the street cars of the time as well, right? It was a lot more about style and design back in, say, the 50s and the 60s, as opposed to now it's all about efficiency and, you know, what works and gets better fuel economy and all those sort of boring things. Another big wheels up for Chris Denny in the rocket lane there, but kept it a lot more straighter this time. A little cherry on the tree, but 762 at 176. So can't be too unhappy about that.
backing up his 762.
There you go.
And the shoot's out.
Yes, the shoot came out. Yes, everyone's very happy about that.
I know one person that's much more happier than the rest of us. All right, our next pair, Gary Durrington in the Aeroflow lane.
Back out with Peter Carlson in the Rocket lane, that 350 Chev powered combination. It's a good looking car as well, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like the full body cars. I mean, the open body or shorty body, I guess, is another way to go racing. But I feel that personally, I feel that the full body allows you to be a little bit prettier. I guess is just my opinion, of course.
Yeah. Everyone's entitled to it.
All right, so Carlton away first. Well, no, he wasn't. Durrington, 006 on the tree. He just left quicker than Durrington's car. But looks like Carlton will get the stripe on the finish line. 8.93 with a 3, 149 mile an hour.
To a 9.8 with a 33.
Yeah, wow.
Seeing some interesting numbers coming up here. All right, so Bob Sinclair back out in that 210 powered dragster. Really want to see this make a representative pass, because last time it just sort of walked off the line, didn't really get it done the way that they wanted to.
Just looking on our live stream there, Pat, we've got a viewer on Facebook watching from, you could nearly say the home of nostalgia racing, Bakersfield.
Yeah, very
in the
cool.
US. That's pretty cool.
Well, Michaelis, thanks for tuning in. And we've got, I think it's Mike Sampson from memory, tuning in from Knoxville, Tennessee, on the YouTube stream normally. He's a regular tuned in here at Sydney Dragway, so a big thank you for everyone, both near and far, tuning into the Sydney Dragway live stream.
And yes, Cruel Intentions, he's still going.
There we go, a bit more representative from Bob Sinclair.
Look at Welsh, 000 on the tree.
000, Matty Welsh, well done. Very nice. 8.53 with a 2 at 153 to an 8.33 with a 5 at 158 for Bob Sinclair in that 210 powered Holden. That is not bad at all.
I must thank our meeting director for that, because I heard him shout it out through the wall.
Yeah. Rolly's got his man.
All right, our next pair, John Kerr down there in the Mercury. Comment, only 289 cubes of Windsor. That's what he's telling us.
Well,
taking on Martin Stevenson over there in the HB Tirana. 091 to an 096. Stevenson with the slightly better reaction time, only 0.005 of a second.
Yep.
He's out in front at the moment. He's going to take the win on this qualifying run. 10.29 with a 5, 129 miles an hour to a 10.94 with a 5 at 124. As we get smoked out.
Monster burnout for Ash Haley. Back around in that Chevy Bel Air, up from Darnley, Victoria. Talk about leaving a couple of pretty tidy 11s down there. Ash Haley.
They get a bit wobbly towards the mid.
Yeah.
No, they're straightened out at the end.
Yeah,
they're wobbly in the middle.
All right.
Not being critical.
No.
Just calling what I see.
Absolutely. Adrian Kemp, of course, back out in that 377 tube cleaver. Nice little dry hop there. Get everything set. Do one more, maybe?
Yep.
Very cool. Good to see the gases back up again. Always entertaining. Bit of a staging battle happening here.
Yes.
In qualifying.
Sheep stations, remember?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's right. There we go. Here we go. Whoa, bombing the tyres. Ash Haley out of the hole there, but steers it, shifts out of that wheel spin, and he's going to run on through for a nice pass to a 9.36 with a 7 at 157 miles per hour to the 11.19 at 114 for Kemp in the Rocket lane. But yeah, all that wheel spin cost Haley quite a bit of ET compared to the last one.
Yeah.
Benjamin Love, not wanting to be outdone by a Mexican on the burnout stakes.
No.
He saw what Haley did last time and wanted to make sure that he put...
I'm wondering if that's the case of, same as for Haley there, the tyres being too hot.
Yeah, certainly can be. Yeah, it certainly can be, but, you know, it's worth it for the looks, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not, again, not knocking. Just saying.
There's never... we'll never
someone
knock
actually,
anyone for a big burnout.
Yeah, no, someone said on our live stream a little while ago on the Wednesday night, someone said, "Oh, he's overdone it in the burnout," and one of the other viewers said, "There's no such thing."
Is that a possibility?
There's no such thing.
Yeah. You know, if we want to put our technical hats on, yes, you can do too much of a burnout, but, you know, no one wants to hear that. No. All right, Michael Bennett back out in a big 58 Apache. This thing made 1,000 horsepower on like 3 PSI boost. I think he told me. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's a 632 cubic inch motor, you know, but it didn't take much to nudge the number. So I don't believe he's racing it with that sort of power in mind. But Benjamin Love goes through for a really nice 924 with a 5 at 144 miles per hour. Bennett off the gas early in the Apache, so something not 100% happy on that one.
Oh, it looks like he's pulling over to the side of the racetrack there for Bennett at the crest of the hill there. So saw a couple of issues there on the pass, and I don't know if the car...
Can't quite see if it is still moving. I think it may have stopped.
You can't see through my big head, that's why.
Get out of it, Bushy. No, it's fine. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the quad to...
oh, no.
Oh, he's got it going again. All right.
He was just waiting for Wes.
He had to ask Wes a question. He's like, oh, come on, mate. That's all good. Mike's got it going again, which is great. It means we can keep the action rolling here. So next pairing, we've got Andrew Barbara in the FE Holden up against Casey Johnson in the Falcon 500.
Both these two raced plenty times here at Sydney Dragway.
We'll just be waiting for Wes and the quad to get back into position. Here we go. We get these two racers down the track. So another Cleveland Bushy, 351 Clevo for Big Falcon 500 of Casey Johnson up against a 383 cube small block. Could you imagine if an FE Holden came out with a 383 cube small block back in the day? Wouldn't that be a wild thing?
If only. If only. And Barber gets there first, 12.16 with an 8.
And
98 mile an hour.
And a respectable 12.61 at 108 for Johnson. Eddie Tribula back out again in that 57 Chevy 210. I like how he's stuck with the 210 as well.
Yes.
He's not pretending it's a Bel Air or, you know, something like that.
True to its originality.
Yep.
Now, I think my father said to me last night, because you know that I'm a fiend for anglers, that this car was out of New Zealand. However, it's listed as Queensland.
Not sure.
Anyway.
Not sure.
Cool to see. Either way, they've travelled a fair way to get here, so it's awesome to see the angler here on the racetrack taking on Eddie Tribula in this not shy 57 Chevy.
No, that's right. Yep, take the flags out. That's good. All right. Yeah, Eddie putting on a bit of a show. He's got the lovely backup girls down there as well. Tyres in the air.
On both sides of the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. Grabbing gears. It gets on down there really nicely. An 880 with a 9 at 156 mile per hour for Tribula. 970 with a 4 at 136.
That little angler dwarfed by the 57 as it makes its way down the racetrack.
That's right.
Check out the burnout for the Willies of Damien Kemp. It's He's there somewhere.
Yeah, he's in there somewhere. Luckily, the car is so bright, we can still see him. There's a lot of smoke up here in the tower. But, yeah, not to be shown up. He's like, I can do a bit of burnout, and I don't need anyone to help me back up.
No.
That's Damien.
Secretly got a reverse camera.
Yep. 100%. All right, and we've got Kevin Landry, of course, down there in the sweet as bro. Doris the Morris. The great lace paint job.
Yeah, there's a 202 under the bonnet somewhere. I'm guessing the rear two cylinders, at least the rear two, would be
in the cabin,
inside the cabin, or on the wrong side of the firewall.
Yep. If a lead comes off, Kevin can just reach over and put it back on.
Yep. Did like sports sedan style.
Yeah. That's right.
All right, maybe that Windsor has left a bit of something on the racetrack down there where
the big burnout might have had it breathing a little bit. Breathing a little bit heavy. That doesn't seem like there's anything. Is there anything under the car now?
I don't know, but our fiery would make a good crew person.
Yeah. Matchy.
Matchy. It's nearly the same colour.
All right, there we go. Good news. So, Damien Kemp, big burnout, no problems. Back up to the line. Clean launch for both cars there, 120 to 165 reaction time. Kemp, of course, with the cubes is going to lead the way down the track, but Landry is still going to cross through for a 13.908 at 94 miles per hour. Big improvement, you know, a significant improvement from the previous pass of a 14.0 for Doris the Morris down there. All right, Matthew Moore back out in the Bel Air. 283 Chevy powered unit up against the Willies. This Willie's got pretty wild off the launch.
Yeah.
Last pass out. Let's see if it's.
Nelly said that's guaranteed, like a Nitro, to be a little bit crazy off the start on financial drag, so for example. But I tell you what, it's on a bit of a mission this run.
Yeah, a lot more tame off the, or a lot more stable, I guess, off the line, which is important. 11.33 with a 5 at 116.9 miles per hour to a 14.37.95 for the Bel Air.
See, it's a pretty big improvements here over the first round of qualifying. Pat, would be a little bit tricky coming into racing to pick dial-ins, but you know that's us being technical. It's all about getting out there and having fun and going quicker and quicker.
Well, that's right. And as we mentioned, you know, these cars don't get the opportunity to race as often anymore. So you certainly got to knock a bit of ring rust off, I guess you would say, after maybe being parked up for 6 to 12 months at least, right?
Yes.
You know, get your head around it and figure out what the car wants on any given day. You see the cars both in a full stage. Now we've got Phil Moore in the 54 Bel Air. Wayne Edwards getting that front left tyre well in the air as he motors on down the track. It is a nice pass as well. It's going to cross through for a 10.125.129. So a little bit slower, but pretty close to previous pass. A 13.97 at 97 miles per hour for Phil Moore.
All right, Simon Atrahim down there in the 55 Chevy, taking on Brent Emanuele
from Birdwoodton in Victoria. That's a bit of a mouthful. Birdwoodton. Birdwoodton.
Yeah, it's all, not that I'm professor of the language, but it's all wrong.
Yeah. Very good either way. Brent's got his killer 52 pickup down there with another 351 Cleveland power.
I don't think I've ever seen so many Clevelands in one race meeting in my life, and I've seen lots of race meetings.
Yep. Very good. So a 12.98 with an 8 at 101 for Emanuele and a 15.42 at 94 for Adraham down there. It's a little wild looking stack injection on this Falcon. Dale Roffley down there. XP. It's an XP. We've got the data now.
See, I told you it was a Falcon.
Yeah, you got it. And Stephen Dangelmeyer down there in the XP. It was 2 XPs. Made the trip down from Burpengary in Queensland. Yep, we've got the Dyson crew back out again. Retro livery, retro styling.
If you want to go red mullet, we've got one up here in the commentary
We've got
box.
a red mullet, yeah.
Very even off the tree for these two.
But Dale Ruffley is putting the gap on. Down there, 12.36 with a 2 at 105 mile per hour for the XP Coupe and 15.16 at 88 for the Ute. All right, a couple of solid burnouts there from Naomi Dyson and Josh Boscovich, which we would expect nothing less. Let's give all those gases a good wave and a round of applause for putting on quite a show for everyone here at Sydney Dragway. Great looking cars, super entertaining, and yeah, certainly some committed racers down there to bring that vintage style here for us at Bangers and Mash. All right, Dyson and crew getting physical in the rocket lane. They're putting on a good show for everyone, as always. Great sense of humour for those guys. Josh Boscovich just going through the start line procedure. Yep, a dry hop, set everything up. That Lenko combo. Dyson coming up into pre-stage. Bosco gets there first. Up on two-step, let's see, nostalgic quarter style. Boscovich gets out ahead. No 4-1 reaction time from Naomi Dyson. Really nice reaction time down there, and a very clean pass at 9.12 with a 7 at 150. With Boscovich at 7.96 with a 6 at 168 miles per hour. Very nice pass from Bosco.
Yeah, that car's getting quicker and quicker each time it comes out, isn't it? It's still pretty wild, of course. I'm sure that's how Josh likes it.
That's right. Yeah.
In driving style, and loves pulling that gear stick for each gear and having the front end just...
Something tells me he likes doing things the hard way.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's a challenge, mate.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. Just to make a challenging sport even more challenging.
For sure.
Just got a cracker of a photo from Rusty Gregory of his young bloke sitting up in the stands. He's asked for a shout out, so I'm going to give him one. Congratulations, Ryan. I hope you're having a fantastic time out here with your dad and your family. So good to see, and I'm sure that everybody out there in the stands is enjoying the spectacle that has been the Bangers and Mash for 2025. So far today, we are in the midst of the second round of qualifying for Nostalgia Pro Stock. All right, Nicholas Polito going through the burnout procedure in this Ford Probe. Fantastic looking car it is. It's stood the test of time. Of course, one of our former Australian Pro Stock Championship winning cars. It's fantastic to still see it being used on the racetrack, doing what it was built and designed to do. Of course, Nicholas usually running these days in Super Gas, which is of course a heads-up 990 class. 003 red on the tree. Runs it through the finish line, 8.86 with a 9, 153 mile an hour through the top end. Tim Gruber on another wild run in the Cortina. Nice and straight this time. And a 7.66 with a 9. 181 miles an hour through the finish line. 119 to the 60. Wasn't much wrong with that one.
No, not at all. It's as always we say, Tim's not afraid of that thing, and just goes to show it every time. Right, I believe next up we're going to have Bruno Matajesevic. And it looks like we've got Tristan Ockers down there in the tunnel as well. Boys from Aeroflow have done a little bit of work to get the Nova back around. So it'll be good to see these two line up together. Hopefully it all works and going to plan.
I wonder what sort of tune they've got in that car. As I said, we've seen that thing into the 5-second zone.
Yeah, well, it's run out here in Pro Mod as well, I think, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
So it's certainly got the potential for it. But seeing as it hasn't made a pass down the track today, maybe they've just got the A to B in it, for this one. But Tristan's a bit of a wheel man, so I think he'll probably just steer whatever it is that they put in there for him.
Yep. Got one job.
Yep.
Get the car from there to there.
Yep.
All right, Matajesevic moving up to the water box. Saw a crack of a run out of him earlier this morning, a 6.44.
Yeah, very nice and straight, very clean pass.
Have a listen to the RPM in that burnout, the big kick sideways at the end of it.
Yeah, definitely had a bit of attitude towards the end of that.
Yeah, those 11s aren't straight. They're more like an S. There's actually a little bit of discoloration there at where it starts to go sideways.
Yeah, it might have just been chattering the tyre at the same time. Went sideways. Chalked up the rubber a little more. Can't hear the Nova fired up yet, so I think that might be another solo pass for Bruno.
It's definitely only one car.
So, solo pass for Bruno. It's just getting brought into the staging area of the crew. Let's see, as Bushy mentioned, a 6:44 with a 5 earlier today. It's in full stage. Let's see what he's got for us. Gets out of the hole with a little wiggle. Heads for a look at the centre line, but aside from that, pulls it straight. 6:43 with a 3 at 2:21. So a little shy on a couple of mile per hour compared to the earlier run, but still right in the ballpark with that 6:43.
Yeah, definitely full power runs right there for that car, and that's fantastic to see considering the work that's gone into it in recent times, and it's definitely showing in the ETs and speeds that we're seeing out of it.
Yep, very, very nice. Okay, should have Darryl Walford down there in the tunnel, I believe. The backdraft Fiat Topolino.
Yeah, we've actually got 3 Fiats here today.
Yeah. 4?
With this one?
This one?
JB.
Yep. The
blue one?
Yep, the blue one. Chris Noble, is it? Craig
Yes.
Noble? Yep.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
Must be something in the air down there. Car's not wanting to fire into life normally. There we go.
Yep, that's got it. Very good. What's got it fired up? See Kelsey down there. Ready to give it Dad a few guiding directions. It was pretty tight and all business burnout from Darryl down there, but the car made its way a fair way down the track, even with a short, sharp burnout.
It wasn't under any pressure to bring it to a stop. I tell you what, I think he does really, really well in this car, considering there is very little bodywork on it that would be creating anything close to downforce.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think downforce was high on the priority list.
No,
This car's getting
there
built.
wouldn't be much at all. There's nothing that sort of even... Maybe the nose cone is slightly giving a little bit of downforce to the front end at speed.
Yep.
Would definitely be a different experience in this thing compared to a funny car.
Absolutely.
All right, into pre-stage. Let's see what he can reel off. Looking for a 6:62 or better.
1:24 reaction time. 1:12 to a 60. It's jiggling around a little bit, but holds on to it for a 6:51 with a 4 at 214 miles per hour. That's a nice improvement.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit bigger speed as well.
Yep.
Only a mile an hour or two, but the car looked like it was going dead straight till about half track, and then it started moving.
There was some steering going on there, so yeah.
Yep, so it was a nice pass there for Darryl Walford.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the quickest in the class is Bruno Matajasevic.
Yep.
Then Darryl Walford, Tim Gruber. Now, we're yet to see a time recorded from the next car, which is Doug Willard down there in the Ford Anglia. Came out in the previous pass, and unfortunately, Doug wasn't able to get reverse, so he hasn't had a time recorded. So, of course, we'll get the opportunity to hopefully see him run down the racetrack in this particular round of qualifying, and he'll be able to record an ET, and then, of course, from there, get into Chicago shootout racing a little bit later on this afternoon. not too far away. And we've got that Anglia fired up this time. Crew just going through their pre-burnout procedure. All the fasters back in the front end. All right, Doug just rolling forward to the water. Hasn't done a lot of driving in this car, but talk about a baptism of fire. It's certainly will be a bit of a daunting task, I dare say. All right, through the burnout procedure. Hopefully we can get reversed this time around. Doug Willard almost at the staging beams now, building plenty of heat there. All right, into pre-stage, that top white light on, the second white light on. In quick fashion, the tree counts down. Not chasing reaction time, but nice launch, but the car making a direct line to the centre line. Still went 106 to the 60, and that was definitely with the front wheels off the ground, but out of the power not too far after that, and he'll roll on through for a leisurely 12:30. And at least got down the racetrack this time. Everything working as it should, and hopefully he'll come back and be able to get the car down the middle of the racetrack. Now, joining me up in commentary this afternoon, we have Jim Walden. Welcome to Sydney Dragway, Jim, and of course the 2025 Bangers and Mash. How's your day going?
Oh, absolutely wonderful. In fact, I'm just so excited. I mean, the recreation of this car that I crashed at Calder back in 1982. I even had my son here come up with me, and he was 11 when I crashed this car.
Wow.
But Paul Davies and the whole Lay family, they've recreated this thing, which is absolutely awesome. This is from the late 70s and the early 80s, the recreation of what we did back then. We had Nitro in it then, and it was pretty crazy stuff. But I'm just so honoured that these boys have done it for me, and we'll see what happens here. Awesome. Just having so much fun. These Lay boys just spoil us right. I'm 80 next Saturday.
Yeah, wow.
And this is my happy place.
Yes.
This is my happy place, especially when they do a recreation like this for me, you know. All for Jimmy, you know.
I guess I have to ask, have you, has he given you the opportunity to sit in it in the pits?
Oh, yeah, well, I've done all that.
Yeah,
we had a reveal recently. We had a reveal done up in the Gold Coast at Peter Lay's beautiful factory up there where he sells all these beautiful, unique vehicles. We did a reveal. It was a big surprise for my wife and I, a very emotional moment.
I bet.
Have a look at this little baby. This is from the 70s. Yeah. And so I just love coming here to Sydney. I'm from Melbourne.
Yes.
I'm from Melbourne, and we did a lot of racing at Castlereagh. Very fond memories of Castlereagh and the old days of Graham and I. We go back along. We go back to the 70s, Graham and I, you know. So, and we racing fuel altered.
Yes.
I mean, short wheelbase things that going 200 miles an hour, crazy stuff.
It's pretty
on Nitro.
It's pretty scary, even in today's terms, with of course the improvements in safety equipment and all that sort of thing. I mean, for you guys to do that back then was certainly credit to you to strap yourselves into these cars.
Oh, not only that, we built these cars.
Yes.
We built these cars out of a magazine. We didn't have anything to go off. We just had magazines to copy, hot rod magazines and Carcraft and all that sort of stuff. So we copied Willie Borsch.
Yeah, trying to see what you can pick out of photos, I guess, from.
And so we put nitro in these things, and no one told us we had to wear gloves. So we didn't wear gloves. You know, we had 3-point roll cages, which are very dangerous by today's standard. 200 mile an hour with a 3-point roll cage.
Yes, less than ideal from a safety point of view, but looks like Peter Lay out nicely, but the dragster in the rocket lane, wow, that's a 702, 201 miles an hour.
Great. You know, 201 mile an hour, that beautiful little front engine dragster of Rolly Lays. He's passed away now. He was a wonderful, wonderful man, did so much for the sport, especially in the nostalgia drag racing. He did so much for the sport. And the boys, the whole family, the Lay family, they keep this car going for Rolly and in his memory, and it's just wonderful. Look, 201 mile an hour in a front engine, ancient old dragster like that, big block Chev on methanol. Just great to see, and it's just great these young guys keeping the memories alive. You know, not everybody realises that we had to start somewhere in drag racing, dragsters and funny cars and stuff like that. So it's just great to see how the sport's involved. I was talking to Graham before about it all, and we had no idea these cars would be going 500 kilometres an hour now. Oh my God, you know, 500.
Well, I guess for guys such as yourself that have been around for so long in Australian drag racing and involved in the scene as a whole worldwide, like, I can only imagine what you guys would have been thinking back in the day when these cars started getting quicker and quicker, when there was a time when someone said that no human could survive going more than 200 mile an hour, for example, you know, and here we are now in 2025 and we're 2.5 times that, nearly, you know. So
whoever thought, you know, a car would go into the threes for 1,000 feet at 500 kilometres an hour. But it had to start somewhere, and we're just proud that we were on the ground floor, and it was so exciting because what we did, it actually worked, you know. Like, and the sport evolved, of course it does, but we did some crazy stuff.
I think obviously, you know, at any point in time when someone does something like this, to actually, you set yourself a goal and you achieve it, and then you readjust and then move to the next thing. But it's no different to today's racing when we see the next generation such as Brody coming through. He'd have his own goals for that car, and so would the crew. Once they achieve that, they can then move into the next year, and they go, well, okay, well, what if we run this injector hat, for example, or this supercharger, we're going to get another 200 horsepower to pluck a number. And that then allows them to move into the next phase of their racing development, much like you guys would have back in the day. I mean, I feel that.
But we had no guidelines. We just had magazines.
That's what I was just going to say. So you're looking at results and pictures and bits and pieces, and of course it's not like today where you can do your research on a computer in most cases, right? So you're corresponding with people overseas in a way that potentially is a lot slower than obviously sending an email, for example.
Oh, that's right. We just had magazines, and we made the stuff ourselves. We made our own chassis. Back in the day, the old 392 block, we used to modify them, get an old 670 blower from a truck wrecker.
Yes.
And modify it and speed it up.
because that's what was available.
Yeah, that's what was available.
And I think that is a fantastic story in terms of Australian innovation in drag racing specifically, and a credit to the Australian ingenuity of how we can adapt to things and in many ways be world leading in some ways. You know what I mean?
Well, I had a huge crash in that car, in that red Chevy Monza, that Coca-Cola in 1982, and a miracle doctor put my leg back together within 32 breaks, and they looked like I was going to die.
Wow.
And at least amputate my leg, but a miracle doctor bolted it all together, and I still have my leg. And so,
did you just say it was broken 32?
32 between the tibia, between the between the ankle and the knee was 32 breaks. And a miracle doctor by the name of David Young in Melbourne, he put me back together like a Meccano set. And as I said, I'm turning 80 next weekend, and he's going to drop by my house.
Oh, nice.
We've been friends ever since 1982.
Yes.
Yeah,
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah. Australia leads in a lot of areas, in all sorts of medical. As you get older, you get different things. But watch this run.
Nice launch there for Brody. Went 1:009 to the 60 foot on that run. Just lifting the left front, but out of the throttle just past the 60 foot. But I tell you what, that's certainly been a lot of good stuff in social media around the Davies racing team and what their intentions are. And I hope for everybody involved that they can reach them.
Oh my word! It's just, and we want the young people to take up the gauntlet. Now, us old guys like Graham and I, we're not going to be around forever, unfortunately. But we just love seeing the young people doing the stuff that we do and enjoying it. It's a great sport. It really is a great sport, and it teaches people skills, and that's what it's all about. We teach, and the sport moves forward that way.
Yeah. So, Jim, what were your highlights from your racing
I'm glad
career?
You asked.
Is there a couple of standout moments?
Yes. Graham and I built fuel alters together. Wonderful things. Nitro burning, short wheelbase cars. And I took that little baby down to Pukekohe in New Zealand, and I did one run, and the guy on the PA said, "You actually broke our land speed record in a fuel altered."
Yes.
And I said, "Well, that was accidental." But he said, "Anyway, then the other thing, I'm number 5 in the Goodyear Eagle 5-second club. I'm number 5."
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
I'm up there with the Jim Reeds and the Graham Cowans and those special people. So yeah, I'm number 5. So in the Eagle top 10. Yeah, great.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah,
that,
thank you.
to get those 2 achievements.
Yeah. And that's in a quarter of a mile. Do you remember?
Yeah.
That's a quarter of a mile, 5 seconds. So 5:92. Yeah.
So when did you achieve that record? Like what?
I think it was like 87.
Okay.
87.
Yep.
Yeah, 87. I built a car called Canned Heat. I love to have names of our cars back in Thunder Down Under, Canned Heat, all those sort of names.
Well, you would have seen John Summerarch's little Fiat's got the same name.
He asked me if he could borrow the name. I said, "Sure, mate. I'm not using Canned Heat."
Yes.
And I was a blues fanatic. I love blues, so Canned Heat was one of my favourite bands for the time. Going up the country, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Willie Nelson,
Yes.
Anyway, so what was Canned Heat. But anyways, Canned Heat. I put that thing together, and I built the car, built it from scratch, and Graham Hussey's passed away, beautiful fella, and we ran it. It was a little Donovan engine. We were the first Australians to go 200 mile an hour in Victoria, and we did it at that brand new Heathcote Park track when it first started in 1986.
Yep.
And so it's just. I'm generally a quiet guy, and I get a bit embarrassed by it, but I just love it when people recognise the stuff that us old guys set a standard, you know what I mean?
Well, I can see you beaming as I'm talking to you.
I'm 80 years of age.
Yes.
I'm 80.
Yes. And I mean, it's a fantastic achievement, Jim, that you've been able to put these things together, and I guess you've had help with some of a lot of people along the way.
But I really got to recognise my wife. My wife Elaine's been supportive all the way through. And she said, "Oh, you're working on the car again?" She said, "You know what? I don't mind you working on any car or buying a car, because I can compete against a car, but I can't compete against another woman."
Yeah.
Right? So that worked well for me, and she'd been supportive. She'd come down and help me knock pistons in of a night time.
Yes.
I'd be underneath catching the piston on the crankshaft.
Yes.
She'd be knocking it in on the top with the rubber hammer.
Yeah, nice. Isn't that great to have that support at home as well?
Oh yeah, the whole family's been behind us, and now the Lays have adopted us now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's respect and recognition of what you've achieved in the sport. And the way that you're able to still get around and watch the racing
Yeah, well, you can imagine at my age, I've got health issues. I don't want to get into detail, but I've got some health issues. But I come here and all that is behind me. I just forget all about that. You know,
yeah, and that's a fantastic coping mechanism as well, Jim.
Oh,
you know,
my word.
To take on a passion, to distract your mind from the not so good things happening, I guess.
Yeah, I talk at a few men's clubs and things like that, and mental health with men is so important. And this is a happy place. You know, guys can come here. This is a happy place to come here and look at these cars and witness it and rub shoulders with people that are like-minded. It's a happy place for men and women, of course, too, and families, you know. So mental health is so important nowadays. There's so much pressures in the world and in our lifestyles. So this is very important.
Definitely, I think that both Pat and myself have said a number of times today that how many families are involved in the sport, not only as a single generation but multi-generation, as we see Peter Lay coming back down the return road in the Coca-Cola funny car.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's very
iconic.
It is a very iconic and quite easily recognisable shape and a very popular shape of funny car.
Yeah, we were attracting good corporate sponsors. I was happy to get Australian Airlines, Gold's Gym, different sponsors along the way. But Coca-Cola were very good to me, especially after I had the crash.
Yeah.
You know, they wanted to keep on sponsoring me. And Coca-Cola was fantastic. They didn't know much about cars, but they knew about the exposure of the sport.
Yeah.
And shopping centre displays were so important to them and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, I think obviously the marketing methods are way different to today to what would have happened back in the mid-'80s with that car.
But it's all about exposure.
Yes.
You know, and something that's an exciting looking car.
Oh, definitely.
You know, that great big engine in that little car like that. But wow, you know, so it gets their attention and it flows on as far as corporate stuff's concerned.
Yes, of course, and they're looking at getting their brand out and getting seen by a number of different people. Yeah. I'm just reading the chat here, Jim. On Facebook, Chris Hage has posted that you're his hero, and he's so proud to have you as a mate. Is that
absolutely
someone that's crewed on a car or involved in it?
I have a bit to do with Chris. Chris had a lot to do with Rolly Lay in the early day before Rolly passed on. Chris had a lot to do with him, and he's from Queensland, and we love going to Queensland because it's just great racing and great family bonding up there. So it keeps me going.
Yes.
Like I said, I have some health issues, but I'm dealing with it all, and this is my happy place.
Yes. I think having something to look forward to is always a good thing as well, from that point of view.
Yeah, we'll be back here in the 7th because we're running Peter's other little car called Super Bad.
Oh, yes, I
Super
like
Bad.
I love that
it's
car.
It's a supercharged outlaw car, and it runs consistently. We did 6 runs at Willowbank, bang, bang, bang. Very consistent car.
Yes.
So we hope to have a win here, actually.
Yes. I saw it at the Winter Nationals.
Yeah, isn't it a pretty car?
It is a pretty car. I mean, you know, Pat and I mentioned before we haven't seen a not pretty car come out of that workshop. So you know, definitely the style and taste of that team is fantastic in what they choose to put their money into and how they present the car. So
but it's a huge family thing, that the whole Lay dynasty. I call it the dynasty up there. You know, they're all involved. Greg's girls drive wheel standers.
Yes.
And look at Joshy. Driving.
He's come leaps and bounds in that funny car, and certainly finding his feet, but still remaining very humble at the same time.
And great ambassador for the sport too.
Yes.
You know, very intelligent man. You know, so
is there any other highlights in your career?
Oh no! Well, I've got 8 Christmas trees. They're all from Nitro funny cars.
Yeah.
You know, just love funny cars. You know, the most exciting thing and people can relate to them. You know what I mean? So, oh, that's a Mustang. You know, I've got a Mustang, but it doesn't go 500 kilometres an hour.
Is there a competitor, someone that you really loved racing or?
Oh, well, you have to say GC because he was always just ahead of the game. I mean, I was lucky. Graham was always pushing the envelope. Every event we went to, Graham would want to be top qualifier, fastest speed, quickest ET.
Yeah.
He wanted to do the whole bag, you know what I
Yes.
mean? And it was often him and I in the final, or
Yes.
Peter Russo.
Yeah.
Peter Russo came along. They race in America now, which
Yes.
is just awesome, you know. To see a little unfunded team racing in America is just awesome.
Yes.
And we have a lot to do with the Russos. They're just lovely
They've
people.
they've been in the US for quite some time.
Yeah,
now,
well,
haven't
that's
they?
a good
Been
little.
20, 30
It's gone
years
4
now.
rows, you know.
Yeah,
4
wow.
And it'll qualify. It'll get
Yeah.
number 15 in a World Championship event. It'll
Yeah.
go number 15.
Yeah, wow.
And they've had. They're very good at what they do. Unfunded, you know. So how expensive the sport is,
Yes.
especially in America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially for an Australian team with $1 being a bit poor like it is. But yeah. I just love it. I just love the sport, and I love being back involved. I had I was away for the sport for a while when I had the crash, and I was like going to the beach without my overcoat on.
Yes.
With my overcoat on.
Yes.
Everybody's in there with the bikinis on. I got my overcoat on, and I couldn't
Yeah.
relate to it. But then Rolly said, "Get back to the nostalgia stuff," which I'm just love it, you know, because
Yeah.
that's where I came from. You know.
Yeah, and I think obviously that there are a number of different elements to the sport. Yes, the principle is the same, quarter mile of bitumen, but there's so many different ways that you can attack that same racetrack. You know, you can either do it in a Nitro funny car, you can do it in a top fueler, you can do it in an RX2 with a 30
like I said,
do you know what I mean?
I started an FJ with a grey motor.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and won EMS at Castlereagh numerous times. EMS class at Castlereagh.
So was that the first race car you had?
Yeah, FJ. I had FJ with grey motors. I'm a motor engineer by trade, so I used to like playing around with making stuff. And
yes. Well, I mean, obviously having that mechanical skill allows the mind to wander a little bit more. What if, like a lot of people can think it, but if you actually have the ability to physically make something, allows you to push that thought a little bit more into a reality, if I could use that phrase.
Well, I call it the suck it and see method.
Yes.
You know, let's try this. But don't forget what you did before. We'll try that, and then we'll go back on. And if that doesn't work, we'll always go back and try something else. You know, so I used to always like trying different stuff, especially making things myself.
And I think that the sport of drag racing allows that flexibility in that you can be a little bit outside the box in what you're thinking. You're not shoehorned into running, this engine, that inlet manifold, that set of exhaust, because that's what everybody else in the class has to run.
You can deviate. Yeah, and that's the beauty of the sport. You know, the whole thing. In the sport, we have a winner and a loser in a matter of minutes, which is just awesome. With a circuit race, a little bit different, and I understand that. But I mean, I just can't get my head around now that the sport has gone so far. We're making 11,000 horsepower. Out of 500 cubic inches.
Yes.
Whoever would have dreamt?
No.
With an old antiquated design engine with long push rods, long con rods, 2 valves per cylinder. Whoever thought we'd make 11,000 horsepower?
What sort of, just to give the people a little bit of reality, a comparison, I guess, what sort of horsepower would you have been making roughly at the time, do you think?
Oh, okay. Well, in 1989, I reckon we were making probably 4.5, nearly 5,000 horsepower.
That's pretty decent.
Back in the late 80s.
Yep.
You know, I retired in 89. I won the national championship, and I said, I'll retire now.
Yep.
There was the recession on, the 1989 recession, so my sponsorships were all starting to struggle a little bit.
Yes.
And, I was lucky to enjoy sponsorships, you know.
Yeah, because I mean, that's not for everybody is, I guess, fortunate enough to be in the position where they can attract, a big corporate sponsor that can allow them to do as much racing as they'd like to. And you touched before on the cost of running these cars, and it's quite substantial.
Oh yeah.
And that is still relevant even back in the early days to what people earned, to what they were spending. So, to attract a corporate sponsor is certainly a good feather in the cap to be able to do that and keep them happy to have them hang around as well. So I think to be able to achieve what you have in Australia and that. Did you ever have the opportunity to run over in the US?
No, I never got to get the opportunity, but I've helped people over there.
Yeah,
and, no, I couldn't afford it, unfortunately, with my deal. But I would have loved to have done it. But no, I'm happy with what I've done here. You know what I mean? And the fact of the way that people make me welcome. I'm not real good just as a spectator. I like fiddling. I like doing things and keeping my mind active.
Actually, I've had one of my friends I was texting with saying, "Oh, good to see you crewing." He said, "Yeah, the itch is pretty bad standing in the Normally race." So, it's definitely definitely something in the veins, isn't it? And I've heard several racers that have been doing this for many, many years. When they're forced out of the seat for whatever reason for an extended period of time, they might be rebuilding an engine or a gearbox or whatever, and as they can afford to, and they mightn't race for 6 months, and it's like, "Oh, I'm hanging bad for the next run." So, it's definitely a sport that bites hard, in terms of enthusiasm and wanting that adrenaline rush again.
Oh, yeah.
I could only imagine the thought process for guys such as yourself and Graham and all of the Nitro racers that strap themselves into these cars and the feeling of exhilaration, nervousness, and the mix of emotions must be phenomenal.
Especially
every
when
time
you
they pull the helmet.
especially when you have a win.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing like it. You just work so hard. The team works so hard. Late nights. You're trying to juggle priorities with your wife and stuff like your wife and family because they've got to come first. And you're trying to make it all happen. It's a juggling act. And then you have a win, and you get one of those gold babies in your hand.
Yes. And what did you say? You have 8 of them, is that what you said?
Yeah, I've got 8 from Nitro Funny Cars.
Yeah. And they're obviously in a special place in the house. You got a special.
So my birthday party's next Saturday, and they'll be front and centre.
Yeah, nice getting them out. I had them all polished up, I hope.
Because a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and life's a lot about priorities. You know what I mean? Life's a balancing act. You're trying to keep everybody happy and do the right thing as a family person. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yes. Well, I guess all you can do is give it a crack, and I think by the sound of it, you've certainly done that and achieved some pretty great things in.
But
the sport.
I'm big into men's health, and I've had some health issues, and I'm big into men's mental health, and this is just a really happy place, for men.
Well, I hope, Jim, that we see your smiling face around here for many years to come, and I know. We've spotted you down here because I sometimes work next door, and I'm like, "Oh, that's Jim Alden down there." So it's nice that can actually meet you and have a chat. So
even though there's a border between Sydney and Melbourne, don't worry, I love coming up here.
Yes, I think you're more than welcome up here. Amongst all of the races, and can hold your head high with what you've achieved.
Yeah, guys like Bobby Dunn. I've bumped into Bobby Dunn before, and Warren Arm, and those guys. They're just great memories of those days.
And they're all names that my father has mentioned in stories, and from different hot rodding magazines, and his heroes of the time too. So being around the sport for so long, they're names that are sort of common to me, and probably to most of the people that are sitting in the
Well, like I said,
stands.
one of my sons is here today. He doesn't normally come up here, but one of my sons is here today. Well, he's 52, and he was 11 when I crashed that Coca-Cola Monza.
Yeah.
So he was 11.
It's a long time around the sport as well. Has anybody else in the family
both their sons, they just love drag racing and stuff like that. But nowadays, unfortunately, it's very expensive to do the sort of stuff that we did back then. Very expensive. They're all mechanics and mechanically minded. Both my boys are mechanically minded.
Yeah, which is important. So obviously been passed, that interest has been passed down.
So.
All right, Jim. Well, it's been fantastic chatting to you. We're not too far away from getting back into some racing. We are in the midst of a lunch break at the moment. So we're probably about 15 minutes or thereabouts left in that lunch break.
I really enjoyed it, and I appreciate the time to come up here.
You're more than welcome.
Anytime, anytime.
More than welcome. So feel free to come back up if you like a little bit later on. We might get you on for the next round of Fuel Funny Car when they come back out.
Fabulous.
We shouldn't be too far there first up after the lunch break.
I better go and do the tappets on that little red car. I've got to do the tappets. That's my job.
Okay.
Setting the tappets.
Well, I don't want to hold you up. That's probably somewhat important. They're probably not too far away from needing your help down there, Jim.
Okay,
so
mate.
I'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Absolute pleasure. Yeah.
Fantastic to have the opportunity to chat with you, and we look forward to seeing you around Sydney Dragway and drag racing in general.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a little bit of an ad break here at Sydney Dragway for the next 5 minutes or so while we assemble some cars out in the staging lanes, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly for Bangers and Mash 2025.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years, and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need, and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The NHRA.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, here's something that's a bit of a throwback like the rest of this event today. So we've had Nostalgia Racing, and now we're going to have Nostalgia Startups. So this is a Ross Perrine exhibition. We're going to do a bump start for this little front-engine dragster. This is back before, you know, the external starters that you see the guys hook onto the front of the funny cars or the blown Outlaw cars. They'll put that external starter on the front of the blower snout and kick the engine over. It wasn't really available back in the day, so they used to get the crew vehicle, namely an old Falcon, in this example, and they'll get out there and they'll push the car forward, bang it into gear and drive that engine around and give it a bit of a fire up. So let's check this out, because you don't see this anymore at dragways around the country and the world for that matter. All right, here we go. We've got the signal. Pretty rare that you'll see this happen anymore. You can see the Falcon wagon pushing the dragster out. Just going to get it past the burnout box there. Get it up to speed, in gear. Mag on, you can hear it making a few little coughs. Off she goes. That dragster's going to make its way down through the early return gate, and it's going to cackle its way back down the return road for everyone. Be an interesting way to go down to the shops and get some bread and milk, don't you think? Certainly a bit of a spectacle. Got more Nitro action coming right up for you as well, with some more Outlaw funny cars. But in the meantime, how cool is this front engine dragster making its way on down under its own cackle power? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. How cool is that? A few Nitro throttle whacks for you down on the burnout pad. Super cool example of what drag racing has come from, what we still remember, and we love to see here at Sydney Dragway. And I'm glad that we were able to put on a little show for you here at Bangers and Mash.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They're so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've got the tractor just prepping the track before we get some more Nitro Outlaw funny cars down there, courtesy of the Aeroflow Performance guys. But in the meantime, the show and shine, folks, up on the Eastern Hill. Just make sure that you are by your car at 2 p.m. this afternoon. That is only around 15 minutes away. You are going to be judged and there will be some trophies to hand out up on the Eastern Hill for the show and shine. So make sure you buy your car at 2 p.m. if you're in the running for show and shine trophy. Thank you very much. And it will only be a short amount of time. We'll be back on track with more Nitro action from the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the beautiful sound of nitromethane burning in the Hemi engine. This is Morris McMillan back out here in the Aeroflow Performance Products and Rocket Industries Nitro Express. Let's make some noise. Unreal. Nice, short, sharp burn out there from the Express. Everyone loves this black Chev. I don't know what it is about the body, but it's hard to find another one that looks as good as this thing. Luckily enough, it's not just looks. She talks the talk and she walks the walk. Was she?
Yep, it's the full package, as they say.
Right, so we've got big tyres on this thing. We've got big pump, sweat pack zoomies. It's all business.
It's certainly got an interesting idle note to it, doesn't it, this car?
It certainly does, yeah. Can't give away all of the secrets.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying it's got an interesting idle note. I'm just making an observation. With my ears. Whatever they're doing, it's doing what it should.
It's working. Yeah. So previously at 540 with a 3 at 284.9, let's call it 285 miles per hour in the quarter mile. Hear the load come up, car's in full stage. Ooh, big hop. 2 big hops. And then because we're all about the show, we'll drive it out the back door for you just in case. So 744 with a 3 at 262 miles per hour. That's not always the way the Express gets down the track there, but we want to put on a show for everyone, so we'll send it out the back door nonetheless. It's a great thing about exhibition passes.
I mean, it definitely sounded super strong once he got it hooked up on that third attempt there, but yeah, bombing the tyres pretty much instantly on the hit there.
Yeah, certainly plenty of UV out here, making it a little bit tricky with the track surface, and obviously the wide variety of tyres that we've have been going down the track. So,
well, I'm sure for experience, you're wanting all the Aeroflow team in your corner. You know, if there's anybody that knows how to get one of these cars down the racetrack, it's the guy that was just behind the wheel in that car.
Yeah, and the gentleman, the lady sitting in the yellow golf cart down there.
Yeah.
But a little while ago, I think GC did say, Morris, hey mate, you're pretty much on your own now, right? Especially when the big cars came along. He goes, too many computers, it's all you. So Morris is doing a lot of the decision making down there when it comes to getting these cars down the track. But great to see another pair of them coming right up now. We've got Justin Walsh in the Terminator and Graham Frawley, G-Man in King Kong.
Yeah, nice side-by-side burnouts.
I love that. We had some killer side-by-side passes earlier from these two. 576 to a 577. Really nice to see the cars being brought back up. Boys have had a fair bit to do recently. Up at Darwin, they've been prepping the big show cars. Been working on their own things.
Yes,
amazingly. But the amount of prep and work that goes into getting these programs ready, especially with the big show cars now.
Well, I mean, Pat, I feel that even having all the parts available and making sure the orders are in for those specialised things, and getting everything repaired would be even on a clean pass, let's face it, you put this fuel in it, you're going to break something, right?
Yep.
So having that on some sort of scheduled rotation of the normal day-to-day wear, plus then fixing the more catastrophic stuff that would happen from time to time.
It does happen time to time, yep.
That in itself is a full-time job, managing where this bit's at, where we got that back from the machine shop yet.
Absolutely, but it's all worth it when we get.
Oh, perfect. Side by side
Another
Walsh moving
side-by-side
around just a
pass.
little bit there, Pat. 5.60 with a 247 miles an hour for Walsh, but Frawley got there first. 5.56 with a 264 miles an hour.
Very nice.
I didn't catch the margin across the finish line, but they were 12,000ths of a second the run before.
It was right up there. So great to see the boys turn those cars around and get the tune-up spot on. So see plenty of high fives down there. The crew, as we just mentioned, they put a lot into getting these things turned around, and yeah, it's great to see. And great to see Graham Frawley, you know, with relatively few passes under his belt with a Nitro car compared to some of the other guys, really sticking it. Normally he tells Walshy what to do with the Hearts car.
Yes.
You know, Graham's in the pits and telling, hey man, you should, now he's showing him.
Yes.
So I'm sure they'll have a bit of banter about that.
As they practice what you preach,
yeah,
as they say.
That's right. I have a bit of banter about that back down in the pits, but we've got, as you can see, Morris coming back up on the Aeroflow Express golf cart, getting back to perform double duties in Psycho in just a minute. But in the meantime, we've got John Smorach back down here in his little Fiat Topolino. The boys are going to try and get him fired back up again, make another pass. Man, this car is short and narrow.
Not as short as it was out of the factory.
No. No, that's true, but also didn't have a 438 cubic inch blown Hemi.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even know what they ran standard.
Fiat Topolino? Two-stroke?
Probably.
Probably. Two-stroke, two-cylinder?
Let's Google it. Well, we've got a few minutes.
Something?
Few
Yeah.
moments. Just talk amongst yourself for a bit.
Just listen to the cackle.
Yeah,
from
that's it.
John Smorach's Nitro-powered Topolino. It's nice, the crew coming together and working together is also a new thing. So, of course, the boys from the Aeroflow Race Shop have helped out in a few bits and pieces, but the crew that John's got together down there is his own guys, and they've all got to figure out, you know, all their processes in place. Nice, good. Bit more gusto in the burnout this time as well.
A little bit more wheel speed, a little bit more smoke.
Yep. A little more comfortable, which is always good to see.
For those of you that can hear me, a Fiat 500 was 569 cc's of raw power.
Oof. How many cylinders was that?
Oh. I'm on Wikipedia, mate.
Oh.
They made 520,000 of them, though.
Well,
considering they're so rare. I don't think I've ever seen a standard one. Factory wheelbase, 78 inches.
78 inches. JB's got just a couple more than that, but not many.
No.
Not as many as you probably want, realistically. But either way, this is exactly how this car should look if we go back to vintage spec and period correct race cars. Shane gives him a thumbs up. You'll see a little bit of extra fuel coming out of the pipes as JB takes his foot off the clutch, loads it up. Just the edge into full stage. Here we go.
A lot of clutch shots off the start line. The car wandering a little bit at half track. John out of the throttle. And rolls on through to a 918, 90 mile an hour. I was just going to say there, Pat, there is not one thing in terms of driving style that he can take out of the thousands of laps that he's done in the Cortina.
No.
To apply to this outside of he has experience on the start line. That's probably about...
That's about,
that's about it.
I'd say that's about it, mate. Yeah. I mean, of course, the car isn't necessarily set on kill.
No.
I mean, they're not running, the same sort of nitro mixes.
Yeah.
The funny cars and all that sort of thing, which is perfectly fine. Like you don't want to mess around with that sort of thing, but the way that it makes the power, the way that it comes off, the way that the clutch is set up. And I mean, there's the components that he's using as well are relatively vintage in comparison to, say, you know, what's being used these days. So you've got to be gentle with it.
Yes.
You know,
respectful.
Yes, you've got to respect the parts. Yeah. So because you can't just duck down to the shop. I mean, you can't duck down to the shop generally and get some more parts for any Nitro car, but when they're a vintage spec, it's even trickier. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Morris McMillan and the Nitro Express. I know Morris is not on board, but definitely give the give the crew a hand.
Have a good look at that car and check it out. It is an awesome bit of kit, and yeah, it's that Chev is the envy of many outlaw funny car races the world over. So really good to see. But great to see Chris Stepanovic back up here in the Firebird yet again. Nice, very similar to the last time. Short, sharp burnout, but getting the business done. So unfortunately, I don't see Darren Carter's car back up here again. So they might. You did mention that you heard a bit of a pop earlier.
It was that pass, wasn't it?
Pass, yes. Yeah. So they might be fingers crossed. They've got enough gear to get it back around for one of the elimination runs, and they'll just they'll skip this qualifying run.
Yeah, because I mean the team's come up from Victoria to be part of the day, and the car looks unreal.
Yep. And Nitro is super cool, but it only gets cooler when the light goes down.
Yes.
So if we can make if those guys can make another pass later on today, when the sun gets a little low and we get to see those flames sticking out over the top of the roof line, well, everyone's had their day made, right?
Car leaving nicely for Stevanovic, 110 to the 60, and shuts it off at half track with the shoots out.
Yep. I think probably a planned early shut off maybe on that one, considering it was a solo pass.
Yeah, it seemed to be motoring along okay though, with early shut off, 177 miles an hour to half track.
Yeah, very good. And we should have a couple of Nitro Altereds in the tunnel below us. We'll see Morris McMillan come back out in Psycho yet again, of course, and Stephen Womby Brown back out in the Light Horse T-Bucket.
Did we confirm if that was Brown's PB?
No, I didn't. After this pass, I'll find out.
Okay.
They've got a bit going on at the moment, so I don't want to bother them.
So we'll just talk about them instead.
Awesome stuff. All right. Give a round of applause to our Nitro Outlaw funny car drivers coming back down the lane there, guys. Justin Walsh and Graham Frawley putting on a show for everyone here today in those super cool funny cars, Terminator and King Kong. Whoop. We've lost the strap. You got a bit too carried away. Getting the round of applause. Is that Spud in the car? Spud, you had it under control, mate. It's all right. Good deal. We've got a couple of altereds down here. Looking like they're ready to make some noise. We've got Psycho in the Aeroflow lane. We got Wombi in the Rocket lane. I'll have to go and ask Wombi how he's feeling. He was just happy to pull up to the start line.
He gets another run with it.
He's doing another one now. That's awesome. It's a real credit to the guys and to Steve that's you know, really focused on getting this car turned around and ready to rock and roll. There she goes.
Sounding very nice this time around.
Ooh, yeah.
Idle speeds up. Nice crackle in the pipes.
Yep. Nice, good burnout from Wombi. See Morris in Psycho.
Big RPM once
Certainly
again.
some RPM. That one. You'd expect nothing less though, wouldn't you, from the boss's baby?
What, you're in this his favourite car?
Well, it'd be the most meaningful, right?
Yeah.
But also, we know the real boss is not the one that drives.
Yes, I'm aware.
I think it's Wendy's favourite car too.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not talking about that boss. I'm talking about the big boss. Talking about the big boss.
There's something I totally took out of the chat with Jim Morgan. It's just the memory and the passion and being able to recall those fantastic achievements. You know.
Yeah. If it didn't mean as much, you wouldn't remember it, right?
No.
So, yeah, definitely significant.
I think also you wouldn't put as much towards it. If achieving the goal is not that important, you're not going to put so much time, energy, and money towards it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's everything. To get to that level, you've got to commit everything, right?
And I mean, to be honest, it's probably not any different for the proprietors down there. You know what I mean? Like in terms of what they've. Oh, again, Morris.
On the tyres, but quick pedal, and geez, that thing gets moving even after the pedal. Holy moly, 734 at 248 and 824 at 160.
His mile an hour, it was actually quicker on that pass than it was on the first one. That was a 580.
Yeah, let's just turn it up a little bit, huh?
I think the tuning fingers were a little bit more aggressive on that one.
Yeah, I think
probably
it's,
in both cars, I'd say.
I think so. I mean, you know, Wombi had a little bit of a turn of the tyres there as well, but I think the UV must be up a bit today. It's making that track a little bit tricky to deal with. So, nonetheless, both cars safely down the track. So we'll get them turned around. And yet again, a big thank you to the whole crew at Aeroflow Performance, Rocket Industries, Graham and Wendy Cowan, of course, for putting on a show for us here today. All right, we're back up with the Nostalgia Street Cars. Make sure everything's good to go, and we will see Clint Edwards back in the Ford Fair lane. Make another pass.
This is our first round of Nostalgia Street Chicago Shootout pack.
Yes, so we're going to start accruing some points.
All right, 1480 the dial-in. If you're unfamiliar with the term dial-in, that is a self-nominated handicap or time that the racer says that his or her car will run. If he or she races a quicker or slower car, the tree is handicapped so that the slower car leaves the start line first. In theory, they're neck and neck across the finish line.
Yep, in an ideal world, if the dial-in's correct and the cars and drivers are running to their dial-in, they'll be right next to each other at the line. So it's all about who can nail the reaction time, who knows their car the best,
yes,
who hasn't been too greedy on the the dial-in, perhaps.
That's exactly right. There's another term that you'll hear us say is a breakout. That's where the racer goes under the nominated handicap. The only way they can still win the race is if the other competitor goes under their dial-in by more.
Can get into the weeds with you know, unders, overs, breakouts,
Yes.
you know, this, that.
We'll try and keep it simple.
We'll try and keep it very simple, yeah. So it makes our job a lot easier if everyone just runs exactly what they're supposed to run.
Does. Does. Rarely. Not
being selfish.
Yeah. It's not all about us, Pat.
Well,
just in case you didn't realise.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's about the racing rather than people talking about it.
1340 the dial in
big
for
wheel spin from Adam Di Maria down there in the rocket lane. Sorry to talk over.
Seems like it's found a lot more horsepower. It was a little bit more aggressive in the burnout too on this run. Flood's going to take the win in the HR. Dialed into 1340 and a 14.16 with an 8.98 mile an hour to take the round points. Of course, we will see Adam Di Maria back in the next round of Chicago shootout.
There's a bit of a shake of the head and a question mark on the crew guys down there in the Di Maria lane. They're like, where did that come from? But nonetheless, we will continue on. We've got Andrew McClelland in the 34 Ford Coupe up against Stephen Dawson in the Ford pickup. It's a cool little pickup, this thing. I like it. It's got the keg style fuel tank in the back.
Yep.
In the pickup bed.
Kind of fitting with the patina that we're looking at.
Yep. Yep, I like it. Means you don't have to polish it every time you park it somewhere. Dawson with a nice reaction time, 0.85.
Don't even have to wash it, Pat. 11.84 the dial in for Dawson, 11.20 the dial in for McClellan. The Ford Coupe not going to get there. 11.87 with a 7. Takes it quite easily over McClellan's 12.81 with a 12.83 with a 1 at 110 mile an hour.
Very, very nice. And with the polar opposite to the pickup, Peter Trees in the car that you literally have to polish every time you look at the car.
Yes.
But I'm sure he loves it because it's a stunning looking thing. Up against Alan Pepper back in the 37 Ford. Okay, so we've got a 1480 dial in for Alan Pepper. So he's going to try and run as close as he can to that, to an 11.0 for Peter Trees. That means that we'll see Alan Pepper leave 3.8 seconds before Peter Trees does.
Yep, so the road's just going to be well past the 60 foot before the T-bucket's let loose.
There it goes.
Big torque over on the right-hand side for the T-bucket. But the T-bucket already drawn up aside. Got out of the throttle momentarily. Still runs at 11.55 with the 4 at 116 mile an hour. And Alan Pepper there, 16.51. So the car not performing close enough to that dial-in, I think, to be competitive on that particular round.
Yeah, not quite where it needs to be.
Gave away too much in performance. 11.65 the dial-in for the Ford Anglia in the Aeroflow lane of Darren Abella, taking on Rebecca Davis. A 14.0 the dial-in, so the Anglia will have to wait on the start line.
Davis, a lot of wheel spin, getting all sorts of out of shape. No burnout, I noticed, coming up to this pass, so that could mean that she's
I was going to say it looked like
breakout for Darren Abella.
I just looked over to the screen to our left here, which is easier for me to see. And I was going to say it looks like Abella's still in the throttle. Yep. And yep, there was the breakout. So that's one example of where you need to be aware of your competitor.
That's right.
So
yep.
What Darren needed to, maybe he just wants a number. I don't know. But
does he have mirrors on the car?
You probably can't see anything out of them. They're there. But yeah. So in that case, could have got out of the throttle a little bit, slowed the ET down, and then they would have therefore taken the win. So the advantage of the breakout is that stops that happening. If someone going, well, you know what, I'm going to run a slower time than what I'm actually capable of.
Yes.
and just getting there way too quick. This run a lot more even across the ET, and the win will go to Peter Grant in the Aeroflow lane there with a 14.62.
Nice dialing from the other lane though of 14.10 and 14.12. So very close, but reaction time telling the story at the end of that one. Next we've got Bryce Stubing back up in his 32 coupe up against Kerry Stewart in the little A40 Austin.
Stubing all the way from Salisbury East in South Australia. What a fantastic effort to make it all the way here to Sydney Dragway. Kerry Stewart in the rocket lane. There's no dial-in for her car just yet.
Yeah, so we're just getting timing to add that. Should see that on the board. Kerry Stewart being an experienced racer, knows that you don't want to accept a light without a dial-in or correct dial-in on the board.
There we go, 9.99.
Did I just sneak a little purge of nitrous coming on the side of that car, or am I seeing things?
I didn't see it. I can't see this.
Yeah.
The synonymous yellow sticker down there.
Yeah, I might just be dreaming. Either way, we've got a 9.99 dial-in for Kerry Stewart to a 13.3 for Bryce Stubing. So Stubing gets away first, of course.
Nice light.
Good. 0.029. Oh, and a red on the tree for Kerry Stewart. He's given it away. Let's see what the ET is, just to see how the dial-in factor is going. 10.14 with an 8 is not terrible. So next time we come back around, Kerry Stewart will just have that half a second. Half a moment before hitting the loud pedal. All right, you've got your dad out there.
Yep, Greg Bush down there in the green Tourer.
15.55 dial-in. What do you think?
He's taking on the quickest car in the field here for Anthony Mostramano. Sometimes that might work in your advantage if Anthony is not patient enough here. So there's a 6.5 second head start going to Greg Bush in the Aeroflow lane here.
That's almost enough time to see a bead of sweat roll down Anthony's forehead. That could be a well-calculated move by the old man.
Yes. We'll see what happens here. Light on the last run wasn't too bad.
Yep, it was all right.
See if he remembers all of his coaching from the old times.
Yeah,
a junior dragster.
It's just like riding a bike, mate. I'm sure he'll pick it up. There we go. 0.40 reaction time.
Excitement plus Mastramano's going to have to be on the
0.39 reaction time. It's all down to the dial-ins.
That A model's going to come flying past. I think Bush got.
Bush gets there first and takes the win. A great pass from both drivers, of course. The reaction time almost identical, but yeah, Greg Bush just taking it.
I thought for a second he might have been going a little bit too quick there, but
yeah, nah, all under control. Eh? All right, next pairing up, we've got Troy Rolls in the 32 coupe and Alan Odgers in the 32 Ford pickup. Got that 272 cube Ford side valve with Odgers 32 Ford.
Yeah, it's two very pretty cars sitting down on the start line now. We've got a very quick side valve in the pickup on Odgers. 0.98 on the tree for the pickup to a 178. Rolls with a little bit of work to do, but that hot rod is fast.
It is
1060 in qualifying.
1060 dial in there. How close does he get to it? 1061 with a 1 beats a 1764 with a 9 on a 17.0 dial in. So great pass there from Troy Rolls, of course, but Alan Odgers holding it out for the side valve crew. All right, next up we're going to jump back into the vintage speedsters. Got James Minnis down there in the Model T, and got the other. We don't have the data on this on the other vehicle in the Aeroflow lane, so unfortunately I don't know the gentleman's name. But we've got a 1450 dial in for the Aeroflow lane and an 18.0 for Minus in the Rocket lane. All right, here we go. So a bit of a burnout there from the racer in the Aeroflow lane. All right, both coming into stage here. Go. See the speedster. So Minus gets away obviously with the 18, a 1.92 reaction time. He's got the edge on the reaction time there. 6.29 in the Aeroflow lane is not doing any favours. We are of course running to the 8th mile here. So Aeroflow lane's going to cross through first. A big breakout, a 13.35 on a 14.50 dial in. So Minus will take the win there at 19.75 on an 18 flat. Okay, next we've got Steve Fleming, all the way from Tasmania in his 26 Model T. He's got a 15.50 dial in the 8th here. Super impressive that he's made the trip up from Tasmania, of course. We've mentioned several times today. Just going to be a solo pass here on this one. Steve just moves the speedster into pre-stage. It's going to take full stage in just a second. And here we go, Steve Fleming gets out with a 7.80 reaction time, but of course it's a solo pass, so he will take the win points in this round, the first round of Chicago Shootout. And we'll move back into our next set of Nostalgia Gas. All right, Damien McGlynn back out up against Mark in. Up here we've got the Ford Anglia pickup. And Damien McGlynn back out in the HG. All right, 11.38 on the dial in from McGlynn. He gets away with a 2.15. Mark in has left a cherry on the tree. 006. He'll be seething with that one, as all of the races are. A 9.96 on a 9.90 dial. It is exactly where it needs to be, except for that little red light on the tree. Moving on, we'll get into our next pair up. We've got Daniel Wyatt in the Clevo powered Fairlane up against Gary Nicholson in that Boss 460, or excuse me, the big block 460 Ford Mustang. Cool looking car. Looks like he might have overstepped.
I thought for a second there they might have been checking the dial-in or something, but the dial-in's similar to the ET that he ran in qualifying, probably. Yeah, anyway, the starters walked away.
No, it's okay. I think it was, we had some of the crew members a bit further forward than where they should be for the viewing with the racing surface.
I think with the better light off. in pursuit of Wyatt.
And 10.15 dial in for Nicholson in the Rocket Lane. Let's see how close he gets to it. 10.26, 11.61 on a 60 for Wyatt, but reaction time being the saviour there for Nicholson on that pass.
Next up, Steve Arnold in the EH Holden, small block Chevy, 420 cubed on board, running a 10.30. The dial in, taking on Ken Sidham. Sidham in the Falcon Utility, 12.70 the dial in.
5.9 reaction for Arnold in the Aeroflow. There's a lot of work to do for Sidham here. He does get there, a breakout for Sidham, so he was trying. But his hand was forced, really, I think, in that pass.
Well, mind you, there was only a hundredth of a second across the finish line, not too much in it at all. Next up, we have Peter Attard in the one-tonner, taking on Adam Bowers in the HQ. Bowers dialed in with a 10.10. Attard with a 12.01, very specific on the dial in. Oh, he gets the win.
Cherry.
006 on the tree for Attard.
Yep. Very nice. Let's see. I can hear the RPM drop. He does get it.
I think Peter used to be my boss. If it's the same Peter, back in the day when I worked for Kennards, if it's the same Peter Attard, he used to race here with a flat black Tirana with a 6-cylinder in it.
Yeah, right.
And he was from the same suburb. So I'm putting two and two together here.
Okay.
I might be right and I might be wrong.
Was he a good boss?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's all right then. We won't put the mockers on him next time he comes around. All right, David Matasevic down there in the Aeroflow lane. Ford Cortina against Steve Ryman, who's just left an 010 red on the tree. 11.46 dial in. Let's see where it gets to. Matasevic has the win with a 10.57. He's going to cross down to a 10.58 with a 4 at 125. Like clockwork. But an 11.50 on a 46 dial in for Ryman. So if it wasn't for that, red, good to see Dominic Radich down there with a bit of sense of humour. He's got the high mum on the rear window, which has made an appearance since the last time the car came out. Up against Mark Playfair. Oh.
Is it just me, or have all of our races upped it a notch on the reaction times for this round of racing?
Everyone's pretty keen on it this time. But, yeah, Mark Playfair with a breakout as well. Well, the smallest of margins, too. It's 10.72, he's run a 10.718.
Well, of course, once the other car is red lit, the only way that the other car can lose is if the car that's won the race hits the wall across the centre line.
Yeah.
So, in that example, the Rocket Lane could have run a 3-second pass.
He could have,
of course, and still taken the win.
Yep.
Now, this will be an interesting one. We've got Alf Axiak in the Aeroflow lane in the Mazda, dialed in with a 9.55. That's correct. You heard me, a 9.55.
55.
NA13B. Manually shifted RX2 has not been very happy off the start line on any of his attempts so far today.
Been a handful.
Yes, taking on Philip Pratt over there in the XY Fairmont. He's dialed in with an 11.61, which is a very quick car for what it is. So let's see. Pratt is going to leave first. Oh, it looks like Axiak has
backed out of it.
Shut the car down, yeah.
All right, Philip Pratt gets away. A 2.19 reaction time, so he's going to, of course, take the win, being it's effectively a solo pass. He crosses through for 11.57 with a 2, which is a bit of a breakout on the 61 dial-in, but it's good data for the next time he comes back around. So we might just see that, we might see the dial-in just wind back a little bit, or come down a little bit, or we might just find an adjustment from the driver in the car, and we might have an early lift. David Gruber with a very stout burnout down there in the LJ Tirana. Up against David McNamara in the VC Valiant.
Yep. Gruber not worried about tyre life on that one.
Nope. All right, 9.34 the dial-in for Gruber, up against an 11.20 for David McNamara.
McNamara has raced here plenty of times at Sydney Dragway, but I dare say not as many runs as what Gruber has, certainly in recent times, but...
Good reaction time from both drivers there. 0.28 Gruber and 0.60 for McNamara. It's going to be close to the big end there. A 9.37 with a 3 on a 34 dial-in gets the win for David Gruber to McNamara's 29 on a 20. certainly can tell that Alfaxiak's got the car fired back up again.
It's running. All right, Craig Warren down there into the Aeroflow lane for Sydney Scrap Steel. Dialed in with a 10.35, taking on Tony Di Maria in the XY Falcon. Dialed in with 11 flat. So the Falcon only giving away near 2 lights on the start line.
All right, Craig Warren takes time to get into full stage there, but he's there now. Nice light from Di Maria, 0.66. It's going to make things difficult for Craig Warren.
Warren
with a 2.03.
Yeah, that's not his normal. He wouldn't be happy with that.
Bit of out of sorts on that one, but yeah, Maria does get it there, an 11.06 on a 00 dial in to a 43 on a 35.
It's fairly
Talk about a stout burnout. Ben Matthews there in the HD Holden.
He's there somewhere.
Yep. Very, very nice. So Bill Hatsey back out again, no stranger to a dial in, 1080 with the big block powered HQ. Matthews with a 950. I believe it's a turbo 6-litre LS, this combination here. Previously run 951, 138. The two-step just tagged it quickly before letting go of the button. He's going to put his nose ahead of Hatsey there, who I think I might have seen a little dab of the brakes as he went across the line. So he does secure that that win. The mile per hour tells you what you needed to know there. Good 20-odd mile per hour lower than his previous pass.
Never worry about an LS on limited, Pat.
Nah.
That's where they live, mate.
Yeah, that's what they were designed to do.
Sean Maher in the HB Tirana down there in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 938, taking on Thomas Leake in the HQ. Dialed in with a 1250. Now, don't be fooled. Thomas Leake is usually behind the wheel of something a lot quicker than the HQ. This is obviously his, I'll say fun car, his road car.
Yeah.
The car he can cruise and relax in.
Yep.
So very experienced racer, but just not behind the wheel of his car. 0.21 on the start line. He has about 0.2 of a second up his sleeve.
That's a big advantage. It's going to be hard.
He's not going to catch Leake from there.
Leake gets there, but breaks out. Leake stayed in it. So Ma will take the win.
Yeah, Leake with a big breaker then in 0.4 of a second nearly.
Yep. Well, like we said, he's usually in something very different, but nonetheless, we mentioned it is a Chicago shootout. All of these vehicles will be back around again, pending any issues mechanically. And they'll be able to gather up points as they go through the rounds through the afternoon.
1.24 reaction time there for Blake.
260 for Jim Raptis, and a big wiggle off the line. So Blake may still take this, and I think he will. He's certainly going to get there first. Oh, and he's at a 7,000th breakout, a 12.29 with a 3 on a 12.30 dial in.
That's your fault, Pat. You know
that. Yep, I put the commentator's curse on him. Yep. He's going to be having some words with himself, I think, on the way back down.
Battle of Utilities up next. We have Rex Webster
in
the Austin A40. Now this thing has a
540
big block in it, somewhere in the front there.
Yep. Small ute, big engine, big ute, small engine in the other line.
Actually,
well, it's slightly bigger than it was. Yeah.
It was a
253. Yeah, they've gone to a 308. So I'm pretty sure Mark dropped the 308 in about the same time that the guys were doing all the work on the HB. Tirana as well. They had like a
package deal.
Yeah, they had like a big working bee go on up at Power Plus Fuels, New South Wales, and they had a lot going on. So Mark gets away pretty cleanly, but again with an uncharacteristic 2.26 reaction time. This will be interesting in the big end. 11.69 is the dial in for Elborn, and a 64 on a 60 for Webster, who'll take the win on that pass.
I'm wondering if Elborn's just gone bore and stroke on the 253.
Yeah, I
don't know why you would do that.
I think it was an engine swap. I think
I'm
it was
just being smart. Has he gone 50 cubes? 50 cubes bigger. Uncharacteristic. We've seen so many upsets in this one, Pat.
Yeah. You know, I think Josh Clapp might have gotten a little bit psyched out himself there, because he did the burnout and then jumped on the brakes and pulled up in full stage. So I think it might have just had a bit of a mental a mental game.
Not expecting
for himself.
the tree to drop straight away.
Well, I mean, he was in full stage as soon as he finished his burnout, so he's trying to clear it out, make sure that he's ready to go. It's all a bit rushed, I guess. But nonetheless, we've got Bruce the Greyhound Ritchie back down here in the big Chevy Bel Air up against Steve Price in the XY Ute. Price has an 1180. Wow, another big wobble from Ritchie there in the Aeroflow lane.
He's still fighting that thing. I can see the shift light blaring away through the back window as well.
Around, and he will get there first. He does take the win. 74 on a 64 dial in. A 12.23 for Price's 11.80. So maybe the Falcon just fading away a little bit there on that pass. I'm not sure.
Perhaps.
Or he could have been playing with the throttle, maybe thinking that he had the win in the bag.
But I tell you what, Ritchie stayed in the throttle. He wasn't shy.
Yep.
Now keep your eyes on the white Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, ladies and gentlemen. If my experience in watching this car tells me, you will probably see the majority of the underside of it.
Yes, and it hasn't been as wild today as it has in the past, but this is going to be a close race. You've got a 920 for Papacosta in the Rocket Lane, a 940 for VLRs, and all action. We heard, yeah, very nice. But Papacosta is coming back. This is going to be really close. Oh, a breakout for Papacosta, a 9.0 and a 9.41 on a 40 dial in for VLRs. Really, really nice race run there by Peter VLRs.
That's a manually shifted car too.
It sure is.
So,
yep. 0.71 reaction time, you know, 100th or so off the dial in. It's almost like he does it regularly. All right, Richard Matasevic back up in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute. He's up against Joe Selby in the XY Sedan. On this one, so we got a 10.52 dial for Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane and an 11.55 for Selby in the Rocket lane. Selby gets away first. 0.19 reaction time from Matasevic. That's the racer that we've come to know and love. All right, and Selby with the breakout there, a 54 on a 55 and a 10.64 for Matasevic.
All right, this one a little bit of a interesting race, Pat. We don't see many Vauxhall Vivas running down the racetrack. 10.85 the dial in here to a 11.20 for Mark Marlin in the Falcon. After this pair, we do have some exciting news, Pat, regarding the Shannon Show and Shine that's been happening on the Eastern Mound. We have our winners of the awards ready to announce, and keep your eyes on the big screen. We've got some photos, and Adam's queued them up. He's going to, we're going to put them on the big screen.
All right, let's see what happens on track. So we've got Mark Marlin, a 1.62 and 0.62 for Rick Layla in the Vauxhall Viva.
Layla with a 10th advantage up his sleeve, but I think the Falcon out in front.
He's going to get there first, but is it? Oh, gets the win. Very good race, 11.24. All right, so those of you in the Show and Shine, have a look up on the big screen. We're going to have some images up there for you.
The Chevy Camaro was picked as first place getter. Oh, sorry, third. Beg your pardon. Third place getter was the Chevy Camaro. Then the second place was the red 32 Roadster, which is currently on screen. Thank you. And the winner of the Shannon Show and Shine, a very, very nice 55 Chevy up on screen there, the turquoise blue. So congratulations to all of those owners. Fantastic job. Your cars look absolutely unreal here at Sydney Dragway. I'd like to thank you for coming along, and congratulations once again.
Beautiful. All right, we had Steve Taylor there on a solo pass, an 0.54 reaction time, really nice. 10.28 on a 9.70 dial in though, so a little bit of data to come back home for Steve. On that one. All right, so that was the end of Nostalgia Gas, and we're going to move through into our first round of Nostalgia Pro Stock. Chicago Shootout, round 1 of 3.
All right, we can see those competitors rolling under the tower right now.
We've got the Dyson high energy exercise crew making their way through in their Dayglow pink suits.
Funnily enough, no one's taken me up on the red mullet that I can offer them.
Oh, I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe we could send Adam.
There's a sense of adventure.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I've offered the red mullet, Adam. All right, so we've got Nicholas Polito in the Aeroflow lane taking on Naomi Dyson.
Yes.
Dyson in the Rocket lane. Now, both these cars have taken Australian championships in pro stock racing, which of course is what today's bracket is all about.
Absolutely. So some fierce competitors. We've got 850.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a good look. That's a good look. You'll fit right in with the Dyson Racing crew down there. Adam, that's a good one. We might take a photo of that, put it up on the big screen.
Let's turn this camera. Can we?
Look at those glorious mullets and those Dayglow pink exercise suits down there, the track suits. Love it. All right.
Do you reckon that's what the crew would have worn, though?
Yeah. Maybe their girlfriends wore that.
All right. It's all good for a laugh.
Yeah. All good. All right. So, Ford Probe in the Aeroflow lane. Pontiac Firebird in the Rocket lane. It's good stout burnout from Naomi Dyson on that one.
Polito just waiting patiently. I think he's just going to do a short, sharp burnout.
Yeah, I think so. That's it. A couple of gears and going to step it forward. Okay, so we've got Nicholas Polito just about into pre-stage. Dyson's there already. Get both cars moving into full stage, and you'll hear the RPM come right up.
I think we're having a bit of what they call the old-fashioned burn down, Pat, where nobody wants to go into stage.
Oof. The starter has indicated, so you must take notice.
Billy Spoilsport.
Yeah.
Oh, not much in the tree. Dyson slightly better, goes 0.52, but Polito with the performance advantage here.
Get there. He does get the win. 884 to a 913 with a 149 miles per hour. So a nice pass. We'll move on to a solo pass. Josh Boscovich.
The car I thought might have been here today was Owen James in that Cortina.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's a
the OAC car. Yeah.
I would have thought for sure he might have been here.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you would have thought so, but maybe it was a scheduling issue, perhaps, for himself.
Is that Joe Dirt in the big tracky?
Yeah.
Yes. Only in Australia.
Yeah. It's the Australian Joe Dirt. But right car, right?
Yeah.
Didn't Joe Dirt have a Firebird? Or was it somewhere? Oh no, it was a Camaro. Can't remember.
I don't know.
either way. Got Josh Boscovich just getting backed up here. He's going to get brought up to a pre-stage. What haven't we said about this XA coupe in the past? Fontana powered 427. Very rare, manually shifted. Liberty gearbox, nitrous. It's all happening. A little dry hop from the clutch there just to set everything in. On the two-step, Josh lifts the wheels. Great entertaining pass as always. It's going to get out there. Let's see what the time is. It's a 7.98 with an 8, 167 miles per hour.
Is that PB for that car? Crew?
What do you say, Crew?
Is that PB for that car?
No, they're all focused.
Can't be too far away, though.
No, that'd be close. I think, did it go at 96 before? Something similar. Anyway, nonetheless, very exciting, as always, to see Bosco down there. Unfortunately, I've had some sad news, Bushy. JB, John Smorach in the Topolino, they're out.
Oh.
Pushed the front crank seal out of the motor, unfortunately, on the last pass. So, real shame there for JB and crew. It was a big effort to get that car here, but it was great to see him make a couple of passes and do it all fairly cleanly.
Yes, well, let's hope there's nothing else untoward there. Is it possible you can push the crank seal out without doing other... I don't know. I'm sure we'll see it back.
Not usually.
Oh, okay.
All right, that is a strong burnout from Brodie Davies down there.
I think
Pennywise Mustang.
I think he's definitely got the burnout bit down back.
Yeah, I think he's getting the vibe. All right.
I think we could safely say we'll sign that bit off on the license.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good. I'm not sure if anyone's pointed out as well. I mean, we want to see, obviously this is all about racing and getting Brodie familiar with the car, but I don't think anyone's pointed out the new and improved Gareth down there on the line, who's half the man he used to be in a very good way.
Yes, he has.
So,
he has actually lost a substantial way.
He's cutting a fine figure down there in front of the car. So good on him for that. All the better. Wishing you all the best for Shelley, of course, as always. But let's see what Brodie can do in this weapon of a Mustang.
Although Brodie new in the car, the team is very well practiced in what they need to do between rounds and on the racetrack.
Yep,
we see
absolutely.
From sitting up here, from time to time, we see sometimes the crew not always sure of their role, if I can put it that way.
Yep.
That's certainly not the case with this team.
No, and it's not necessarily about doing more or less. It's doing just what you need to do. That's probably the key, right? So if you're on the team and you have a particular role, the best thing is for you just to do that role, rather than trying. Sometimes it's easy to go, oh, I'm going to help these guys, I'm going to help do that, and end up doing something you shouldn't. Nice launch and just chattering the tyres a little bit out near the 60 foot there, but well gathered up by Brodie. So definitely getting their heads around that combination. But another bunch of data in the books for the Davies Racing team. All right, so we'll have Willard's back out in Little Anglia. So you get that fired back up. You're going to make another pass down here. Oh, didn't want to keep firing the pipes there on that startup, so just roll it over and give it another shot. So we've got some heat coming through the engine on the Anglia down there. So the boys will put the nose cone back on and move it up for a burnout. Of RPM there on board. The Anglia in that no wheel spin though, not ideal. That reverse is still working, so that's good. There we go. Got the rear wheels back in the water, so we'll just. Yeah, the thing's not shy of any horsepower, but it's not shy of grip either. So sometimes you just need that little bit of assistance from the water box to get the tyres spinning. That's better.
It was interesting when he was almost free revved, and when he stopped, it had like from up here looked like clutch dust coming out of it. So I don't know.
Might not have been quite in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's even possible to half get it in.
I don't know.
Through the clutch. But anyway, it worked on the second attempt for the burnout, so that's all that matters. Doug Willard down there has run as quick. Well, this car has run deep into the sixes.
Yeah.
With John driving. You can see John down there at the rear of the car. Crew just going through there post-race. Procedure, of course, coming up to the start line with a car this size with that amount of horsepower, you want to make sure that you've got everything in optimal position, that the driver's comfortable, that the wheelie bars are set correctly, that the car's pointed in the right direction. Stage. 3 counts down. Not a bad lead. A little bit of fume out of the right-hand side. The car wandering a little bit past half-track. Big wiggle at the finish line. Shoots out with a 677 with a 7 at 177 miles an hour. Those shoots out somewhere around the 1,000 foot, I dare say, maybe a little bit past that. But that definitely would have got his attention at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah. There was a lot going on up there. There's a lot going on there, but not a bad pass. 039 on the tree.
Yep.
Not bad at all.
Went 107 to the 60.
Yep. Just happy to see the car. Make a full pass, right?
Yeah.
Which is what we want to see.
677 with a 7, only 176 mile an hour.
Yep.
You're not wrong, made in Australia on our live stream. It definitely was moving around.
It was moving. All right, so looks like we'll get back back across into Supercharged Outlaws, right? Excuse me, Nostalgia Outlaws. For the next one, coming up, we should have Darryl Walford and Tim Gruber. So Walford, of course, in the little Fiat Topolino backdraft, as it's affectionately known. And Tim Gruber in the Queanbeyan engine service Ford Cortina.
Yeah, Walford been a competitor in this category for quite some time. Ran a Ford Thunderbird funny car. Recently taking control of this Fiat Topolino. 6:48 the dial in. Tim Gruber over in the rocket lane. Queanbeyan Engine Services with the Ford Cortina. Started with a 760. Fractionally quicker than his best DT here today. The first pass there was multiple stabs on the throttle. The second pass was a lot better, and that's certainly given him a little bit better of an idea of what the weather conditions will provide.
Having that ET, that dial in a little bit lower than his best ET tells me what we already know about Tim Gruber is he wants to run it out the back door.
Yes.
There's no mind games here.
Yeah,
there's no playing with the throttle down the track.
He's happy to give away a little bit on the start line to make it up to the finish line.
Just send it. Yep. I think probably Tim's motto.
I think TC made in Australia is the model number. TC Cortina.
Yep. Gruber in full stage. Walford joins him. Big lead. Yeah. Gruber stays right into it.
Walford over towards the wall, Pat.
Nice reaction time from Walford as well. 0.31. Gruber gets there first, but Walford will take it. Gruber ran it out the back door to a breakout of a 7.53. Very, very nice. So Walford a little bit off the dial in there, but nonetheless still gets it. I think he might have had to get out of the throttle later on down the track there.
He was checking out the paint on the wall about half track, which I would have been out of the throttle too.
Yeah, fair enough.
Most people, I'm sure, would have. The car just stopping before the turnaround, so we'll get the quad onto that. He's almost on scene almost. The car hasn't even stopped moving. There's a roller on the front there, we'll push on the slick. And we'll get the Walford Topolino around that top end turn, and then we have two very cool cars ready to fire into life.
Sure do, we've got the note. Got Peter Lee down there in the Monza. So we were talking to Jim Olshern a bit earlier on.
And we've got Josh Lay down there in the rocket lane. In what I think is one of the nicest front engine cars in the country.
Yep. Forever young, Rolly Lay, front engine dragster.
Only a little blower on that thing too when you look at how big the engine is.
Yep.
Oh.
That seems to work just fine though.
Yeah. That's a 660 the dial in for the front engine dragster. Josh will have to chase down Pete. Pete in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 720. What is an awesome looking funny car. We had Jim Walton up here earlier discussing some of his memories made with the racing adventures had with not this specific car, but one that was very, very similar.
I love how Jim's down there right up.
Oh, he's too, yeah. He's got
right up in the lane. Got the phone out.
Got the phone out. Embracing technology.
Yep.
Peter away with a 274 light A 121 for Josh in the rocket lane. The front engine drags her around at the top end, shoots out early, 711 with an 8, 197 miles an hour on that pass, and an 812 with a 6 at 159 for Peter Lay on that run.
Pretty clean and tidy passes for both cars there, which is what we want to see.
A little bit different for Josh driving this compared to the
the
funny car. I mean, he's pretty versatile at steerer, really.
Yeah.
He'll jump in anything given the opportunity, whether it's a wheel stand or whether it's a...
Yes.
Rest assured, there's always a smile on the face, though. And it looks like he too has stopped on the top of the hill there, so at least the parachute's coming out and he's able to bring the car to a safe stop. And of course we'll just push him around the return road. We've got our next pair of cars sitting in the fire-up box, and that is Bruno Matajasevic and Tristan Ockers down there. Now Ockers dialed in with a 592. He's yet to do a pass here today. He's come out a couple of times to attempt, and the car just does not want to fire into life. So let's hope that the crew have sorted whatever the issue might be, and we can get that Chevy Nova fired into life and show the crowd just what it can do. As I said, it has run a 5-second pass on a number of occasions before.
All right.
I think we've got it fired this time.
It is
yes.
fired up this time.
Excellent.
Moving forward under its own power, which is great to see. Bruno Matajasevic down there. He's got bad 71 fired up.
Oh, big move in the fire.
Tristan not. He's lost enough time to do burnouts today, so he's going to make it up with one. Bruno not to be outdone. The burnout setup.
A very tough supercharged sedans about to do battle for round 1 points here.
Absolutely. So we've got a couple of dial-ins on the board. A 643 for Matajasevic and a 592 for Ockers. So you're wondering what the tune-up was that they've got in it. I think they've got the Pro Mod tune-up in it. Was he?
The KILL one?
Yeah. Well, not quite. I mean, a 585 dial-in probably the kill tune, but nonetheless. Let's see if we can put some power down.
Oh, Matajasevic with a big shot of flame.
Ockers pedaling. I don't even know what to say about what just happened on that pass, but Ockers gets there first, drops the chutes, keeps it within the lane.
Oh, that's debatable.
Well, I don't think it had a wheel down outside of the centre line. If the wheel's in the air and it's not on the other side of the track.
We're playing AFL now, are we?
Well, you know.
Where do we look? I noticed a flash of flame out of Matajasevic's car when he was on the two-step.
Yeah.
And then next thing I look over and they've left the line. He's spun the wheels. Ockers is in the other lane.
Well, Ockers got on the two-step, realised that they're not on a pro tree or on the dial-in tree, and then got off it and then got back on it again. And then when he let go, it jumped out, kicked the tyres around 60 foot, I think, and then had to wrangle it for the rest of the pass.
I've just heard Rocket Lanes cross the centre line.
Oh, they have ruled it. All right. Well, that's why we're not making the decisions, Bushy.
I was reasonably confident that he crossed it.
I thought it was exciting.
It was. Either way, the results, what you just said is true. It was exciting.
It is what it is. So, no, very, very cool. Can't wait to see those guys make another pass a little later on today. All right, now we have all right, 37 coupe back out again. We've got the pair of Moreaus on this pass. Jack in the Capri, Sam in the coupe. There's a bit of a... I think Jack must feel a little bit outgunned here, to be honest. But it's back to a dial-in, so...
Correct. The little Capri will hold its own.
He's got the chance. He's got a racer's chance.
Sam has some issues there. The car hasn't come back from the burnout as yet. There we go. Just looking at that front end shot of that car, he wouldn't be seeing much out of the windscreen of the hot rod, considering the scoop's higher than the...
There's more panels than there are windows. I think at the front of that thing.
Thank you very much there, Adam. If he had to go in the Aeroflow lane, how would he see the tree?
Hopes and prayers. Maybe that's why it's always running in the wrong lane.
Correct. Maybe his theory is if he's quicker, he'll get
0-2-1 reaction time from Jack Moreau. He's got the advantage here by 800ths. Look at that, he does continue on with the win. 890 on the 85 dial-in to an 821 on the 780 for Sam.
Yeah, the little Capri got there quite convincingly in the end.
Certainly did, yeah.
All right, next up we have Paul Savato in the HQ Monaro. Big block Chev powered machine, 515 cubes, dialed in with an 875. Taking on Charlie Attard. Down there in the rocket lane. Attard in the Tirana, of course. Dialed in with an 888. There's not going to be too much in this one. We're probably
not going to be a great deal in it, yeah.
There'll be a slight handicap on the tree going towards the white Tirana.
Attard in full stage already, putting the pressure on. Savato joins him there. Whoa, big miss on the tree for Attard. I don't know that that's going to be recoverable, to be honest. Savato can just ease on through, and he does, to take the win there. Not exactly sure what happened with Charlie Attard on that one.
Yeah, Attard is normally gun on the tree.
Yeah, Johnny on the spot.
Maybe something just distracted at that critical moment.
Yeah. Could have been similar to that issue that Josh Clapp had earlier. Might have just gone into full stage and not actually meant to be there.
Yeah.
And it can just play with your mind when it comes to your start line procedure and all that sort of thing. But nonetheless, as we've said, Chicago shootout, the cars will be back around.
All right, looks like Brett O'Connor's got the solo on this run, Pat.
Yes, indeed. As we just see Rolly Lay's front engine drags to make its way back down there. What a great looking car. And as Jim pointed out earlier, such a family operation there for the Lays. I think Shelby, the youngest daughter,
yes,
is in the driver's seat of the hot rod there, so it's a cool way to be part of it. In between driving wheel standers, she's also ferrying super cool front engine dragsters back to the pits. All right, Brett O'Connor heading towards the staging beams. 636 cubic inch big block. Nitrous available to him.
Walking around a little bit at 330, but Nice at the top end of the racetrack, 7.06 with a 7, 192 miles an hour through the top end of the racetrack. Nice pass there for Brett O'Connor.
Quickest pass of the day.
Car running very consistently
Yeah,
at the moment.
very nice.
Now moving into our altered bracket will be, you can see down there in the water, Alan White taking on Stephanie Heismans.
Alan White's. He's just performed a burnout. I'm not sure if Heismans is they're just working on getting that car fired. It's on the starter, but just doesn't really want to get going. Looks like it is going to be a solo pass for Alan White down there.
White gets the opportunity to check the dial in. Although I'm pretty certain that he would know what this car's going to run.
Data's data, man.
Yes, correct.
All right, we've got an 860 on the boards for Alan White down there in the rocket lane. That 23T bucket. It's just edging into full stage. Gets away with an 0.27 on the front wheels off the ground. Very clean and straight pass for Alan White down there. An 862 on a 60 dial in. Pretty sure that was all part of the plan, as you pointed out, Bushy. Very, very nice pass.
It's not his first time.
Yeah. All right, Clint Noble back up with the Topolino. It's got a bit of glitter flake in that paint job. I just noticed then in the sun, afternoon sun. Very stylish. Up against Stephen Jones in the T bucket. We've got an 859 dial in for Clint Noble to an 885 for Jones. So not much in the leave. So the crew's given the nod. Drivers have their future in their hands. Staging battles. Here we go. Full stage. Jones leaves. Noble leaves.
Noble with a much better reaction time here. Pat already out in front. Both cars dead straight down the centre of the lane though. And an 864 with a 3, 147 miles an hour.
Breakout for Stephen Jones, 882 with a 7 at 146.
Yeah, I think trying to make that difference up. Noble got across the finish line first. I did think the same thing when you see the red flash.
Yep.
But Noble took that win all on his own.
That's not a problem. All right, Fiona Crisp back out in that great Spitzer altered. A solo pass, of course, on this round. Got a 756 dial in on the board for Crisp.
I can't even hear Crisp's car on the track. Like all I can hear is a blown Holden 6. Very nice. In the afternoon sun here at Sydney Dragway, it's been an absolute cracker of a day.
Beautiful. All right, here we go. Fiona Crisp in the rocket lane. 001
nice.
on the tree. Just run it out the back door, the crew says. Go for it. 7.58 with an 8 on a 56 dial in. Very nice. Shoots out. Job done. Great pass there from Fiona Crisp. Don't think any of the engineers at Holden back in the day ever thought the 202 would make that noise. Mike Sandswell out with a nice pass there. 9.88 on a 90, handing the win to Hawley with an 8.23 on the 8.0 dial-in. That's got to be one of the better passes that Tenswell's made. Just unfortunately, it was a little bit too quick.
Yeah, I think sometimes when it does that, you're happy but disappointed at the same time.
That's right.
Because if you're chasing an issue and you get it to run where you want it to, you're like, great, I fixed it. I'm on a number, and this. But at least in today, he will get the opportunity
he'll get
come
another
back,
opportunity.
right?
That's right.
So it's not like a track champs where if you did that, that's it. Game over for the day.
Game over, Charlie. Yeah. But that's such an unnatural thing going, you went too fast, drag racing.
Yeah, in any motorsport.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. Went too fast. What? All right, Matty Welsh back in the Aeroflow lane. Down there, the Bullock Manufacturing front engine dragster. Up against Craig Davies. Matty with a 000 reaction time earlier today.
Yes.
Very nice.
This will be a good little battle, I think. Davies a very tough racer.
Yeah.
In his own right.
Yeah, we've got an 8.53 for Welsh in the Aeroflow lane to an 8.31 Davies in the rocket lane.
Hope you're enjoying the live stream, Stu. Our commentators for Wednesday night.
The Pocket Rocket.
Just chiming in on the YouTube channel. As these two leave the start line, 0.62 to 1.059. There's 0.003 of a second advantage going to Welsh in this race. And he does not take the win, goes 8.72 on an 8.53. Davies an 8.34 with a 7 to take the win.
Yeah, I got a feeling Matt might have just lifted his big toe a little bit there just to make sure he didn't break out. But Davies being right on that dial-in as always.
Yeah, I think that's the hard thing with the drag. So the front end, he might not even be able to see the front end in that car.
Well, yeah.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You drive most of these races, especially ones with the scoops. I mean, he and Davies have the same sort of deal.
With the scoop on there, yeah.
They're probably driving most of the time off the wall or the centre line. They're not actually able to see where they're going. As scary as that sounds.
Yeah. Well, if one wall stays where it is and the other wall stays where it is, you know you're in the right spot, right?
You're sweet.
All right, with the hit there, but Peter Carlton with better reaction time. Looks like he will edge ahead on this pass. Breaks out, but still gets the win. Less of a breakout. A big breakout for Gary Durrington there at 9.57 on an 82. Is quite surprising. All right, you can hear that. Blown combination. Chris Denny Family Racing.
Nice burnout from both cars down there. Two completely different engine notes.
Yeah. Absolutely, Bob Sinclair with that 210. 210 cube Holden 6-cylinder. Of course, with that blown 350 small block with Denny fed. Bennett Sinclair with an 8:30 dial-in on this pass. Previously run 8:33 with a 5, so not unfamiliar with the whole combination, of course, Bob, so it should be pretty well in the ballpark there. And Chris Denny with 7:58 dial-in, which I think it ran last time.
No, both his runs were 62s.
62s, but I think the dial-in was 58 on the last one.
Not sure.
Who knows?
Anyway, regardless, that car is very consistent for what it is.
It certainly is.
How good is that shot on the big screen? Two great looking front engine dragsters about to do battle. They're into pre-stage.
Absolutely.
Sinclair to be chased by Denny. Oh, they're left nearly together. Sinclair falling asleep pretty much on the start line.
Gave it all away on the launch, but Denny doing his job. 034 did his job a little too well.
I was just going to say, is he going to worry about the win, or is he just going to try for the number? The shootout across the finish line.
7:53 with a 5. Ah, he'll be right. All right, back into vintage gases or nostalgia gas.
All right, we've
Either
got
way, gases.
Yes. Another word for cool.
Yeah, Michael Bennett out in the Apache up against John Kerr in the Comet. Bennett's kind of sort of faded away when he got back into it, so I wonder if it's similar to before. Either way, he gets the win.
Well, that was a tight race all the way through. There was
tight.
a 10th in the start line advantage to Bennett there, but there was only 44 thousandths of a second across the finish line, Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, next pairing up, we've got little Anglia, Greg Bullitt. I think someone did point out on one of the streams that Greg's Anglia did come over from New Zealand. It did indeed come from New Zealand.
Okay, well, that's good. That backs up what Father said last night.
Yep. There we go, Benjamin Love back out again, the big Valiant wagon. He's made a couple of good passes today, which is good to see. So we've got a 922 dial in for the big wagon and a 969 for the little Anglia. Here's that Topolino of Noble down there, bushy as it comes back down. It's a pretty cool looking thing.
Very different way to build an altered, but a pretty cool one at that.
Yeah. Very good. All right, here we go. This next pair edging into the stage.
All right, the little Anglia is going to lead first, and the big Val is going to chase it down. Oh, wheels up for both cars.
All right, 096 reaction time for Benjamin Love. He's brought the race face this weekend. 923 on a 22 dial-in. Very nice. And a respectable 988 on the 69 dial-in for Bullitt.
I can't believe how physically small that Anglia looks to whatever's racing against
it. Doesn't matter what's next to it.
You put it next to the Tirana and it would look small. All right, big burn out there for Wayne Edwards in the 57 Bel Air, all the way up from Victoria. There's a strong contingent of the Gasser racers up from Victoria.
Yep. All right, so a 10-0 for Wayne Edwards to a 10-27 for Martin Stevenson in the HB.
front, twisting right up on the head of the throttle. I don't think he's going to catch Stevenson at the finish line. Stevenson takes the win, 10.32 with a 5, 118 mile an hour. Takes it by 0.4 of a second. Yes! Ash Haley! Woo! Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
The full John Force burnout for you there.
Opens the door and it's just a plume of smoke.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. Is he smoking a cigar in there or is it just the burnout? Eddie Tribula with a respectable burnout himself. Possibly the coolest guy here with 2 backup girls.
Yeah.
I think he's going to take home the coolest guy at Bangs and Mash. Just from that fact. Good deal, but that burnout was quite a sight.
if there's an award for that, I know who's getting it.
Yep. That's cool. that's a cool dry hop.
Big block Chev in the 57, only a small block in the 55.
Oh.
Spicy small block by the sound of it.
It's a healthy one, that's for sure.
Keep stealing your analogy. Cool.
Hey, it works.
It works, yeah, it's very fitting.
That's it. All right, here we go. Tribula is in full stage. Ash Haley joins him there. Lights go down. Good reaction time from Haley. Gives him a slight edge. He's got to steer that car through the first 330. Tribula straight as an arrow. Ash dropped the laundry early and gets the win, an 8.71 with a 5 on a 68 to the 76 for Tribula.
Yeah.
But reaction time, I think, again.
Yeah, 400s across the finish line, the margin of victory.
Great pass from those cool gases.
Oh.
Damien Kemp not to be outdone in the burnout stakes.
We've time warped back to the 60s.
That's just being stubborn now. Very, very nice effort there from Damien Kemp in the Thunderbolt. 64-foot fair lane.
It's a Willys coup.
Oh, excuse me, I'm reading the screen instead of the...
That's okay. Simon,
instead of what I see
Simon
there.
Moore
Simon Moore in the Willies.
waiting very patiently. Had a good go at the good crack at the burnout, but he egged Kemp on, and Kemp said, "Well, hold my beer.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute."
Check this out. Yeah.
There's another catchphrase I think that works.
Hold my beer, 100%. I like it. But Moy's been pretty quick today in earlier passes, so.
Well, there's not a lot between these two. The dial-ins, I think they've deliberately said, let's do a heads-up here.
Yep.
I wonder if anybody's put some weight bars in the back.
Maybe. I wonder if anyone's put some cash on. Here we go. Better reaction time for Kemp. Looks like that might give him the edge here. Let's see how they get on down the track. Moy looks like he's doing some chasing. Oh, looks like something might have come out of that car, actually, on its way down there.
Sounded like there was somebody whomping on the throttle suit.
Yeah, 11.07 to an 11.18, and yeah, reaction time gets the win for Kemp in the Aeroflow lane. So just have to double check because I think I did see something come out of that car in the rocket lane, so we're just going to have to make sure what that was.
Yeah, I can hear the meeting director issuing some instructions.
All right, so everything back under control down on track. So we'll see more Gasser racing happening here. Doris the Morris back down there. XP Ute. Falcon's just going to have another bite at the cherry when it comes to the burnout there. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. We're going to send Doris on a solo for this one. Something not 100% happy about the in the Ute. Good hit there from the Morris in the rocket lane. It was a 1389 dial in. Unfortunately, gas bagger. XP Ute is going to make its way back to the pits, a 14.0. Right. Next pair up. We've got Emanuele in the pickup. Right, here we go up at the line. We've got gets away first. It's got a 14.0 dial in. Pickup's got a 12.95, so we're going to see how close they can get as they head on down the track. Pickup gets there first, 12.88. It's a breakout and a double breakout, but less of a breakout to the sedan in the rocket lane. Okay, Simon Adrian back down in the big Chevy. Against, I think, is it, I haven't seen the name on the side of this Bel Air down here. I think it's a Rat Trap or something like that, or can't remember. Either way, we've got a 1540 dial in for the rocket lane, a 1440 and 035 reaction time in the Aeroflow lane gives the advantage. Does have the nose ahead at this point. Let's see if we can hold it together. Oh, a double breakout again. Looks like less of a breakout to the Bel Air in the Aeroflow lane, a 1435 with a 3 on a 40. Adrian Kemp, by the looks of things, in the Mustang down there. A little FE Holden.
I know what they've done. Race Control told me before when I was in there, they've split the gas glass into two. So that's why.
Okay. It's too many. So many of them. It's pretty cool, though.
I'm not complaining.
Yep. Got the running on empty Chevy 210 down there. Eddie Tribula. Super cool to see him come over from New Zealand. Putting on a show for everyone here.
And the Mustang will take the win now, 11.72 on 11.36.
Getting a few breakouts these last few pairings that have gone on through.
Just wondering if the weather conditions have changed a little bit down there.
Yeah, it's there's still quite a breeze down there, so maybe the air temp has come down significantly. Falcon on on Falcon action happening down here.
Aeroflow lane away first. Don't think the Rocket's going to catch him from there, considering that dial-ins were much the same, unless the Aeroflow lane breaks out. No.
Ooh.
Takes the win. Fair and square. 12.49 with a 4 and a 12.40.
Very, very nice.
Next up, we have Damien Flood in the HR, dialed in with a 1350, taking on Clint Edwards. Dialed in with a 1480. A little bit of something out of the pipe there for Edwards. You can see it on the racetrack there.
Yeah. Sat around, so hopefully it's...
I wonder if it's the insides of the muffler or something like that. Both cars
possible.
going too fast.
Yeah.
And the winner will be Damien Flood in the HR. Broke out by less. The margin of victory, 84 10,000ths of a second.
I was just looking at the numbers there between the double breaker. I was like, I'm trying to figure this out. Very close. All right, Adam Di Maria back out again in a little EJ. Let's see what happens. Last time this car ran, it just went up in smoke.
Yep.
Turned the tyres some incredible amount. A little bit of a wiggle still, but not so bad this time. It's got a 16.15 dial in. Let's see where he's at. 16.32, safely above that dial in. Right.
I think we're into our next round of Hot Rod here.
Absolutely. We've got Troy Rolls in that absolutely insane Ford Coupe. 1050 with a dial in up against Stephen Dawson, who's had plenty of consistent runs today. 1184. We get both cars into stage. Reaction time from Dawson. Roll's definitely going to have the horsepower advantage. He gets there. Ooh, no. Dawson sticks with it. An 840. Sorry, an 1184 with a 4 on an 84 dial.
Wow.
Spot on. But McClellan, Dawson not far away either with 54 on 50.
Telling, I think, was in the reaction times there. Gary Baines on the YouTube chat. Yes, Darren Carter did run the funny car earlier this morning, but I believe is we get confirmation that he's out for the rest of the afternoon, Pat?
Don't know. We just didn't see him on the second round.
He didn't come out for the second round, so not sure what's happening there. But he is entered and has done a run here today, Gary. All right, our next pair. Sitting on the start line, we've got Andrew McClellan in the 34, dialed in with a 12 flat, taking on Peter Trees in the T-bucket.
Trees looks like he might have had a bit of a front end failure there, actually. The front wheels are wobbling around a little bit. It picked up the wheel as he left, and then and as it came back down, it just started shaking the front tyres, so not ideal.
No, at least it happened there and not at the other end.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, McClellan will take the win, 12.66 with a 1. Hasn't quite been Peter Tree's day.
Not quite, no. But looks like he can still get it along at low speed, so he might be able to just make it down to that early exit gate.
It was talking up a fair bit on the earlier run, like substantially from the rear.
Yeah, it talked right up, but this time it talked up and then popped back down and just went into a whole bunch of tyre wobble.
at least he's still able to steer and everything. So.
Yeah. Might have just upset the whole front end steering gear and sort of got a little bit out of control.
Yes, I mean, well, not saying this is the case with Peter's car, but there's definitely been a few T-buckets with some interesting steering arrangements.
Yeah,
that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's just that style of sort of front end.
Especially when they're like this.
Yeah,
the steering wheel is vertical and you're
sort of like a bus kind of.
Yes, but with a little wheel.
Yeah, with a tiny little wheel, yeah.
All right, we have Peter Grant down there in the Hamster.
Yep.
He's dialed in with a 1450.
Rebecca Davis back up in the Ford Vicky. Let's see, last time down, didn't do a burnout and had a lot of wheel spin off the line. Got really out of shape off the line. So we'll see what Rebecca's tact is this time. Seems like she's gone around the water mostly, so not looking to do a burnout. Peter Grant with the grey motor in the Hamster, maybe.
Here you go, finding parts for these things now.
Oh. Go on an adventure out bush, I reckon. Oh, another lot of wheel spin there from Rebecca Davis in that Ford Vicky. So Peter Grant, 1450 dial in down there. Gets a 1450 with an 8, by the way. Very, very nice pass from the Hamster. Okay, next pairing up Dylan Evers in the 28 Ford Tourer. He's got a 1410 dial in up against Darren Abella in the Anglia, 1150. Here we go. Dylan Evers gets away. So 2.5 seconds head start instead of Bella. Bella's doing some good chasing there. Will he get there in the end? Looks like Evers might get there first. Oh, it's a breakout from Evers. A 14.001 on a 14.10. Handing the win to Abella. It's time for Bush Senior to get back out on the track. Fresh off the back of a win on his previous round.
That it is. Probably looking for a repeat.
Yeah, stuck with the same dial-in by the looks of things.
Yeah.
1550. He's up against Alan Odgers again with that side valve.
Yep, so he and Alan have been friends for a long time.
Yeah, okay.
So let's see what goes on here.
Well, all's fair, love and war, mate.
Correct, correct. I'm sure Dad would have the side valve in his car nowadays if he was rebuilding it, but 1550 the dial in for Greg Bush in the 35 Tourer. Alan Odgers in the pickup, dialed in with a 1730, so Bush will have to be a little bit more patient on the start line. I'm wondering if the dial in is correct there.
No, might be questioning it, as any good racer would, if it wasn't correct, Bushy. 55.
Wow, it's getting a bit technical. It's getting a bit technical.
You think he's feeling it? He's back in the groove?
Yeah, he's back in the groove. You're like, we're not selling you England now, we're building a race car. Yeah. I'm like, yes!
Yeah, good deal. Good deal. All right, here we go. Greg Bush in the Ford Phaeton, up against Alan Odgers in the 32 Ford pickup. Beautiful looking pair of cars down here. I doubt many people have actually seen a Phaeton.
No, they only made only a very few. There was a little bit. Oh, he's got greedy on the start line. He's got 013 red. I didn't say anything about the reaction time, right?
Yeah, no.
Can't blame me for that one.
No.
Deliberately stayed right away from that topic.
Let's have a look at what the dial-in was. Let's see if he did need to go to the 55.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
It was a fair way off there. 15-1-2 with a 5.
The red mist descended.
Yeah. Yep.
And he ran it out the back door. Very good. All in good fun.
Well, he'll have the opportunity to change the dial-in for the next round. Hodges will take the win move, and he'll also be back.
Yes.
All right, Alan Pepper now in this gorgeous-looking 37 Ford convertible, dialed in with a 1480, taking on Bryce Stubing.
Yep.
Stubing in the 32 coupe. He came out this morning with a cracker of a light off the trail.
Yes.
I think it was an 06 or something.
Yeah. I think it was one of our first O's, wasn't it, of the day? So
it was like on the third run.
Yep. Very nice. So we got a 1480 dial in versus a 1330. So Stubing's out in front. He basically just needs to maintain that gap, and he will get the win. Very nice pass, 1345. 1611 for Pepper there. Quite a way off on the dial-in.
Yeah, not sure.
Good. All right, Anthony Mastramoro back out again in the A model. Very, very quick car here. Has run a best of 889 today. And is running with a dial-in of 90. Against Kerry Stewart there in the Holden-powered Austin A40.
Those rocks must have been right on the edge of the tyre.
Yeah. Certainly. You know, you're saying the Anglia looks small out against just about anything out there. Maybe we should put the Anglia up against the.
That was
Austin.
the challenge of the day, wasn't it? Was that Anglia, the Willys, and the Austin were all very, very popular Casa cars.
$9.99 dial in for Kerry Stewart in the Aeroflow lane. A 900 for Mastramoro in the Rocket lane. Big wheels up and had a good look at the centre line there for Kerry Stewart in the A40. No such drama for Mastramoro over there. 0.12 reaction time and runs a 9.59 with a 3, dropping the laundry early. But Stewart has pulled over to the side, perhaps concerned about something on the car, or may have shut off with the way it came back down from that.
It looked to land pretty hard on both wheels at the same time there when it came down.
Yeah.
It's never a good thing when you can see near the whole side of the car.
No, but I don't know if there is anything coming out of the car. I can't really see anything from here. But
I guess better to pull over and be safe than
certainly
be leaking something and then...
The last thing you want to do as a competitor is just oil down the track for everyone else, right? You know, I mean, you don't want it. You don't want it to happen. You don't want your own misfortune, but you also don't want to, spoil it for anyone. But it could be just that the, could have had taken a jolt and shut the car down. So not to worry. That's what Sydney's best track crew is there for. Get the quad hooked up and get it out. So while we get Kerry's car back off the racing surface, we might duck off to a couple of ads quickly, and we'll be back here with more action from Bangers and Mash here at Sydney Dragway.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks, and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
All right, and we are back with Vintage Speedsters. Down there we've got James Minnis in the rocket lane. He's got a 19.1 second dial in on that 26 Model T, and then a 12.0 dial in for the racer in the Aeroflow lane. I'm sorry, we don't have any information on that vehicle. Up in the box there, a 1082 breakout. That thing just keeps getting quicker and quicker. To a 1996 for James Minnis. We will take the win courtesy of that mega breakout. Next pairing up, we've got Steve Fleming and Alan Miller. The 26 Model T up against the 28 Chevy. Both with a 15.0 dial in, so this is perhaps a gentleman's agreement. Heads up racing, as it were. Both of these vintage speedsters coming up into staging. As we mentioned before, Steve Fleming made the big trek up from Tasmania to be part of this event today. And he's got the edge on the reaction time. But looks like Alan Miller has the power. He's pulling ahead there and will lead the way down to that 8th mile marker. Yeah, 14.53 as a breakout for Miller, handing the win to Steve Fleming on that one. Yeah, the old saying goes, the first drag race started after the second car was built, so it doesn't matter how fast or slow you think they are, we'll still race them. Okay, back around into Nostalgia Street. Nostalgia Gas, excuse me. Blake Core in HQ Ute down in the Aeroflow lane. Has a dial in of 12.29. And Damien McGlynn, 11.41. The interstage coming up on the RPM 163.067. Reaction time to Damien McGlynn gives him the advantage in the short track. Let's see, it looks like he's going to pull up right alongside Blake Core. That should hand him the win, and it does. An 11.43 on a 41 dial-in. Blake Cord just breaking out, trying to keep the nose ahead there at 12.26 on 12.30. Ooh, Mark in with the Ford Anglia, but the big block Mustang having a bit of a cough and a pop at the end of the burnout there. Let's see if he can get it refired. Gary Nicholson down there. So working away at trying to get the car restarted. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it wants to refire. No, unfortunately, Gary Nicholson will have to push that car back, and Mark Ind will run on a solo. So a 990 dialed in for the Ford Anglia. .015 reaction time with the little Anglia trying to lift the wheels off the ground. Gathers it up and runs straight as an arrow for the rest of the track. 996 with a 3 at 136 miles per hour. So great combination there. Looks like Anthony Mastromoro's got a fan club down there in the crowd. Good to see the whole family enjoying the day. All right, another pair of races up here. David Matasevic and Mark Playfair. Got a 10.57 to a 10.71, so fairly close on the leave here. And Matasevic has been on fire today so far. Playfair's in stage. Matasevic joins him. The lights drop. 111 reaction time to a 0.44 for Matasevic. There's a slight advantage there. Playfair is going to push him the whole way though. 55 gets the breakout. So the win handed back to Playfair, who ran at 10.71 with a 3 on a 71 dial-in, by the way. So that was a great pass there. Really, really good racing. Peter Adard back up in the 1-tonner, Bushy's old boss, we believe. David McNamara in the VC Valiant. Got a 12.20 dial-in for Attard in the Aeroflow lane to an 11.25 for McNamara in the Rocket lane. .265 reaction time to a 3.19. This could be anyone's race here. We've got Peter Adard just his nose in front. McNamara is chasing him down. Will he get there first? He does, but breaks out in doing so. A 22 on a 25 dial-in, a 40 on the 20 dial-in for Attard takes the win. Right, next pairing, Peter Begonia in the VK Commodore up against Thomas Leake in the HQ sedan. Should be a good pass here. 11.34 for Begonia to a 12.0 for Leake. Waiting for Leake to move into full stage down there. Begonia patiently waiting. RPM up, 155. Oh, cherry on the tree for Begonia. Has handed the win to Leake on that one. And a slight breakout from Begonia too, just to add a little bit of salt to the wound. But nonetheless, they'll be back around. As we've said, it is Chicago shootout. So basically, a points versus a loss is a win versus a loss is points on this, and then when you come back around, it's how many points basically gets you to the winner. Richard Matasevic back up in the XY Ute up against Steve Price, who's also in an XY Ute. 434 Clevo versus 408. We've got a 1052 dial in to an 1180. So we'll see Price leave first. And then almost 1.3 seconds later, Matasevic will leave. .214 reaction time to an 098. A little bit of chasing required from Matasevic here, but looks like he pulls up alongside in the deep end of the track. He does get there with the 1060 on a 52, and pretty nice dial in for Steve Price, an 1187 on an 80. Daniel Wyatt up in the big fair lane against Joe Selby in the XY sedan. Better reaction time from Wyatt there, gives him a slight edge. Let's see what happens at the big end. Oh, a breakout from Selby, 46 on a 50. He's handed that win to Daniel Wyatt there. Bit of a turn up. Okay, next up we've got Philip Pratt in the Fairmont up against Tony Di Maria. Whoa, bit of a wild burnout there from Philip Pratt. Out of control, but gathered it up nicely. Two very different stances on these two cars, although quite similar, both XYs. The Fairmont sitting, you know, fairly proud and sort of tall, whereas Di Maria's got that big squat HO sort of stance. So 008 red on the tree for Philip Pratt. He's given the win away, an 020 for Tony Di Maria. Runs an 11.04 and an 11.00. So really nice pass from Tony there. As you can hear, Alf Axiak is back in the rotary powered RX2. All of the RPM there. And Ben Matthews in the Aeroflow lane. Another one of those big stout burnouts that we've come to know and love. With the RPM up. Oh, he's dropped the clutch a bit too early. Big red light down there. Ben Matthews runs an 036. Of course, handing the win to Matthews. Actually, right on the dial in a 955, and he's running 956. So we know the car's doing what it's supposed to, but yeah, that red light, unfortunately, has given it away for him on that one. But really nice pass for Matthews in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we've got Adam Bowers in the Aeroflow lane with an enthusiastic burnout, let's call it. Plenty of those today, which we love to see. He's got a 10.0 on the dial-in board up against Joshua Clapp in the dark 69 Corvette with a 962. As we we go. Good reaction time from both races there. This is going to be close at the big end. Who's going to get it? Josh Clapp does get the win. Closer on the dial in, 9.73 on a 62. Bowers playing it safe and just easing off the throttle there, but just gave away a 10th. All right, next pairing, you got Bruce Ritchie back out in the Bel Air. Big go on Mark Marlin in the Fairmont. So we got a 10.64 for Ritchie in the Aeroflow lane to an 11.20 for Marlin in that really tough looking Fairmont. 351 Cleveland Power on board up against the 572 Big Block. Really close reaction time, a 1.47 to a 1.41. This is going to make it tight at the big end. Let's see, Marlin will lead the way, but it looks like he got on the picks early. Just not enough. Still a slight breakout, handing the win to Bruce Ritchie. An 11.18 on 11.20 dial in for Marlin. Really close, but playing the game, trying to keep the nose in front there. All right, Steve Taylor back out in the Kingswood against Craig Warren. Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane's got a 10.40 dial in up against Steve Taylor at 9.70 in the HG. See, oh, 089 red for Craig Warren. Very out of character for Craig there. But we'll hand the win to Steve Taylor. Nice RPM in the burnout from David Gruber down there in the strip rat. Ken Sidham back up in that 427 powered Windsor Falcon Ute. Really clean looking car, that one, so really nice credit to Ken. He's got a 12.30 on the dial in to 9.34 for Gruber. So pretty clean lead from Sidham. 002 on the tree for Gruber. That's going to make things hard to beat. He's going to get there first, of course, and it does at 9.39 with a 9 on a 34 dial in. Ken Sidham just a little bit off on the dial in there, 12.89 on his 12.30. Okay, next pairing, we've got Rex Webster in that big block shoehorned Austin A40 up against Paul Papacosta in the 440 Clevo Capri. Okay, we can see a 9.0 dial in for Papacosta in the Aeroflow lane, a 9.60 for Webster. Big hit from both cars, 0.18 for Webster, and 0.57 red for Papacosta. Unfortunately, he's given that one away, but Webster goes through, does break out, 9.55 on a 60, but so too does Papacosta. So still runs an 8.98 with a 1, which seems like the crew's pretty happy with. So maybe a PB for Paul Papacosta down there, even though it wasn't the win. But we've got Peter Violaris and Jim Raptis back up here. It's Go Logistics versus Go Logistics down here. A couple of really cool cars. The XT, super entertaining from Violaris, and that beautiful Hemi 426 powered Dart from Raptus down there. tough cars, great races, great supporters of the track and drag racing in general. So good to see these guys go heads up. We've got a 934 to 935, so it's almost heads up. Great leaves from both. Violaris lifting the wheels, both keeping each other honest here. Let's see where it is at the end. Double breakout, but Violaris breaks out the least and will take the win on that one. He gets the bragging rights. Really nice. We've got Steve Arnold back out again in this tough little 420 cube Chevy EH. And then Dominic Radice. I'm sorry, Dominic, if I'm mispronouncing your name. You can correct me after the race. Valiant VG hardtop. Beautiful, beautiful paint job. The car down there. He's got an 1160 dial into a 1030 for Arnold. Doesn't quite get there. A 10.55 for Arnold means he will take the win. Reaction time playing a part on that one. All right, here we go. Back out in the Ute. Now 308 powered. Mark Elborn. Of course. The Topfield Street crew, part of the Dialed In Racing guys. Power Plus Fuels New South Wales, of course, on board. Steve Ryman in the 440 Dodge in the rocket lane. This is not too dissimilar here. Dial-ins, we've got 1169 to an 1148. So Elborn will leave just before, about 1 amber light before. Ryman with the reaction time advantage on this one. Let's see how close they get at the big end of the track. And Ryman gets the win. He's got the 1151 on a 48 dial-in, 74 on a 69 for Elborn. So reaction time there being the Achilles heel. Here's Sean Maher. Look out, and that's St Mary's Engines backed HB Tirana. Tough little unit and a fierce competitor. So a pretty aggressive combo. Mar on a solo pass. He's got 950 dialed in. Has run a best of 934 today. Opportunity to make a quick hit, take some data off the leave. He will run it out the back door by the looks of things. 951 with a 4 on a 50 dial in, so pretty happy with that. Brett O'Connor back in the Camaro up against Paul Sabato in the HQ Monaro. Okay, so Brett O'Connor's been running bottom 7s today. He's got 702 on the dial-in. 872 from Sabato, which is a little quicker than he's run. So maybe putting a little bit of a safety margin there. Both cars into stage. Here we go. Oh, bump through. Left before the third. Amber for Sabato. 1:34 reaction time for O'Connor. He just basically needs to transit the lane on this one, but he does it in style. 7:09 with a 1 at 193 miles per hour for O'Connor. And Paul Sabato is going to be a little bit upset with himself, I think, there on that pass. But nonetheless, bring it back around, turn the car around, and go again. All right, Charlie Attard in the 496 cube Tirana up against Jack Moreau, 434 cube Capri. Really close on the dial-ins here, an 888 to an 885. Just going to see Attard leave minutely before Moreau. Both in full stage. Here we go. 037 to an 026. This is going to be a close race the whole way out the back door. So keep your eyes on it. Looks like the Tirana maybe. Oh no, the Capri does get there first. An 887 with a 1 on an 85 dial-in. Really nice pass for Jack Moreau down there. And we've got Sam Moreau up next in the 37 coupe on the solo. He's got a 780 dial-in. Good, strong burnout from Sam Moreau. Down there, that 615 cube Chevy Big Block, singing its way down the track. RPM on the launch for Sam Moreau there. An 012 reaction time is really having the eyes on the prize there. Let's see an 801 with a 1 on the 780 dial-in, so 171 mile per hour. So nice pass from Sam Moreau there. I think might be the furthest he's carried full power through the track today. So really, really nice pass. Beautiful looking car to do it too. Okay, it should bring us into the Altereds, I believe. So Alan White up against Stephen Jones once again. We've got 880 in the Aeroflow lane dialed in for Jones, 860 for White in the Rocket lane. RPM up, 022 to an 014 reaction time. This will be a closely fought battle right the way down the track. They are really close, about 10th in it. Double breakout, but just a little less. Alan White, an 859 with a 5 on an 860. Dial in an 879 with a 4 on an 880 for Stephen Jones. So super, super close. But Alan White just taking the win on that one. Okay, so next up we should have Chris Noble in the Topolino up against Fiona Crisp by the looks of things in the Altered. Oh, excuse me, I should correct myself. Clint Noble, not Chris Noble, in the Topolino. Clint Noble's made his way up from Wandong in Victoria. Fiona Crisp, of course, also a Victorian native from Kilmore. Noble's dialed in an 8:59 on this one. That's actually his fastest pass of the day, 8:59 with 0. 151 mile per hour. Fiona Crisp has a 7:56 on the board, has previously run 58. So at 171, so certainly some horsepower in Crisp's corner. Noble's in full stage. Crisp joins him. 152 to an 038 reaction time. Fiona Crisp has been lightning on the tree today, so great to see. And it is a 59 with a 9 on the 56 dial-in. Takes the win to a 63 on a 59. So quite close when it comes to the dial-in, but once again, that reaction time really paying dividends. Next up, we've got Stephanie Heismans back out here. So it looks like the crew's got the Chevy back behaving for us again. All right, Stephanie's on a solo pass this round, but she's got an 8:02 dial-in on the board there. Has run an 8:05, backed up with an 8:07 today, so no stranger to that dial. Bit of a wiggle off the line from the hit there, but an 058 reaction time, 112 60 foot. She will, of course, take the win with an 8:07 with a 2 at 157 miles per hour on that 8:02 dial-in. So very nice. And we get back across to some front engine dragsters. All right, our first pair of front engine dragsters down here will be Gary Darrington up against CJ Davies. Yeah, we are a dial-in category here, so we've got a 982 to an 831. waiting on CJ to creep in there, which he does. 0.97 reaction time for Durrington to a 1.32 for CJ. CJ with a little bit of work to do here. Durrington just needs to stay in it. Let's see, it's going to be close on the line. Oh, just pipped at the post. The smallest of margins, CJ with the dial in. 8.31 with a 2 on an 8.31 dial in. Not much wrong with that at all, as we've come to expect. Next pairing will be another pair of Holden-powered front-engine dragsters. Oh, Bob Sinclair just pulling off the racing line there after the burnout. So something not quite happy about that car by the looks of things. Yeah, it sounded fairly normal in the burnout, but yeah, obviously things have not gone well after it. So we'll get that car rolled back out of the way, and that will mean that Mark Tanswell will take the win on a solo pass. Hear the surge of that blown Holden 6-cylinder down there in the background as we recover Bob Sinclair's dragster. Mark Tanswell does accept the light. Will make a pass down there. Out of 986 on the dial-in. Let's see what the car runs. 985 with a 5. So pretty close, but just that hair too quick. Nonetheless, we'll take the win being solo pass. Right, David Hawley down there, surging away with that blown Holden 202. Big RPM on board. Chris Denny making his way forward. The blown small block. Super cool cars. Just watch Chris Denny get brought back into the groove after the burnout. We've got David Hawley patiently waiting in the Aeroflow lane. He has brought on that pre-stage beam. Oh, in full stage now, so putting the pressure on. Steady taking his time. Very close on the reaction time between the two there, but looks like Denny will get there. A 7.53 with a 6 on a 48 dial into an 8.13 with a 7 on an 8.0 for Hawley.
Danny's got him a pretty good, himself a pretty good bracket car, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's working all right. He did his job on that one too, by the way. No cherry on the tree.
Alrighty, next pair up. Pat, we've got Peter Carlson and Matthew Welsh on the start line.
Yep.
Welsh racing for Bullock Manufacturing in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with an 8.55. Pretty much what he's run all day.
Yep.
And he's taking on Peter Carlson over there in the Aeroflow lane, all the way from Maxville.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trip down the coast for Peter Carlton. But an 8.82, so a little quicker than the car's run today, so it might be might be liking maybe air temperature has come around for his combination, perhaps.
Well, I mean, the shadows are starting to lengthen.
Yep.
The nights here in Sydney, as you would be aware, have not been anywhere near as cool as what they have been.
No, not previously. But then it's a bit funny, hasn't it? The weather
Yes.
down here. You go,
Yep.
oh, this is lovely, really nice, shorts and t-shirt, and then the next night you'll be,
Yep.
where's my jumper?
Yes.
It's it's been a bit of a surprise package. But no complaints on the weather today. Really nice 003 reaction time from Peter Carlton. Gives him that slight advantage. Matty Welsh has some chasing to do. He had the 043. Oh, he takes the win. Double breakout with just less. Look at the numbers there. 882 and 881 with a 1, and 855 and 854 with a 3.
Yeah, Carlton got there first by 0.0423.
Wow.
But the margin, 23 thousandths of a second overall margin.
Not a great deal. So
No.
another win for Matty Welsh, which the team will be happy about. That'll bring us back into Nostalgia Pro Stock.
And we have Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe. Ran a 798, I think it was.
Yeah, has run a 96 6 today. So
that's why they were shaking their head.
Yeah.
Just have to look at the screen. Told me. Anyway, Naomi Dyson in the Rocket Laner. Is very nice. Pontiac Firebird.
With the equally very nice support crew. Polyester Dayglow Pink. Very retro.
Wonder
Good
where
vibes.
Where do they find that is the question. Or is it a Temu special?
Yeah, I think it's one of those, discount variety online store special sort of combinations.
I'm going to do that to my Google, eBay.
Yeah.
eBay 70s tracksuit.
Well, it could have just been an op shop, maybe. You know,
Maybe.
Might have found.
I wonder if
wasn't it Kel and Kath from Kath and Kim?
Kath and Kim.
the matching tracksuits when they went power walking.
You could just imagine the costume kit coming with the mullet and a fake mo.
Yeah, love it. All right, we got both cars coming up into stage here. Boscovich is in pre-stage. Dyson joins him. Naomi in full stage. Boscovich there. Off we go. Big wiggle from Boscovich. 036 reaction time from Naomi Dyson. Very, very nice. Let's see what does Josh get on this one. An 867 with a 6 on the 50 dial to a 909 for Dyson.
Oh, there you go. Adam's just found it. What's that on? For $30. $33.
For $34, you too could be dressed quite as classily as the Dyson Motorsports team.
I'm going to take a photo of that.
Down there,
I picked a different variety for somebody else right there.
Maybe all of us in the commentary box should turn up in one of those ones.
Yes, right after you.
Yeah.
Right after you do, I will. How's that
Oh, don't be careful what you wish for there, Bushy, because I'll do it. All right, Nicholas Polito back up in the Ford Pro. Solo pass, of course. Just got a field of 3 in the Nostalgia Pro Stock category today. But some good racing has been run with plenty more to go. Nice 006 reaction time from Nick on that one. Great to see. Let's go to the big end. And here's 883 with a 6 at 154. So very nice running.
The sad thing is that people would have actually bought that thinking it was stylish.
All right, nice one. Looks like we'll have just a quick cleanup, and I can see Brody Davies and the Pennywise Mustang making his way towards the tunnel. can also see the angler out there. I can see
Tristan Ockers.
I can see Tristan Ockers' car there. I can see, is that Backdraft as well? Here's Darryl Walford.
Yep.
Yep, Peter Lee.
Peter Lee's funny car there.
Monza.
Bruno
Bruno Matajesevic is making his way on the way down as well. So we've got some heavy hitters ready to roll back out. Bit of blower action.
Yeah, those races have been putting on a pretty good show here today. I hope everybody's enjoyed the action of Bangers and Mash 2025. All right, the Pennywise Mustang fires into life. We know he's got this part down pat.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Now the team's been doing pretty much just 60-foot launches today, hasn't sort of run anywhere past that with the throttle wide open.
No, have had a little bit of tyre shake to get over though as well. I think so. Certainly a few tweaks, but you know, a door slammer is what is effectively a door slammer is not exactly something that you just jump straight into full throttle, right?
Unless you're crazy.
Well, Brodie's young enough to be crazy. But yeah, we wanted to work through it and make sure that it's all good. That's what testing and licensing and things like that's all about. Clear that out. He's getting a guide in. Nicely in the groove there. Garrett gives it the tap on the rear wing and tells Brodie he's on his own. A little bit further out that time, but wanted to lift a little bit. Looks like got a little light on the rear tyres there, but forward steps. Forward steps is what we want.
Yeah, mind you, still 988 to the 60. There's nothing wrong with that to the 60.
Not at all. Not at all. Right. Very good. You can see Doug Willard down there in the Anglia, ready for another pass.
It's been a day of all sorts for the Willard team today. Although, still did run a 677 on the previous pass. Not 100% sure what the PB is for this team. a short and sharp burnout there for Doug. This camera angles here at Sydney Dragway in the lengthening shadows. We can see in that shot the zoomy pipes entering at the rear of the front mudguard. I guess when you've got all that engine in such a small space, you've got to get a little bit creative on how things work. You can see the nose, the top of the grille there has a join. It's on a hinge. They're able to undo the Zeus fasteners in the top of the bonnet. Gives access to the starter motor to be plugged into the front of the blower. Three counts down. Whoa.
Had a good look at the wall there.
Yeah. Hello, photographers.
Yes. If the photographers held their nerve, they'd get some great shots. Looking straight at Doug Willard in the eyes, I reckon.
They all step back though.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them.
Nope,
it's easy for me to say something up here, but I'm not standing there with a camera stuck to my face either.
Yeah, certainly. All right. Well, some more work to be done on the Aussie Outlaw. But in the meantime, we'll get Tristan Ockers out here in the Nova and Greg Lay at the same time in the Dragster. Right, so we've got Tristan Ockers rolling up in the Nova, about to bring the noise. Whoa, that's
okay, there's a pretty serious S mark at the end of that burnout.
That's a good catch, Tristan. Yeah, nice bit of steering there, mate. Let's bring it on back. Not quite as eventful in the rocket lane for Greg Lay down there. It's 592 dialed in for Ockers, so same as the last dial in. So they're definitely trying to have a swing at it. Greg Lay's got a 670 on the boards down there. Clear out, clearing the throat there, Tristan Ockers. Bring the Nova forward. Greg Lay's basically ready to run.
Ockers into full stage. Lay now in full stage. 3 counts down for Lay first. 171 right. Ockers with 055.
Wow,
double
a big
pedal.
drive job.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, hold on to it, Tristan. Take it easy, mate. Holy moly, that was all happening on that one. I'm not sure if you caught it Bushy, but Greg Lay picked the wheels up on that dragster on the launch, by the way.
No, I was watching Ockers.
Yeah.
I watched the tree count for Lay. He left. I thought, sweet, he's good. And then I watched Ockers, and I think when it came down the second time, did I see a big shower of sparks out of something?
I think I saw something going on there, yeah.
That wasn't the finish of it. It went left, it went right. It took out a few more timing blocks.
Ever the entertainer, Tristan Ockers, trying to pedal it and put a show on for the crowd. He certainly achieved that. But, yeah, by the way, that dragster in the rocket lane had the wheels up in the air on the hit too. So I think someone messaged me. I think Shane Williams actually was bringing JB's car back earlier in the day. He said that it popped the wheels on the gear shift around half track. So,
oh, wow.
So, yeah, it's all happening.
I think Adam is trying his hardest to get this on the stream for us.
Yeah.
Give us a moment and we'll be able to replay what we can out of that run. No pressure, Adam. But I can tell you that was pretty wild. I reckon his adrenaline to be pumping pretty hard right about now. Right on the ragged edge of staying up.
Yep.
Shiny side up there, I think. And yet we have a few more to come. That will be Darryl Walford and Peter Lay will be next. Lay in that Plymouth Barracuda.
Yep. That Jim Moulton recreation. The Monza. I think it's a Monza, isn't it? Isn't that what Jim said? It was a different car.
I might be wrong.
There's a replay.
Here's the replay up on the big screen. That was big power slide set. There's the 600.
All happening. Can you do another replay of that for the launch, Adam? Keep your eyes on the rocket lane if Adam can get that back, because the it's pretty rare you see a dragster pick the wheels up, particularly a front engine.
I don't think it has wheelie bars though.
No.
But still.
Here we go. Check out the height of the wheels on the rocket lane.
Yeah, wow.
That's it's got a lot happening there. And then Ockers
power wheels in.
Yeah, there's
wheels
those
down.
sparks.
Yeah,
there.
sparks moves over. There's the big drift
Back
left,
the other
right.
way.
There's the timing block.
He's going to wear steering column bearings on that thing.
And at that point, he says, "You know what?
I think I'll back out of it." Very cool. All right, so we're just making sure that everything's all square. We're going to replace the timing blocks on the way down there because they had a bit of a rough time, courtesy of one very cranky Chevy Nova.
Shouldn't be down for too long, of course. Just need to pop one back in its place.
Yep.
Either a little bit of silicon or even a magnet in some cases. See a fair bit of tyre shake there on the start line for the Ockers car, Pat. It's,
yeah,
fairly
absolutely.
aggressive.
And I think you can see it. You can see it again. So see where we've got that earlier S bend.
Yes.
The first S bend, and then there's a pair of tracks.
Yes.
Towards the center line.
So the
there
car
as well.
not happy. I think that's where it would have had the wheels up.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, there's a lot to stew through after that pass.
Well, I just think for these races, when you consider what their body's going through, not only their mind in terms of steering the car, throttle application, that sort of thing, but they're also dealing with massive vibrations in certainly in the tyre shake situation. They're also dealing with huge noises, loads on their bodies, you know, all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot to take in 6 seconds.
It sure
or
is.
thereabouts.
And when you've got those big tyres and you know, dedicated race car, there's no soft bushings or you know, anything like that to soak up any of that violence. So yeah, and that's what it is. Tyre shake with those big tyre cars is violent.
Well, I saw there was a slow-mo on social media of one of the fuel cars in the US. I think it might have been an A fuel car that launched, and with the front wheels in the air, it just went into tyre shake, and you can physically see the whole tyre, the rim, everything just go, go like, not even resemble the tyre.
All sorts of shapes. Yeah.
And then meanwhile, you can then see that vibration of the tyre then going right through the whole chassis, and all the body panels are blurred.
That's exactly right. But hey, if you've been watching along today and you think, maybe I don't have a vintage or a nostalgia car, but I do have a car, and I might want to have a taste of drag racing, you can come on down to Sydney Dragway this Wednesday and take part in the Aeroflow Race for Real comp night that's coming up.
Exactly right. If you don't want to compete, you can just come along as in a normal competitor and just run the car. There's no actual competition as such, but if you do want to have a crack at the comp night, you're more than welcome to do so. Of course,
the opportunity there, and there's the Bullseye Challenge, which anyone is eligible for as well. So it's just a pre-selected time, and if you crack it, then you can get a little cash prize on that one. So worth the entry.
And who doesn't want a cash prize?
Everyone wants a cash prize, especially when it comes to race cars. All right, and that will bring us across to the 27th of September, which will be back for the next round of the New South Wales Championship Series, brought to us by Credit One, Smarter Finance and Insurance. This will be round 5. It's the second half of the season out here, and you mentioned it earlier, Bushy, the championship is always super close and super tight between all the regular competitors. So make sure you tune in or get on down to the track to see some really close, tight racing for the track championships. And then for a little bit more laid-back experience, not so hectic when it comes to, you know, the pressure of championships and points and whatnot, you can get down here. We've got the Halloween edition of Thank God It's Friday. So all of your burnout action, we've got pro burnout cars, we've got entry-level burnout cars that are going to be down here. It's going to be a Halloween edition, so why not have a bit of fun with it, get dressed up, do a bit of trick-or-treating here at Sydney Dragway. And it'll be a great light-hearted event with plenty of tyre frying. So thank God it's Friday. All right, so we're almost ready here. You can see the race shop boys out there just checking the track surface, seeing what it's looking like, so they can make a final call on some of the tune-ups.
What can they change at that point, Pat? If they're already in the lanes, for example, or I know they're not. They're not.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Oh, they're up the back.
At the back.
Okay, so they're there. So say these crew guys go, track's a lot better, or it's not as good. What can they change at that point?
Air bleeds for the clutch.
Yep.
I believe they can adjust that. They can, if they need to make a big adjustment, they can make a timing adjustment. But they can't make any mechanical adjustments as far as, you know, the head gaskets and things like that. That you would do earlier on in the pits. You'd make a call on the weather with the amount of water grains and barometric pressure and all that sort of thing. Your elevation at the time, as to what sort of compression ratio that you want in the static compression ratio you want in the engine. That's all sort of locked in once you've bolted the heads back down.
Yeah, so your base tune-up you can't change.
Can't really change that, but you can adjust, you know, the way that the clutch comes in. So how quickly and how aggressively you're putting the power that you've got available to you to the tyres to suit the track.
So many options.
A lot of options, and I'm glad I don't have to worry about it.
Mate, for as bad as I am at making decisions, I mean, like,
Does that mean you make bad decisions, or you don't like making a decision?
I don't like making decisions. I make it, then I change it. I make it, then I change it.
All right, so we can hear the sound of some blown engines down there. We've got Darryl Walford in the Topolino and Peter Lee in the funny car, the Walton funny car. That is a Monza. That's not a Barracuda. So I'm just looking at the back of it. Certainly is the Chevy Monza. Nice pair of burnouts there. Through.
Casually pulling up at the 330 mark.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a 650 dialed in for Darryl Walford on the boards and a 720 for Peter Lay. So I don't think the Monza's made a full power pass today. I don't think. I think it's been off the gas early.
Yeah, I think depending on where the car is performance-wise.
Yeah, who
I
knows
would
what
like
the tune-up is and whatnot.
Would like to think it's capable of quicker than a 720.
But it is only running methanol as well.
Yes.
There's no sprinkling of nitro in this combination. So I'm sure there's a few people down there that'll be in Pete's ear saying, hey, mate, let's just, just a little bit, just a sprinkle. Make it crackle, come on. There you go, the 024 reaction time from Darryl Walford. Down there, he does run it on through with a bit of a step down in the big end, a 678 with a 6. And a 798 with a 9 at 164 for Peter Lee in the Rocket Lane, which is...
Why do I get so nervous sitting up here while these cars are moving around? It doesn't make sense. You can hear me.
Because you know the result, right? you know what comes next.
I've seen it too many times.
Yeah. Certainly, but no, good to see. Good to see Jim still down there, seeing that recreation of his classic Monza doing what it's supposed to do.
He's going to be on a high for the next 3 weeks, I reckon.
For sure. For sure. All right, next pairing up looks like we've got Bruno Matajevic down there in the HG Kingswood up against Tim Gruber. So Tim's dropped his dial in a little more again, 749.
I think he broke out the last run, didn't he? Pretty sure. Pretty sure he went a little bit under the dial in on the previous pass.
Yeah, I think didn't he have a 50, a 55 dialed in and went a 40 something?
48 or a 49.
Thereabouts, yep. So he's brought that into the 40s, which is not a bad move. Here goes Matajevic. There's one of those big stout burnouts again. Oh no, just a little one.
I don't think that was intentional though.
Tim said, don't worry, Bruno. I've got this one covered.
Well, it's not ideal pre-run preparation for Bruno in the big Holden.
No, generally probably want a little bit more heat in the tyres than that. Fortunately, but you never know. They might be looking at who they're up against. You know, got a mid-6 second car versus a mid-7 second car. Maybe they're just going to have a bit of an easier launch.
Yes.
Maybe take a bit of power out of it. You know, Tim's done no such thing. As we see there. A bit of a wag of the tail from Bruno in the Holden down there. He does get there first.
Yeah, wow.
Very nice pass. 655 with a 9 to a 763.
Car a little bit fumey at the top end of the racetrack. I did notice a little bit
I've noticed that
coming
in
out
the
at,
previous pass
at
too,
around
yeah.
about 1,000 foot, starts to breathe a little bit heavy, but maybe he's just worked out he can save a hell of a lot of tyre wear.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know, because like most things these days, those big tyres ain't cheap. They never have been, but even less so in 2025. Good to see. We've just got the crew making sure there's nothing down on the track there. We wouldn't have been the only ones to see the Kingswood breathing a little heavy at the top end.
Yeah, no, I hope it's nothing untoward, but certainly Bruno would be aware that car would be fuming a little bit, I'm sure. Our vintage gas class about to come out for their next round. And I'm just bringing a replay of that in the braking area up to our big screen. Our Bangers and Mash 2025 version about to go into the third round. I beg your pardon, the second round of vintage gas. All right, John Kerr in the Mercury Comet down there in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.93, taking on Martin Stevenson in the HB Tirana, dialed in with a 10.23. 7/10 head start going to the Red Comet. Leaves first with a red light, 040 red. Stevenson will take the win. This is round number 2 of the Chicago Shootout for the Vintage Gas. A 10.94 with a 0 for Kerr, and a 10.27 with a 3 on a 10.23 for Stevenson to take the win. Next up, Ash Haley down there in the 55 Chevy. Getting more aggressive with the burnout this time. Takes it out to probably 150 feet with the smoke pouring off the back tyres. Greg Bullitt down there in the Anglia, lost in the smoke.
I think we could have picked Ash Haley just from the sound.
Yes.
During the burnout. I don't think anyone's done a longer burnout duration at higher RPM today?
Well, I think Benjamin's giving him a run for his money, but Ash is just going there a little bit further each time.
Yeah.
All right, so Ash Haley dialed in with an 866. Greg Bullitt dialed in with a 975. So the angler will leave first, be chased down by the big Chevy.
Whoa, big wheels up. Greg Bullitt. Another great launch from Ash Haley.
Nothing in the reaction time. The angler with a better light, but I think the Chevy's got the shoots out early. Runs an 871 with a 1 on an 866 to take the win. 700th of a second, the margin across the finish line. The angler runs through for a 990 on a 975.
I guess it's true, Bushy. There is no such thing as too big a burnout.
No. I remember Camp Stanley said on one of the videos I had as a kid, he'd go start off in second, I think he said second gear, and then let it go until it feels like it wants to quit.
Let it go until it feels like it wants to quit. Not like it.
And at that point in time, Wild Bunch / Store Slammer was very, very popular because of the big burnout. So the point where it wanted to quit was usually around half track, surprisingly. Simon Moore away with a 076 light with an 11.0 dial in, but I think Wayne Edwards has already rounded him up. The Willie's a little bit fumey running down the rocket lane there, and Edwards to take the win with a 10.09 with a 5 in the 57 on a 10 flat dial in. He didn't back off much, I tell you. All right, next up, Michael Bennett in the Apache. Supercharged 632. Chevy on board, taking on Damien Kemp in this run. Kemp doing his best not to do another race meeting with these tyres, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's taken it personally that that Ash had quite a solid burnout.
Yes.
And
just needs a little bit more horsepower. He'll come back next meeting with a supercharged.
It'll be a blown combo. Take this, Haley. As he grabs top gear and waits for it to want to quit. Very cool. I love that.
Such an American thing to say.
Yeah, it's 100%. It's like that. You remember that NASCAR fella that ran around the outside?
Oh,
he said, I'm just going to hold it flat until I see the checkered flag. Oh, God.
That's exactly what he did.
Yep, 100%. And because of him, there's a new rule.
Oh.
You're not allowed to do it.
Shame. Spoil sports.
Well, no.
62 on the tree for Michael Bennett, but that's as far as it...
Yeah, he's gone back into that front axle tyre shape that he's had before. I thought they pretty well solved that.
That must be so unnerving. It's the second time I've seen that today from a different car. But Damien Kemp will take the win, 11.08 with a 9 on 11.05. That'll be good for his round points. Next up, Benjamin Love in the AP5 Valiant. 440 cubes of Mopar on board. Les Binkhurst would be licking his chops right about now.
If Les could be unhappy about being in the United States at the moment, this would be the only reason why.
Yes, it's because he's not here personally to see it.
Yep. Yep, I think he would have loved seeing some of the action here today.
Well, there's been a few Mopars on it today, which is good.
Yeah.
And Eddie Tribula in the 57 Chevy 210 down there, 540 cubed supercharged big block, all the way from Lower Huts in New Zealand. This just screams angry, doesn't it? Both these cars coming back on the blower cam. Tribula saying, I'm ready, let's go. The Valiant will be leaving first on a 9.22, round about half a second head start going to the wagon. Love in there now. Tree counts down, leaves with a 3.39 line. Wheels up for Tribula. Love out in front. I think he's going to keep this one. Goes 9.22 on a 9.22.
Wow.
Spot on 9.22 with a zero.
Yeah.
Got there by 2.5 tenths. Thanks for coming.
I tell you what, Benjamin Love's been a bit of a dark horse today.
Yes.
He's been Johnny on the tree. He's been working really well down there. Good to see. Bigger wheel stand, I think, from Tribula on that pass that he's done. Not that it doesn't do a wheel stand every time, but yeah, a little bit more height on that one, I think.
And I think obviously without a wheelie bar on the back, there is a limitation to where you feel comfortable staying in this role.
That's right. It's like the very first time you have the front wheel come up on a motorcycle.
Yes.
You're like, man, I think it was 3 feet in the air. If someone had a photo of it, it would have been an inch off the ground. You know? It's like, oh, okay. It takes a little bit of getting used to.
I think Doris the Morris with a 003 light.
Yeah, and holding its own the whole way down. There we go. Takes the win. A 14.02 on a 14.00. Very nice.
All right, Adrian Kemp, all the way up from Victoria in the Ford at Mustang, dialed in with an 11.44, taking on Brett Emanuele from Victoria in the Ford pickup. Oh, the pickup goes 009 red. Kemp very sideways on the launch, moving around a lot in that Mustang. Gets out in front, takes the win. Went too fast, but Emanuele's already left the red light on the tree. Andrew Barbara in the Aeroflow line, dialed in with an 11.86. Taking on Casey Johnson. In the Falcon 500, Johnson dialed in with a 12.50. Quite like the colour combinations of both these cars. Actually, the dark blue roof on the grey looks really great, as does the white with the...
Yeah, they're both liking looking cars.
Yeah. 0.65 on the tree for Johnson.
Certainly giving him a big advantage down there up against Barbara.
Yeah.
378 and translates through. A 12.55 with a 5 on a 50 dial-in is pretty good for Casey there. Hood Rat, that's what that car's called.
Yes.
I couldn't remember.
How did you see that from there?
No, I didn't actually see it. I remember the car from last year, and I like the name, you know, like he's doing Hood Rat expletive with his Hood Rat friends.
Yes.
But Matthew Moore back out again, 14.20 on the dial-in. Phil Moore, the 54 Bel Air, 13.90. It's got to be some family competition here, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Not sure where Robin Hill is, but
nice reaction time from Matthew in the Aeroflow lane, 0.31. To a 109. He's just got to hold out over Phil here.
Here comes that big Bel Air.
He's got it. 14.27 on the 20 dial in. The reaction time and the dial. Winning combination for the Hood Rat Chevy.
All right, Dale Ruffley in the Ford XP with the Chev on board with the big stack injection.
Stephen Dangelmeyer, they've got that sorted out. Gas bagger, as it's known, the Ute. So it had a bit of an issue last time, but seems like they've figured it out and got it all working. 15.0 dial in to a 12.40. .172 reaction time, not too bad. Ooh, 161. Roughly.
Came on.
Makes it interesting. Big round of applause to Ash Haley making his way back down the return road there with Haywire, putting on a great show for everyone here at Sydney Dragway. So good on you, Ash. Thanks for the killer burnouts, and what a killer looking car too. All right, so that was the end of it, and Stephen Dangelmeyer getting the win on that one as well. Really nice pass, but that looks like it'll bring us to the end of the Vintage Gas. We're going to do a little bit of track prep, and then it's time for some more Nitro action with the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro funny cars.
Yep, so you've got enough time to get yourself trackside to view. We're just getting into enough, or not enough, light to actually see a little bit of Nitro flame, I'd say, in this time of the afternoon.
I dare say that you will see a little bit. The track is in full shade, so it's usually where we start to see those Nitro candles.
All right, so we'll be down for a few moments with the track prep that's going to happen, and then we'll be back with a lot of noise, a little bit of crackle, and some very, very quick time. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the sweet sound of Nitro. We've got Morris McMillan in the Nitro Express back out again in the Rocket Lane. And Justin Walsh in the Terminator Camaro in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like I think we may send... Certainly looks like we may be sending Morris on a solo on this one because he's on double duties. He's got to make the pass, get the car stopped, and then make it back up here to jump into Psycho. So I think we may just do that solo pass for the Chev. Which is looking good. Sounding crispy. Nitro cackle happening down there, Bushy.
It sure does sound different to the others, though. There's something special going on in there. Yeah. I know you're sworn to secrecy.
Well, they don't even tell me. Double mushroom, kept in the dark.
You just got to try and make the money to pay for it.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's fast. Looks mean. Sounds great. And with any luck, we'll see some candles on this pass. The sun is heading down. It's getting a bit darker on track.
All right, pre-stage light on. Morris will be pulling the visor down. Bang, there's your candles, Pat.
Beautiful, great pass. Lit the whole quarter. 5:35 with a 9 at 276 miles per hour. That's a show for you, Sydney. How do you like that one?
897 to the 60.
That's
wow.
That's getting after it. That's getting after it. So really nice pass from the boys down there. Great work, team. Good to see. And yeah, tune-up looked pretty healthy the whole way down there. It wasn't didn't look too dissimilar from either side.
No, it was a full power run, that's for sure.
And usually, sometimes when if there's no significant crosswind, which we've got a little bit of wind out here today, but if there's no significant crosswind and you see a Nitro car start to sway or move to one side or the other, it can sometimes be because it'll drop a bank or one or two cylinders, and the force of the exhaust pipes actually pushes the car left to right in the lane when it's not even on both sides.
That's a pretty scary thought, isn't it?
It's a really scary thought. You see it on the big show cars.
Yes.
A lot of the time, if they drop a bank, it will just take a whole car width step to the opposite side.
Yeah. It's quite phenomenal when you think just the aero is that fine line between being stuck and then using.
Super significant. Here we go, Graham Frawley in King Kong. Justin Walsh, Terminator. Knocked the crew member's hat off, so he's he owes someone a six back there.
Oh, is that the rule, is it?
Well, I just made it up.
Oh, some beers for tonight, yeah? Big RPM for both cars in the burnout.
Very nice. We've had a couple of great pairings so far. These two have had great heads-up races. Super, super close. Only hundreds in the passes.
Who will it be, the Terminator or King Kong?
Go, crew giving the nod to each other. Set the air bleeds. Drives are free to stage in. You'll see the load come up with the clutch up on the car. Here we go. couple of pairs of flames the whole way down the track there. Bit of a steer job for Walshy, but Frawley gets it done as well. A 5:37 with a 6 at 2:73. Hey, how do you like that one?
9.19 to the 60 for Frawley was fractionally quicker than Justin Walsh there. Walsh had a big step out at around 1,000 foot there. He was doing some steering wheel work. I think Frawley looked like he was pretty much straight down the ideal middle, Pat.
Yeah, I think that was pretty tidy. That King Kong crew have got the eyes on today, so you can see big high fives from everyone down there, and we can see Spud down there getting a bit of love from GC, so got to love that. Everyone's super excited, so really, really nice pass. It's been great to see those Outlaw funny cars running as well as we know that they can.
It's great to see the crew riding with the car as it goes down. You can see them wearing their motion. Here's the replay on the live stream. Thank you very much, Adam. You can see Walsh moving around a little bit of 1,000 foot, but Frawley took that one from start line to finish line.
Really, really clean. 5:37 is really nice from Kong there. So, but you know what else is great news? We can see Darren Carter back down here in the Trans Am, up for another pass up against Chris Stepanovic down there. Obviously, you know, a lot of history on board. El Patron. Chris's beloved old man, Ed, I believe. Who,
that was
over a year or so ago.
Yes, and that was the Syndicate funny car, I think that was called, one of the cars he raced.
Yeah. I don't like to speak out of turn because I don't know them personally, but we want to try and recognise what everyone's doing this for in this game, because it's certainly for the love of it.
Yes.
When it comes to these cars.
Oh, I don't know if Stefanovic is going to stop. Doesn't look like it.
Looks like he's going to transit this one, so that's a bit of a shame.
They're doing the right thing though to quickly as possible get out of the way around turnaround.
Yeah, Chris has got plenty of experience and knows that he doesn't want to hold up Darren and the team.
It's a thinking driver right there.
Yep, absolutely. When everything happens so fast in these cars, you've got to be on it. So it looks like Chris as well through the braking area there, so Darren gets the nod. Moving on into stage. Let's see what the Trans Am's got. Nice hit off the line. 3 straight pass here. It's going straight down Broadway. Darren Carter with a 6.56 with an 8 at 208 miles per hour. So nice, clean A to B for the crew down there. Good to see them turn the car around and get it back up here to the lanes at Sydney Dragway. Very, very nice. Right, so I can see the Wombi. He's in the car.
No, we said that JV was out, didn't we? Because he'd pushed the crank seal out. Or something.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yep. John Samora actually won't be back around again.
I think that's him there in the golf cart.
Yep. Yep. It's a real shame. Everyone was super keen to see some more laps from JB. So it's a shame that bit of a mechanical issue there, but I'm sure now that that Nitro fire is lit inside JB, there will be plenty of focus on getting it.
Yep. Here's that replay for Darren Carter running across the finish line with the shootout and the setting sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep. Really nice pass. A little bit softer on the launch, but certainly the crew would have been looking to get an A to B pass in and not minimise the risk, I suppose, of trying to swing for the fences, and that's exactly what they got done. So really good to see.
Do you know if the chassis is how different the chassis is between one of these cars and, say, the Big Show? Are they a longer wheelbase, shorter? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe the Big Show cars are a little longer in the wheelbase.
Yep. Because perhaps it's just the body style, but to me, these Outlaw Nitro cars, the back seems to tuck in
narrower,
a lot more around the slick.
Traditionally, it's a smaller tyre as well on the Outlaw cars. So, and I think the newer Big Show cars have a larger rear end,
right?
As well. I think it's a 10.5 centre. In those. So just physically larger. So yeah, a little wider, a little longer, which I think we can afford to have.
Yes.
A little more wheelbase, a little bit more track with 10, 11,000 horsepower.
Well, I mean that also gives you a little bit more downforce, because the body's longer and more surface
wider
area.
Yeah, a lot more. That was one of the things that I remember Morris saying the first time he drove the Big Show car was how much the car would push down because of the size of the body.
Yeah,
the
so you could physically feel the...
So you could feel it. Well, the first time they made a pass, they were used to the alignment settings in the Outlaw cars.
Yeah.
And they sent the Ninja down, the Camry, the first one that we brought over, and he was on the lock stops the entire way down because the body was actually pushing down and affecting the steering on the car. So they had to adjust those settings. But even just coming off the gas at the big end before the chutes tug, you can see the mile per hour drop if you get off it early.
Yes.
Compared to the Outlaw cars because of the downforce of the body itself. So it doesn't look like much, but especially now where everyone's started to sort of be right across the horsepower level. It's not like one guy's got 5,000 horsepower and one guy's got 11,000 horsepower, right?
Yes.
They're all sort of around that sort of mark. So the advantages are starting to be found in the bodywork. So the latest
in
body,
the finer detail.
Yeah, the aero and the design of the body is, it's reaching the point where you're going to get thousands, hundreds, maybe even tenths for a car that's say 5 years old versus the latest generation body.
Yes. Well, I mean, the other thing is too, you also get ease of driving. If you've got that little bit more downforce, it means it won't want to move around as much.
Yeah.
Or if it does move out of a straight line, the driver has more option to get it back where he or she wants it.
Yeah, that's right.
Without having to lift or to take that feeling away with, the only way to save this is getting out of the throttle.
Exactly, yeah. All right, so here we go. We've got Stephen Brown, Wombat. We've got his 23 T-bucket fired up. He's going to bring it on through for a nice burnout there. We've got Psycho fired up. Morris McMillan back after his pass in the Nitro Express. Good stout little burnout from Womby down there. A few of our young fans up here in the stands getting a taste of Nitro there. Good solid skid from Psycho.
Just love the proportions of that car. It just sits so nice.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. As Jim said earlier, I can't believe they did this with a 3-point connection.
That's right.
With no gloves.
Yeah,
it's like, at what point did we think, that's okay?
Yeah, maybe some goggles and...
a leather jacket.
Yep, go for it.
Jeans and a leather jacket.
Yeah. Cigar in the mouth.
Oh, we've all seen that too far. Grumpy Jenkins. T-shirt.
Yep.
Smashing 9 gears with 9,000 RPM.
Nod between crew chiefs.
All right, we've got Morris McMillan in the Aeroflow lane. Stephen Brown in the Rocket lane. Brown said he'd be happy just to run the Psycho car today. He's done it 3 times in a row.
There we go.
Morris with a 110 light. The Nitro flames flickering in the evening sky. Shuts it down. 562 with a 9. 258 on out.
Hey, Womby's run a 683 at 196 as well. That is a great effort from that team. You can see no huge flames out of Wombi's car. Not the same Nitro mixture as Psycho, but yeah, certainly a great effort from those guys, and another fantastic pass from Psycho and Morris McMillan down there.
Brown probably wanting to be to preserve the parts a little bit more, but that run out of the Psycho car, 9.84 to the 60. So leaving very, very nicely. We saw the clutch dust come in at around the 660-foot mark thereabouts, because the car disappeared beyond it.
Yep.
I think Adam is attempting to put a replay together for us.
Yep, we'll see if we can get another look at that one. But yeah, another great pass, another great Nitro show for everyone. It's great to see the people hanging around here. I'm sure it is getting a bit cooler out there.
Yeah, I think with the breeze, it probably hasn't got to the same temperatures that we've reached last week. Nudging high 20s here in Sydney. But we've seen some pretty great competition.
Absolutely. And as they jet off down there, just another big thank you to GC and Wendy Cowan for putting on a show for us here today, of course.
All right, Damien Flood in the HR.
Back up against Adam Di Maria in the EJ sedan.
Flood dialed in with a 13.35. We'll give the head start to Di Maria with a 16.15. The EJ away first. Flood with a much better reaction time. That's pretty much a light up his sleeve here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets out in front and should take the win. Goes a 13.50 on a 13.35 at 107 mile an hour.
Di Maria there.
Yeah, just trying to stay in front.
As we see him come back down the return road, let's give Chris Stepanovic and his crew a big round of applause for making the effort to bring the car up here and put on a show for everyone. It's great to see. Thanks for making it up, guys. And then, of course, as they come down the track as well, Darren Carter Motorsports with the Trans Am, also big effort to get that car back on track for us. So great to see. The more nostalgia funny cars, the better, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's certainly a class that's put on a show every time it's come to the racetrack, whether it's here or elsewhere around the country.
Yep.
Just seems to be a combination that works really, really well for producing reliable fast times.
Absolutely, and you know, much more affordable.
Yes.
As well, while still having a lot of excitement. So yeah, big thanks for Darren Carter and the Carter Motorsport crew for getting the Trans Am back up here, and I'm sure he's had a hell of a time doing it too.
Alan Rogers takes another win here, Pat.
Ooh.
Double breakout, went a little bit too fast.
Yes.
And but takes the win because Dawson went too fast. I believe Adam has the replay of the Nitro Altered.
Yep, Psycho versus Wombi.
All right, here we go. Up on the big screen.
Candles lit from Psycho. Look at that clutch dust coming out the back of that thing. They had a swing at it. Runs through for a 562 at 258 miles per hour. But yeah, big achievement from Wombi there with a 683 as well. So great news. Can't wait to see those guys after the event tonight.
I think he'll be buzzing for the next week or so.
Yeah. Normally Dad might be looking for a sleep about now. But after a long day in the workshop. But yeah, I think he might be up for a bit longer tonight.
All right, Peter Grant takes the win there in the Hamster, 14.57 with a 0.
Breakout for Andrew McClelland. In that one, it's a bit of a shame, nonetheless. Okay, we've got Kerry Stewart back out again in the A40 Austin, up against your old man Bushy, Greg Bush. 15:10 on the dial.
Drop the dial and got a little bit more aggressive this time. He's picked yet another fast car to race against.
Yeah.
See how he goes. 15:10 the dial in for Greg Bush in the 35 Ford Tourer.
Creeping up on it a bit. Do you think he's trying to stall it up a little bit harder, or do you think he's found a little bit of advance?
As I said, he's
maybe
been mucking around with the Dizzy the last couple of weeks, so I think he might have found a little bit more.
He's found the sweet spot.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Stuart will test her patience here.
Yes.
Bit over 5 seconds. She will have to wait.
Okay, Greg Bush, 2:71 on the reaction time. Might not be happy with himself on that one. 0.66 for Kerry Stewart, and it was a much cleaner launch this time. No skyscraper action. She's going to get there first, and does take the win. 10.16 to a 15.74.
Wonder why it slowed down. Pat should have been going quicker.
Well, maybe it was. Maybe should have, advanced when he retarded on the Dizzy. Not sure.
He has an issue with it pinging in bits and pieces. The Dizzy that he had in it was very average when he pulled it out. Apparently, the bearing in the shaft and everything was pretty average. So anyway, I'm sure I'll get the debrief when I get home tonight.
Yeah. Definitely. There will be analysis abound. All right, here we go. Dylan Evers in the 28 Ford Tourer, and we've got Rolls down there, I believe.
Yes.
The,
Troy, was it?
Troy Rolls,
yep.
In the 32 Coupe. Super fast car. 13.99 for Dylan Evers is the dial in. 10.30 for Rolls. He does have the advantage. A breakout for Dylan Evers. Hands the win comfortably to Rolls in the Aeroflow lane.
I guess with that, the visibility out of these cars is not that great.
No, look, I mean, especially Dylan's 28. He's got that long, chopped sort of front window, so even if he turns his head, he's probably still looking at the headliner anyway. So, not easy to see. Nonetheless, we've got Rebecca Davis back down again in the Ford Vicky, up against Bryce Stubing in 32 Coupe. 347 Windsor Power versus 351 Cleveland. Let's see if Rebecca Davis can get away cleanly on this pass. She's had a bit of wheel spin the last couple of runs.
Oh,
yep, little wobble there, bit of a pedal. Gather it back up. Looks like Stubing's going to edge ahead down there at the big end of the track. He will cross through for a 13.47 with a 1 to a 15.58.
Got there quite convincingly in the end, and it looks like Anthony Mastromano will round out the third round of racing in Hot Rod, I believe. Noticed Darren Nabella was missing in the Anglia in this one.
Yeah, back up, but Mastromano has he's edged ahead on that dial in as well. He's plucked an 880 down from a 9.0 previously, so he's feeling good. The car has run 889 today at only 145 miles per hour, so certainly feeling good, and cooler air and whatnot might be working for it. The track seems like it's sort of come around a little bit as well this evening. We've seen the funny cars and everything else get down there quite convincingly, so I think the Rocket Lane is looking good.
Well, I know the track has been working tirelessly during the weeks leading up to these events to change their track prep.
Yep. There's also
application and the way in which the products that they're using as well.
Yep.
And we've seen some very good results out of that.
Absolutely. Here goes Mastromano down in the Model A. 129, 60 foot. He's going to cross the big end at 9.38 with an 8 at 135 mile per hour, so not too fussed on that by run effectively.
Didn't seem to rev out in the gears listening to the track mics there.
No, I think it was just a safe you know, bank a run. You can just go A to B. You're going to get the win anyway, so save the horses, as it were. Got a bit of a funny car park going on down here. It's kind of a traffic jam that you'd be happy to sit in, isn't it?
Oh, Dad's car will be getting hot sitting there.
I didn't want to say anything about that.
No, it does. It does. Well, that was one of the other things he's been mucking around with.
Yeah, okay. Have to get some VP cool down additive to put in the radiator.
Oh, okay.
Great little product.
Suggest that.
Yep. Great little product.
VP cool down.
Cool
just
down,
an additive.
Yeah. Yep. You just add it to your
And it works
radiator
with a like a glycol based product. Yeah.
Yep. Any radiator coolant you can add it to, and knocks a couple of degrees out of the temperature.
Yeah, because of course with these old cars, any degree drop in
that's right.
temperature.
1 degree less is better than 1 degree more.
Correct.
So yeah, great product there. Have used it myself and seen results.
Excellent.
James Minnis back up again with Steve Fleming.
Oh, Fleming rolled the beams there, I think.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Billy will go out and say,
yeah, so come on, mate, just
get it back there. Yeah. Get it back.
Put it into reverse.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's exactly what it would sound like too. All right, here we go. Minnis dialed in with a 1950. These guys racing to the 8th mile mark. 1550 for Fleming.
Yeah, I think we can also give Steve Fleming a little bit of grace considering he's travelled so far to race this car. Yep, that's it. All the way out of stage. Now Billy's happy. Reset the tree. There we go. All right, Minnis with a 1950. Fleming with a 1550.
Oh, did all that to throw the red up.
Hey.
Went after it. I wonder where he's leaving to get a 2.34 reaction time.
That's a good question. Because there's nothing that is super responsive about these cars, right?
No,
like,
and that's just the way they are.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. It's not to say that someone's got a worse car than another. It's just the way things work.
It's probably mechanical clutch and everything.
Yeah, mechanical. And the throw on that, you know, like there's just a lot of movements and actions and things that are going on to get it running. All right. Oh, we've got some information on the runner down here. James Rodriguez in the 26 Ford Model T. This thing is quite spicy. It's been running. It's been coming down in the dial-in. It's now a 9.0 dial-in for James Rodriguez in the Rocket Lane.
Just got a message through from Adam. We have a band starting down in the pits at 6:30 this evening. So in around about 25 minutes time, should be good. And of course the bar is now open. So at 6:30 you can go under the cafe awning and enjoy the band and
have a cold beverage.
Have a cold beverage,
perhaps. That sounds like just what the doctor ordered. Bushy. It's been a good day racing. It's been a good day checking out some cool cars, meeting up with some cool people. Why not cap off the night down there with a responsible drink and some enjoyable.
And that's right after a Crackle Fest at 6:15.
Ooh.
Also down in the same area. So the band...
Two types of alcohol being served.
Yeah. Just one's breathed and the other's consumed. Right, so the band, I've been told, is Brian Williams and the Bayou Boogie Boys.
Ooh, look out. Rockabilly music on show. Back around into Nostalgia Street, I believe. This pairing Damien McGlynn in the HG Holden back up against Mark Playfair. WB Ute has been quite strong today. 427 Chev on board. Of course, he's got a 1071 dial in up against McGlynn's 1141. McGlynn's made some great passes today. Let's have a look and see where it ends up. 0.30 reaction time from McGlynn. Very nice on the tree. It's given a bit of work to do for Playfair there. Let's see, McLean looks like he's still out in front. Can he maintain? Oh, double breakout. Yet again, it's been a day for the double breakouts.
Yes.
But Playfair taking the win on that one.
I love how we always have the same. It's like,
Very good. We're just invested in the
Yeah,
action.
we are.
Bushy, you know?
We are, definitely. We ride it with them, just like
Yes.
the crews do.
Absolutely. All right, so another tough pairing up again. We've got Mark Ind in the Anglia, 990 dial in, up against Josh Clapp in the Corvette. Very tough car. Both of them tough cars. Mark Ind with 421 cube small block, shoehorned into that Ford Anglia, and equally as shoehorned in a 505 cube big block in the front of that Corvette. That model did come with a big block. Certain models, I think it was an option for a big block, wasn't it? That Corvette, sure.
Not too familiar with the models within the Corvettes.
I think it was an option.
And if they didn't come out with one, why didn't they?
Yeah, why not? That's right.
993 with a 0 for Ind on a 990. 137 got there by 4/10. It looked like Joshua Clapp went off the dial in a little bit there.
Yeah, a little bit off the dial in. Maybe run out a bit of nitrous, or maybe was just trying to protect the dial in, trying to not break out. Who knows? All right. Here we go, David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina up against Thomas Leake in the HQ sedan. Leake's had a couple of upset wins here in the last couple of rounds.
Both these guys are very experienced racers.
All right, 10:51 dial in for Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane, 12.0 for Leake in the Rocket lane. Whoa, big lift of the front wheels. Thomas Leake there, an 0.65 reaction time, a red 0.39 for Matasevic. Would you read about it? Leake gets the win on that round. That was the one time that I didn't put the commentator's curse on someone. I said Thomas Leake's had a few upsets today. There you go, another upset. Okay, Steve Arnold in this tough as nails EH.
Did the other EH come back? The grey one with the LS in it? The Performance Workshop, I can't remember his name. Celine? The one with the grey roof, the grey body with the white roof. One that runs like low temps. I think he did the two qualifying runs.
I don't think it did come back.
Don't ask me why I thought of that at that random time. But a 10:30 the dial in for Steve Arnold. Sorry, so we have to work with this time of night. 10:45 with the one at 125 for Arnold to take the win. And 11:80 the dial in for the Rocket Lane. 11:98 was the ET.
Yep, nice win. That EH of Arnold's, it's a stout car, isn't it? Like the yellow paint job lulls you into a false sense of security.
Yeah,
it's sort of like Nan's car. Awesome.
Yeah. Next thing, pow.
Yeah, slap in the face with a 421 cube Chevy. All right, Peter Attard, who we believe may be your old boss, Bushy.
We're talking from 30 years ago here.
30 years ago? You're not old enough to.
I am. I used to work with Kennard's Hire at Kellyville the weekends, mate. I was servicing when I was in high school, trying to save money for a race car.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you see Peter down in the pits later on, you can show him how far you've come, mate, from servicing Kennard's.
No, he's seen me a few times.
There you go.
I know that he's raced his Tirana. I haven't seen him in this car before.
Okay. 0.73 reaction time, Tony Di Maria. He has been on fire today. 11.0 is the dial in up against the 12.20 for Peter Attard. A breakout from Peter Attard, a significant one as well. And another 11.01 on an 11.0 dial in for Tony Di Maria. Great results.
That's in pretty good form, that fella.
Oh, yeah. Yep, driver and car in great form.
All right, our next pair, Richard Matasevic taking on Mark Marlin. Marlin in the 69 Ford Fairmont, dialed in with an 11.20. Will be chased by Matasevic in the utility. Matasevic for Modern Style Kitchens down there in the XY utility.
Matasevic's gone from a 10.52 to a 10.50 on the dial-in. Not one to make huge changes, just calculated ones.
Yes. Well, he's done this a time or two, so.
Yeah, well, he's run a 10.52 with a 2 earlier today, so, you know, just a little bit of margin.
There's always a margin. It's just some run it tighter than others, that's all.
Right, nice reaction time.
Oh, there's 2,000s in it.
Yes, this is a race for you here. So let's have a look. Matasevic will be keeping pace, and it looks like he had a dab of the brakes there, and it works a charm. Look at that, a breakout from Marlin. So he felt the pressure and stayed into it the whole race. Matasevic running a 10.51 with a 9 on a 50 dial-in. Right, back out again. We've got Steve Ryman in the 440 Dodge up against Joe Selby in the Falcon sedan. Okay, 11.40 apiece, so we're heads up racing on this pair. Ryman's in, Selby follows him. Oh, a red on the tree for Ryman. Chased it. Chased it. No 3-4 red. Hands the win to Selby. He's going to run it out the back door anyway. You can see those flashing lights down there. He knows he's got the win. And he runs an 11.43 on a 40 dial-in as well. An 11.42 for Ryman. Imagine if that reaction time was better. Holy moly. Great racing, guys.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yep. Right.
Nice big. Oh, he's got rid of his sign writing.
Well, yeah, put the mockers on him. He said hi to mum and he lost that pass. And he went red on the tree.
Well, maybe because we said hi to his mum. So the message was.
Well, sorry about that.
No. I'm just saying maybe the message was red and that's what he got.
Well,
he wanted.
Yeah,
he wanted.
That's it.
Could have said thanks, guys.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's got it's lightweight. You know that extra paint on the window. It's no good. All right, Dominic Radish down there in the VG hardtop up against Paul Papacosta. Oh, he's dropped the red on the tree. Papacosta, 149 reaction time. He's got a 9.0 dial-in. Let's see how close he gets. Dominic, he's going to get there just 11.75 on a 60, an 8.93 breakout for Papacosta. All sorts
there
of
was
things
31 thousandths of a second across the finish line between those two. If that would have been green, obviously the time distance would have been fractionally more because the Valiant would have been a little bit further behind, but close.
Nice.
Ooh, this will be interesting.
Yeah, we've got Go Logistics on Go Logistics yet again. Last pass, they were both up against each other.
Were they?
Jim Raptors and Peter Villaris, yeah. Yep. Peter had the bragging rights on the last pass. They've got pretty close dial-ins as well, these two. 920 and a 928.
The difference for me is you look at the Falcon and you see the big scoop and you go, yeah, that's quick. And then you look at the Valiant over there and it's like...
The Dodge.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Not a Valiant, mate.
That's
Take it easy.
Les would get very, very upset with me if I said that.
Les almost just possessed me then and made me slap you.
But Rap's car looks a lot more street orientated is where I'm trying to go.
Ooh, red light from Villaris has handed the win, so they're one apiece.
9.26 with a 4 for Villaris in the rocket lane, but the Dart took the win.
Nice pass there. Back on, we've got Ben Matthews, Turbo LS HD Holden, monster burnouts, and Craig Warren back around in the LJ. 1040 dial in for Warren, 920 for Matthews. Both very achievable.
smoke just lingering in the start line right now. The breeze looks to have dropped. Both cars into full stage. The Tirana leaves first with another red light.
Red light. Whoa, a bit of unloading of the tyres for Ben Matthews down there. He had a bit of a steer job on his hands. Does get a 932 with a 420 dial in. Yeah, Craig Warren, red light.
Yeah, it hasn't been his day on the start line.
Maybe too many espressos this morning. Might be a little bit jittery. Who knows?
Maybe he's trying something a little bit different.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't know if people have changed something very slightly. It could be, you know, for people who are running a trans brake, it can be even be just the button.
Yes.
Or the location of the button. You know, like if they've gone from somewhere and, you know, maybe it's over here or maybe it's up there, or maybe the old button that they had was a real short throw. Maybe a new one is a long throw.
Yeah.
It could be something along those lines. Could be a new converter, you know, that comes up differently, or, you know, doesn't have as much engagement when you let go, or something.
In some cases, I was talking to one of the junior races after the last meeting, and they changed one of the sprockets.
Yep.
So they changed the gearing, which then meant it left differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you wouldn't think that would be much different, but it's different.
When you've got muscle memory.
Yes.
And then the thing that you're affecting with that muscle memory reacts differently.
Yes.
Well, you're going to have a different result, right?
Yep.
That's Sammy Joe Johnson, one of our regular Super Street competitors, has come from a VE IRS car, a VE Commodore with IRS rear suspensions. He's now in the VH, the green VH, with the factory 4-link sort of setup. And that all works differently as well. It's a lighter car versus a heavier car. It's still basically the same combination, naturally aspirated LS with a turbo 400. But because it's two different cars.
The car that it's in is completely different.
And, you know, the feel and the sound of everything. You know, you've got a stripped out race car versus sort of a converted street car, so to speak.
Yes.
Just everything is different. So you've got to get your head back around and retrain your body and your reaction times and all that sort of thing. And a big red light from Bruce Ritchie down there in Bel Air.
A little bit uncharacteristic. Rex Webster was looking at the finish line boards as he left the start line.
Yeah.
But we'll take the win with a 960 and a 955.
What's happening with all these reds on the tree?
I don't know.
Everyone heard the announcement about the band and they want to get down there and have a beer. And
well, there'll be a Crackle Fest going on outside the cafeteria right about now. Then we will see the band play at 6:30 with the bar open.
Yep.
All right, Sean Maher and Mark Elborn to do battle here. 947 the dial in for Maher in the Aeroflow lane. 1170 the dial in for Elborn. We'll test Maher's patience out on the start line.
See, Mark Elborn's another person that's got some new things to get used to as well.
Yes.
We've seen a bit of a difference on the start line. He's got the 308 power in there now. And we don't know if you know, anything else has changed in that combination, converter or tyre size or anything like that. But it's a clean launch. And Sean Maher, you said testing the patience, it didn't last on this one. Left before the third amber. Very interesting. Nice pass from Elborn there as well. 89 reaction time, a 77 on a 70 dial in. He's going to be happy with that.
All right, next up we have the strip rat in the Aeroflow lane of Dave Gruber from the ACT in the LJ Tirana.
Got another test of patience here. We've got 12.25 for Blake Core up against a 9.32 with Gruber. Almost 3 seconds for Gruber to wait here.
Yeah, so the utility will be well past the 60 foot by that point.
.94 reaction time for Blake Core. That's a great start. 3.3 for Gruber. Not going to give it up easily.
Yeah.
LJ.
Right on the finish line. Oh, got there.
Gets there
first.
with a break, a double break.
Both cars too quick. But Gruber under by at least takes the win.
Wow.
Gruber only under by 8 thousandths of a second.
All right, back around. Brett O'Connor up against Jack Moreau. Camaro versus Capri.
Only a mere 1,100 cubes on the start line now.
No. No problem. All right, Brett O'Connor moving up to the line here. He's got a 700 dial in. He's been running in that range all day. So let's see if he can't do it once more. Jack Moreau, 882 has been. David versus Goliath
Let's see
today.
if we get the nitrous flames out of the Camaro, maybe the top end.
Is he on it? Moreau's going to be close. He does get the win, an 883 on 82 with a great reaction time. And Brett O'Connor just a little bit off the money with a 7-1 on that 7-0 dial-in. So a great result from Jack Moreau down there.
How nice does that 37 Ford Coupe?
I mean, it looks good, it sounds nice, it goes well. It's a great combination. Real credit to the team and Sam. I was saying earlier, I think you were out of the out of the box at the time. It's so odd that how two engines that are effectively the same can sound so different. We've got Sabato about to run. He's got I think it's a 515 cube big block, and it's got this blunt force sort of sound to it, like this walloping sort of noise.
Yes.
But then Sam Moreau's got 615 cubes, but it's like it zings and it's crisp. So it's just interesting the way that what is essentially the same engine, being a big block Chevy, same architecture and everything, firing order, all that sort of stuff, can be so different.
Can actually in cam and
cams, heads, exhaust design, stuff. Yeah. Tuning.
044 on the tree for Moreau.
It's
not going to catch Adard though, I don't think, at the top end.
No, falls off a little bit. 780 dial in for Moreau, but yeah, constantly running in that low 8 sort of range. So, but Adard does get the win with that 890. Here's Paul Zapato.
We just lost a couple of lights, I think. There was a big flash.
Yeah.
See, there's some blank ones up there.
Yeah, a couple of. I didn't remember any clouds around for some lightning. That was a bit odd. Nonetheless, we'll see Paul Sabato do his next pass. 874 is the dial in for the big HQ. Got to love a tough Monaro. 4.5 reaction time. He twists up the chassis as he lets go of the button. On through down the big end for an 885 with a 7 at 152 miles per hour. Okay, we go back into the Nostalgia Pro Stock category. Josh Boshkovich up against Nicholas Polito.
Relatively short burnout that time around for Josh.
Yeah.
Plenty of RPM for Nicholas. In the rocket lane. Ford Fontana. Block on board in Boscovich's car. Something we see often nowadays.
No, certainly not. A bit more, I think you and I have spoken about it before, a bit more common in speedway combinations, isn't it, the Fontana?
All right, both cars in the staging beams, just waiting on Boscovich. In there now, the tree drops Nicholas, 032 red.
Bit of a wild launch from Bosco.
Boscovich will take the win. I think he's going to run it out the back door.
Yeah, why not?
8009 on the tree, 167.
Why not? He's run 790s today, so why not chase another one? Very good. All right, we're about to get physical with the crew down here. Naomi Dyson.
I'm not singing for you.
I was hoping you'd break into a bit of.
I thought about it.
Physical. It's about as much as you're going to get, folks.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
about all I know. This is why don't let your body talk?
There we go.
See
what
you started
on live stream.
See what you started. It's now recorded forever.
Yep, that's right. Once it's on the internet, mate, it never
Yeah.
goes away. Okay, great burnout from Naomi Dyson down there in the Pontiac Firebird. Yep, good stretching there from the crew. Yep, we're going to get physical. We want to stretch up. That's it. Perfect, perfect. Safety first. Last thing you want to do is pull a hammy when you're reversing the car.
That'd be just embarrassing.
Goodness. Goodness.
Or cramp up.
Yeah, no cramps. Very nice. Very classy. Yes, love it. More star jumps. Hey-oh. Great success. Good
Loving the interaction.
Good job.
Guys.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Stretch it out. Can we get a couple of boonie stretches as well? You know, arms up in the air, leaning over to the side, side to side, making sure. Yep, very good. That's good quality stuff there. Love it. Great reaction time from Naomi. Unaware of all the shenanigans going on behind her with the crew. She's going to cross through for a 9004 at 152, which I think is a PB for the day, actually. So great work, Dyson crew. Great work down there. Good look. And power walking on the way through as well.
Yep.
Love it.
Now you've set the tone. We expect that next week as well.
Stretch it out. Stretch it out. That's no worries. Yep. Couple of squats, please. Couple of squats. Don't forget. Yep, that's the one. Yep. Don't forget the glutes. Love it. Good on you guys.
And if you want to review your form, it's now on YouTube forever. Yeah. Thank you, Adam.
Beautiful. Good deal. All right, Brody Davies back out here again in the Pennywise Mustang. Crew's been working through a few things, getting a bit more seat time for Brody, getting a bit of tune-up data, maybe some suspension, chassis setup data. So we saw the car get a little bit further out on the last pass. So we're super keen to see how Brody gets on. He's going to get brought forward to the burnout box. Gareth down there. We know he knows how to do this bit. Yeah, certainly getting his head around the burnout.
Yep.
Gets that nice hit. Gets the wheel spinning and then just carries that light throttle through the burnout. Very nice.
Crew just adjusting those wheelie bars, ever so crucial in these cars because they do actually aid in steering the car off the start line.
Yep, it's a really fine balance between, you know, adjusting the attitude of the car versus, you know, unloading the tyre as well if it wants to sit hard on them.
Yeah, you set it too low, it actually unloads the rear end. And of course, after the burnout, the tyre expands, and that's why they need to
back up.
to be adjusted to suit.
Yeah, it's a great point you make, as well, Bushy, because a lot of people are like, how come they adjust that all the time? It's like, well, nice, got a lot further out on that pass. Really, really good. Brody with a little bit of safety lift, but gave it another jab. So why not? Great work, crew. 1-0-0 in the 60 on that one. So very nice. Good to see some progress being made. All right, so back out again is the Aussie Outlaw, Doug Willard, in the Ford Anglia, with all of the engine stuffed in the front of it. Not quite in it, some out of it.
There's bits out of it.
Yeah.
Outside the body, that is. Let's just specify. And Brody's just pulled up shy of the corner at the top end of the racetrack, so that will be a very, very short delay. We'll just get the quad, should be right there to pull him around.
I think Wes was actually making his way back down the. He's making his way back down there at the moment on the return road because he was returning another vehicle, I think.
So this is where you need the Dyson crew with their squats. They're all warm and ready to
go.
go.
Yeah, that's right. They've already stretched the, you know, stretched the hammies. The calves are all warmed up. They did the squats. The glutes are ready to go. They can push that car off there. No worries at all. There's Wes arriving on scene momentarily. There we go. We got Brody moving on off the track. Hard to go wrong with the look of one of those Mustangs, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you'd have to do some pretty crazy decisions to
to ruin the body
mark
shape.
it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got Aussie Outlaw. Yep. Another crack at getting it fired up there. 451 cubes of Ryan Anderson engineering. We have fire in the pipes. All right, here we go. Doug Willard back through the burnout box.
Just playing with the throttle on the burnout.
Yep. There's not a lot of wheelbase to give it much mechanical advantage when it comes to traction on that thing.
Just observing the body there. I wonder what, if any part of it's stock. I think maybe the door.
Yeah,
I
mate.
think
Well,
the door,
even then,
the door profile looks...
The height probably is chopped down, right?
A little bit, yeah.
To match the roof line?
Definitely not the rear quarter.
No. Maybe that section in the middle, like the target top sort of section.
Oh, yeah.
Of the roof there.
Because they're normally running a vinyl insert. So it's tastefully done for purpose.
Yes. But it is done quite well.
Yes.
Because if you didn't know what an angle it would look like,
you'd assume that it was correct.
Yeah. You go, wow, they just cut some holes in it so the engine can stick out a bit.
Keeping in mind these things had an 8 horsepower side valve motor in them standard with a 3-speed gearbox.
That you had to treat like delicate glass.
Yes.
So even with 8 horsepower.
Because otherwise you'd break an axle. Serious.
I know.
Or it wouldn't stop.
Mechanical sympathy was a requisite, not a preference. Right, here we go. Doug's into full stage there. Gets it away, has another good look at that wall. Just wants to suck him sideways into the wall there. But he's buttoned off. Cruise on down. Everyone's safe. Good to go.
So that's twice now it's moved over on the hit.
Yeah.
To the right.
Yeah, I can imagine there's not a lot of, you know, we spoke about it's got the wheelie bar on there, but it has the triangulated single wheelie bar on the back. So there's not a lot that you can do with the steering on that.
I guess the only way you could is you offset the
You'd
wheel
offset it,
to
put
one way.
Yeah, put it to left to right. Oh, no, it's got
It's
two.
got four.
No, it
Yeah,
does-
two wheels, yeah.
It's got 2 wheels. Sorry, excuse me. So, yes, definitely a little bit of work maybe there. But also with the rear end itself being so short and narrow, there's not really much that you can do to get the rear steer out of it, I would assume. If that's what it is that's driving it that way.
Oh, I'm sure with a little bit more seat time.
Ah, of course, yeah.
I'll sort it. John got it down the track pretty quick fashion. I mean, Doug went 6:77 earlier today.
Yeah. No, we don't want to take anything away from the accomplishments that they've made already.
Definitely not.
You know, they want to see advancement as well, right? So they want to see it go quicker and they want to see more consistency out of the car. So that's what we want to see. All right, Darryl Walford back out in the backdraft, Topolino, and also Greg Lay. And the forever young Rolly Lay fed. Great combination. You saw this thing with the wheels in the air earlier on the launch.
Be watching for that this time around.
Yep.
That gold leaf sign writing looking absolutely splendid under the lights here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, excellent looking car. Just take a bit of time to get backdraft fired up down here. Change of starters. Yep, I'm going to go as a solo on here, so Greg Lay. Going to take the line. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it's looking for
big wheels up again for Greg Lay.
Big move around as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going on down there with that car. 772 at 189 miles per hour. So yeah, a couple of big lifts from Greg on that pass, which I don't think anyone would blame him for. Yeah, a bit of a shame though that Darryl Walford's car couldn't get fired down there. It's been running great.
It sure
so
has
far
been.
today. But nonetheless, I'm sure the crew will get it back and have a look and figure out what wasn't quite happy there. And we'll see Darryl back again at the track in no time.
Hear the pit announcements for our finalists in some of the brackets going on in the background. It's telling us that we're not too far away from a finish here, Pat.
Certainly, certainly. It's been a good but long day of racing here at Bangs and Mash, which is, you know, what we want. We want everyone to get their runs in. We want everyone to see the action on track.
So looking down at the camera, I'd suggest that our next pass will be Bruno Matajasevic and Tristan Ockers down there.
I think so.
Oh no, it's a funny car. I was going off
Peter Lee.
Yeah, I was going off the tow car. Sorry, guys.
Yep. No, I think the profile car's a GMC or Chev.
It's a silver pickup.
Yep.
They're both similar colour.
Yeah, I'd love one of those. I've got nowhere to put it, but I'd love one.
Buy it, then worry about where to put it.
Yeah. Put it wherever you like when they're that big.
Up on the lawn.
Yeah, no problem.
In the garage, mate.
Nope. I have a relatively modern two-car garage.
Okay, so you get
that doesn't actually fit two cars in there.
If you parked it in front ways, you get to the back of the cab.
Yeah, plus I've got a race car in there that doesn't go anywhere at the moment. So and then stuff. That's what your garage is for, right? Just stuff.
Yes. And the problem is, the bigger the garage, the more stuff you accumulate.
Yeah. He who dies with the most stuff wins.
Been told that.
You're having a good crack at it, mate. We can hear. We've got Peter Lee in the funny car, all fired up. We've got Bruno Matajasevic in the Monaro fired up. Sorry, excuse me, the Kingswood fired up. How dare I mislabel this car? Solid burnout from Peter Lee there in the Monza. Good to see. Just waiting for Peter Lee to get the car into reverse. So it looks like it's going to agree with it.
Doesn't look to be wanting to go anywhere.
shame. Can't get it to roll back. That's good. Start.
A little bit of ways to go. Bruno waiting patiently. Of course, we can't let him run until that car is behind the concrete start line. All right, we'll now see Bruno move forward.
Yep.
Looking for a 640.
Trying a 643 with a 3. So top qualifier with that, and then a 644 with a 5. Next one, so it's in the ballpark. Jesovic is down on a pass there. He's got plenty of RPM on board, hazing the top of the track as we've seen it done before. 7.0 at 178 miles per hour. So not.
It sounded a bit strange there at the top of first gear, didn't it? Like it was mixing it up a little bit.
Sort of hung the RPM a little bit as well. So
yeah, only a 701 there. So
yeah, only
not
170 odd mile per hour too. So
not a representative pass of what we've seen from that car today, but nevertheless take the round win points.
Yep, safely down the track. So yep, no major concerns. Alright, so we can see Alan White back in the T bucket at the line. This time he's going to line up against Fiona Crisp in the Spitzer Altered. Got an 858 to a 758 dial in down here. The track crew is just double checking that Aeroflow lane.
Out at the finish line.
Looks like there's a little bit of something down there. It's in the braking area. All right, we are back underway down here, just making sure that the track is all nice and safe for everyone to continue racing. As we mentioned, Fiona Crisp in the rocket lane, 7:58 her dial in, up against Alan White in the Aeroflow lane, 8:58 for the T-bucket. Alan's been on the money all day today. So too has Fiona, running great passes in this beautiful Spitzer altered down there with that 565 cubic inch big block.
All right, an 8:58 dial in for Alan White in the Aeroflow lane. A 7:58 for Crisp. She will be patient. Alan will be probably just before the 60-foot mark.
Yep, there or thereabouts. Certainly a horsepower advantage for Crisp. So she'll do the chasing. A bit of a wiggle for Alan White on the launch there through the 60. Gets away with an advantage on the reaction time. Fiona does get there. A 7:59 with a 7 on a 58 dial-in. Very, very nice pass from there, and a 67 on a 58 for Alan White. I think maybe that little slip out of the hole.
Yeah, might be just a fraction movement on the accelerator.
A hundredth or so is pretty easy to give up in that situation. So.
Yep. All right, Stephanie Heisman's in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8:02.
Just a very quick track check down there at the finish line.
Taking on Stephen Jones there in the rocket lane. Pat, 8:77 the dial in for Jones.
Yeah, it's been a nice little package, this this T-bucket from Jones. Not a great deal of fuss, just comes out, runs his times.
Away from Naminga, which I think must be up Armidale way.
Yeah. One moment, please. I'll confirm that.
Siri, where is Naminga? All right, so around 7.5 tenths of a second head start going to Jones in the rocket lane. Heisman's in that big block, Chev-powered T-bucket for Great Western Auto Wreckers, Cool Shirt Systems, and Canoblis Auto 1 of Orange.
Just outside Tamworth is Domingo.
Okay.
So a bit of a trek. Not too far from Armidale, I guess. In the right direction, was she?
Heisman's rolled the beams.
Oh.
And the wind to Jones. Jones will see what the car will run at the top end of the racetrack.
880 on a 77. Not bad. Very nice. Yeah, real shame for Heisman's there with rolling the beam. No one's ever happy with that.
No. Never want to give the race away like that.
Nope. All right, Clint Noble back out again in the Topolino. Great little car that's certainly impressed us today. If I can speak for you there, Bushy.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely something a little bit different. It's got makes all the right noises.
Yep.
All the right shiny bits on it.
Yep. It's got flames.
Yes.
You know, it's fast.
Does everything it should. Something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Nice camera work there from Adam on
Beautiful.
production. Thank you.
Yes, yes. It's a pretty cool thing.
All right, 860 the ETA that he's looking for at the top end.
It's around 8:59 at 1:51 earlier today, and an 8:63. So been getting some good data. Nice lead, 032 on the tree.
And rolls out of the throttle.
Yeah. Not sure if it had a bit of a cough there, and yeah, might have tagged the limiter, maybe missed the shift. So nonetheless, crosses through 971 at 140 miles per hour. Being a solo pass does take the win points.
All right, moving into front engine dragsters now. We have Mark Tanswell and Gary Durrington. Battle of the 202s. .076 on the tree for Gary Durrington. It looks like Tanswell's had some issues. Out of the throttle, Durrington will take the win. 983 with a 3 on a 982 at 132 miles an hour. Durrington convincingly taking the win there. Next up, we'll see Peter Carlton and Craig Davies.
Yep, Davies certainly been on form today. Running 831s and 832s on 830 dial-in. See what he can come away with this time. Carlton's got the 880 dial-in.
Davies with an 830. Running for Shane's Race Engines. Victory Transmissions, High CE Ignitions, and Revolution Race Gear of Brisbane. Both cars sitting in pre-stage. Carlton into full. Davies now in. Carlton to lead first. 020 to an 086. Carlton with the advantage. And gets there first, but breaks out. We've got a double breakout.
Double breakout by the smallest of margins as well.
Yes, margin of victory, 65.
65,000.
Yep. About probably a thickness of a tyre, I reckon.
Yeah. If that. Chris Denny back out in Denny Family Racing front engine dragster. Solo pass on this one was 738 dial in.
Just looking there, that's nearly 3/10 quicker than he qualified.
Yep. He's feeling it. We did say he'd been out of the seat for 3 months. Can't rush these things right now.
Fabulous under lights with the polished Halibrands. Everything on the motor is all polished as well.
Yep.
And of course that deep candy paint.
The Gambler. This is known Wallandilly Smash Repairs, of course, helping out with the finish. Great timing with the camera work there, Adam, as always. See those butterflies open up. A couple of little cackles there out of the pipes. Love it. Very nice. So Chris has brought in 2 stage. Again, 738 is the number we're looking for here with the dial-in. They'll get the win light either way because it is a solo pass. Every pass is valuable when it comes to these cars that are trying to dial in. Nice! Wheels up. 3 on the tree. Let's see what the dial-in ends up. 748 on the 38. So nice pass, nice pass.
And 112 to the 60. 145 mile an hour and half track through the finish line at 178.
It's good mile per hour for that car.
All right, Wayne Edwards in the 57. Bel Air, dialed in with a 10 flat, taking on Greg Bullitt. Down there in the Ford Anglia, supercharged small block Chevy on board. The Anglia dialed in with a 990. Edwards in the Chevy dialed in with a 10 flat, so this will pretty much be heads up. The Chevy will get the smallest of advantages off the start line.
Here we go. Whoa, big wheels up.
Both cars, the Chevy was a lot more sedate. He just lifted the left front and then said, "I'm going to put that back down." But the Anglia was much more violent on the hit of the throttle.
Yeah, I think that might have taken Greg by a little bit of surprise there, judging by the time it took him to get back into the gas. But
mind you, same mile an hour. Both cars, so 130 aside.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's a burnout contest. Benjamin Love up against Ash Haley. Ooh, I think Benjamin Love might have won out on that one.
Yeah, he's taken that one. I think Ash got a little bit crossed up.
Yeah, yeah. Love going for the intimidation. We have been told, folks, that after Vintage Gas, we are going to move straight into the finals as well. So, no track prep or break in between the end of this category. I think we've got another 6 pairs to go through after this one, and then we'll be straight into the finals.
So we're nearly there. Of course, don't forget the band playing down in the cafeteria.
Yep.
Bar's open.
Bar is open. The band is playing.
Don't have to dissipate as soon as the racing is done. You can come down and enjoy the live entertainment. Have a chat with some of the racers down there.
Yep. So just remember, to quote the Blues Brothers, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah.
So, actually, that's a lie, because there is a whole bunch of people camping here tonight, so why not?
All right, both cars into stage. They're valleying away nicely. Both cars wheels up.
007 reaction time from Haley. That's going to make things tricky for Benjamin Love. Let's see what happens at the big end. Whoa! A lot of movement from Haley in the Aeroflow lane. He does get the win light. An 887 on a 66 dial-in.
Wow.
A breakout from Love. Lots of action happening down there all the way down the track.
Haley said, "You might have won the burnout contest, but hold my beer. I'm taking
He's
the
going to
win."
force that thing on down through the big end.
I was switching between reality out the window to the live stream to try and see what was going on. And I was looking at that Chevy doing
it was moving around.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Wild, wild ride, and a well-deserved win from.
I think Adam's punching away on the screen to try and get us a replay of that. That Chevy was moving around a lot more than I would have been comfortable with.
Yeah, yeah. Wild Haywire, the appropriately named gasser from Ash Haley there.
Here we go. The big screen. Adam's queued up the replay. You can see both cars leave, and then just watch the Chevy left of screen. The red machine wiggles most of the way down, but it gets quite drastic at around 1,000 foot.
Here it goes.
There we go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, my goodness.
I'm not any easier watching it the second time around.
That's a wild run. Geez, a breakout for Benjamin Love there in the wagon as well. A real shame because he's had a great day of racing. But you know, it's Chicago Shootout,
yes.
So I'm sure he's still going to come around. There's a good chance he might even be in the finals, considering the wins that he's had today.
Well, we'll soon find that out.
We will soon find that out. So it looks like we are checking out the track, but the crew seems to be making their way back over the wall, so we should be able to fire up.
All right, we've got Damien Kemp down there in the Willys coupe.
Martin Stevenson in the HP Tirana. Damien Kemp has not been afraid of a burnout today.
No, definitely not.
Let's see what happens.
This might be his last shot at it. Not wanting to smoke as much as it probably should.
No.
Although, I say that.
Yep.
There's a big flash of flame out the
pipes
pipe.
there, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was something else for a minute there.
No. It's all good.
Like the transmission saying,
I'm not like it. I'm not like. All good. Meanwhile, Martin Stevenson's just waiting there patiently.
Kemp rolling a long way back.
Yeah. He had left so much smoke on the track that he went further than he needed to.
All right. 11.05 the dial in for Kemp. 10.25 for Stevenson in the Tirana. Kemp will leave first. Stevenson will chase him down.
All right, here we go. Both in stage now. Kemp leaves an 0.95 to a 1.84 reaction time. This could be tricky at the big end for Stevenson. He's going to stay into it. Try and get there. I'm not sure if he's going to get there, Bushy. He doesn't.
No.
Wow, an 11.09 with a 6 on an 0.5. Dialing for Damien Kemp gets the win to the 10.33 on the 25 for Stevenson. All right, here we go. Eddie Tribula back out in the 210, running on empty. Look at that 540 cube big block Chevy.
Probably is running on empty at the finish line.
Right, it's a little bit of a wild burnout for Eddie down there in the Aeroflow lane. It's pulled him up short, so no need for the bugs this time.
He's a long way over to the left of the lane here.
Yeah.
And he's also pointing to the left. Let's hope the car wants to turn a right just a fraction.
Yeah, he's a little bit more restrained coming off the line with that one, so I think he's got plenty of laps under his belt, but 005 red, unfortunately, means he's going to hand the win to John Kerr there. They're trying a 9.96 on a 9.92 dial-in, by the way. So, yeah, really nice pass from Kerr in the Comet nonetheless.
Yeah, good combo with an 069 light as well. Would have been pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, yep. Very cool, but I think Eddie has turned up, shall we say,
yes,
for making the trip over from across the ditch. Yeah, he's put on a great show for everyone out here at Bangers and Mash.
Actually, we've had quite a few races come across from New Zealand for a number of different events. We have Barry Humphries in the Nitro Camaro that's done the Winter Nationals and the Jamboree.
Yep.
We've had Nigel.
Plumpton. Yeah, Nigel Dixon.
Nigel Dixon in the Door Slammer.
Yep.
We've had the guy in the Falcon Sprint.
Yep.
Whose name escapes me, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And of course our Kiwi contenders that are here today. So
yep, absolutely.
Big effort.
Steve Ham in the Bromod. Am I remembering that name correctly? Barry Plumpton, I think.
Barry
also.
Plumpton's in the Camaro.
In the Camaro, yeah.
Yep. Nigel Dixon.
Yep.
Yeehaw Racing is the Falcon Sprint, but I can't think of their
Cowboy. Is his name?
He unfortunately came unstuck at the winners.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a shame.
Not a pretty finish.
Nigel Dixon's door slammers for sale as well.
Well, I think that the Anglia down here that we've seen in the gas class has been for sale as well.
Yep. Yeah, well, why not?
Well, what did Dad's mate say? You get a 10% discount straight away. Cause
yeah. Back and forth, yeah.
The dollar conversion.
That's right.
It's not like going to the US where it's the other way around.
No, but I think you've got to pay is it a carne? I think it's called, where if you leave something here, you sell it, you've got to offset that. But if you take it back, it's like a deposit. Pay for like the import sort of duties and whatnot.
Not too much in the reaction time here, Pat.
Oh.
And Phil Moore's going to take the win in the Chevy Bel Air. 14.26 with a 5 on a 14.0 dial-in.
Doris Morris ran a 14.02 on a 14 dial-in last time out.
Yes.
This time ran a 13.98 on a 14.0 dial-in.
Oh, wow.
So
watch out next time.
A couple of hundreds back around, yeah. Okay, so I believe we have been informed as well that the track crew has decided to do a quick prep after vintage gas. So we did mention that they weren't going to do that before, but just looking at the way that maybe the dew point and whatnot's falling here tonight at City Dragway, we will just give it a quick dress up.
And then we'll be into finals after that. It'll also give the vintage gas guys a little bit more turnaround time.
Yeah, a little bit of time. Take the pressure off.
So slightly. 052 red on the tree for Casey Johnson to an 057 green for Emanuele.
Does hand the win to Brent Emanuele in the pickup. Shame Casey Johnson's been running really well today in that 500. Next pairing, we've got Matthew Moore back out in the Hood Rat Bel Air up against Stephen Dangelmeyer in Gas Bagger XPU.
I love these
You
names.
love the names.
That's great.
I love them.
That's great.
Great, yeah. But it's cool because you can build a fan base around it as well.
100%
right? So
you can. Last time Dad raced was in a jail bar pickup, and one of the guys that used to crew with me nicknamed him Big Block.
Yeah,
but because it's plenty of torque, T-A-L-K.
Yes.
Anyone that knows Dad that's applicable, right?
Doki. So we'll just see Ash in Haywire come back down there. Ash Haley. That was quite a wild ride.
Yeah.
The last one out there.
I would have been needing a quick pit stop, I think. All right, so a second head start going to Matthew Moore in the Aeroflow lane. 14 flat the dial in.
It's the 15 for Stephen Dangelmeyer. Oh, he's throwing the cherry on the tree, the hood rat. He's going to run out the back door anyway, because any chance to run down the strip is a good chance. So might as well take it. A 14.20 on his 14.0 dial in, and the 15.30 for the 15.0 for Zangelmeyer.
All right, looks like this is the last pair in our competition. After this, we'll have the track prep, as Pat said. Then we're going to get into the finals. Running for the sheep stations, Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid burnout from Adrian Kemp there in the Mustang. It's a wild-looking thing, this Mustang, as well, isn't it? It's probably the tallest ride height I've seen on a Mustang. Righto, 5.9 light for roughly. Red 0.11 for Kemp. In the rocket lane, hands the win to Dale roughly there. And a breakout on top for Kemp. So stayed into it. But good on him, 12.63 with a 9 at 95 miles per hour for roughly in the Aeroflow lane. All right, so we are going to go ahead with a little bit of track prep just to make sure that everything's all good to go for the finals coming right up. So make sure you stick around to catch those. In the meantime, if you want to go for a quick walk, you'll probably hear a bit of music playing down in the pits near the cafe. There's plenty of people hanging around, checking out all the cool sights here. So we'll be back with finals racing here at Bangers and Mash at Sydney Dragway.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and Outlaw car driver.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm the team coordinator for Volante Rosso. We're here at Phillip Island where we've got our Radicals and our GT3. They're currently out on track and they're the champions of the weekend. However, we wouldn't be here without our partners Pack Lease, who are the real heroes who help us get here. They help us get to any event that we need to go to, including race weekends, media days and track days. We've been partnered with the team at Pack Lease for the past 3 years and we couldn't think of anyone better who we want to do this with. They get us from A to B and to every racetrack and every event that we need to go to. They are so extremely helpful with everything that we need and we love being partnered with them.
Hey everyone, are you in business for yourself? Maybe you own and run a transport business and are eyeing off a new truck or trailer, or maybe you're a tradesman needing another essential tool. Well, here's a game changer for you. Check out Credit One Equipment Finance. They are Australia's top choice for financing for good reason. Whether it's transport, construction, farming, or any trade, Credit One Equipment Finance is perfect for your business. No matter your industry or equipment needs, Credit One Equipment Finance is your go-to solution. They understand that growing your business means having the right equipment and tools, which often requires substantial investment. With Credit One's diverse finance options, you can acquire your excavator, van, truck, crane, or whatever your job demands. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Check out over 1,800 glowing 5-star reviews on Google. That's right, 1,800 and counting. For competitive rates and solutions that beat the banks and for lightning fast loan approvals, visit www.creditoneequipmentfinance.com.au or click the link in the video description below. Empower your business today with Credit One Equipment Finance.
Heavy Duty Magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The NHRA.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
All right, and welcome back to Sydney Dragway, Bangers and Mash. It is finals time. Down here we've had a huge day of racing with all of the nostalgia and vintage classics out here, and certainly some Nitro in the mix out there, which has been great. But now we're down to the business end, so looks like we've got a couple of cars heading through the tunnel down there. Final little preparations on the track just to make sure that we've got a nice racing surface for everyone. Get back into is that Nostalgia Street, I think, coming through?
Yes, correct. And Damien Flood and Adam Di Maria, the pair that has secured the highest points.
Very nice. Yeah, maybe at the start of the day, we might not have thought Adam Di Maria was going to end up in this final.
But dialed in with a 13:38 is a Damien Flood in the HR. And a 16.0 for Di Maria in the EJ sedan. So the sedan, the purple sedan, will leave the start line first.
Yep. Has run a 16.19 today. It's been running off, I think, a 16.50 dial-in. A bit of a breakout.
Yes.
Earlier, but let's see what he's got for us in the final here.
All right, looks like the racetrack ready to go.
Okay, we've got our competitors have been given the thumbs up to move forward to the burnout box. Damien Flood in the Aeroflow lane, Adam Di Maria in the rocket lane. Yeah, Bushy, I'm not sure exactly what's changed with Adam Di Maria's car, but it seems happier this evening than it did earlier today. So, not sure if maybe it's a new combination that the guys have been working on, maybe a tune-up or something like that, but nonetheless. Here we go, 170 reaction time from Di Maria. Damien Flood follows with 306 reaction time. Di Maria might be in with a chance here. He's just got to hold that gap, maintain it as he heads on down there. Damien Flood is giving chase. It's going to be close at the line. Oh, Damien Flood gets it because Di Maria has had a breakout right at the end there. First time all day he's run a 15. He runs it on the 16 dial-in. Well, very, very interesting bit of racing happening down there for Nostalgia Street, but that's the way it goes, eh, guys? I can see it down on the Adams crew down there at the start line. What are you going to do? Had a fun day of racing, so. And big congratulations to Damien Flood taking the win there. All right.
Our next pair moving into the hot rod bracket. We have Peter Grant in the Hamster, dialed in with a 1450 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Bryce Stubing.
Stubing's, he's made the big trip up from South Australia. Let's see if we can get the fairy tale finish for him there. He's got a 13:30 dial in. Hamster gets away pretty well, an 0.68 reaction time from Stubing, but the car is not moving at its normal pace. It might have had a bit of an issue there. No, it looks like he's had a bit of a failure of some sort. That will give Peter Grant the win, a 14.54 on a 50 dial-in, so Grant's done exactly what he needed to do. Does take the win. That's a real shame for Bryce Stubing.
Grant wasn't backing off there at a 54 and a 50.
No.
But Stubing, unfortunately, it looks like has had some sort of mechanical issue with that car, and he's just after it left the start line, 0.69 on the tree, and then that's must have been about as far as it went because the 60-foot time was 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, it looks, is it still moving under its own power? I think it is.
It is very slowly though.
It's a real shame for Bryce Stubing there, but hey, he made it all the way through to the finals. Made a big trip up from South Australia and really showed the Sydney-siders what's what.
Just while we're waiting for Bryce to exit out that first gate, just want to make a quick announcement regarding the trophy presentations and the happenings for the rest of the evening. The trophy presentation will be held at the cafeteria awning at the conclusion of racing, usually around 10 to 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack. The band that is playing down there will be playing until 9:30 this evening, so feel free to come on down and join the festivities. There will also be a Crackle Fest down there as well, and there will be a track cruise for anyone wishing to join the head of the staging lanes after the presentations.
Very interesting. So you're going to be able to cruise on down around the track, I believe. So a great little end to the night. Keep the vibes rolling, the good times.
So just to repeat, the band down there is playing until 9:30. The trophy presentations for all of our finalists, these next couple of races that are running in front of us, they're all finalists from here on in. We've had 2 of them already. The trophy presentations will be held at the cafeteria at the bottom of the stairs, right next to where you signed in and had the car scrutineered. As I said, the band will be playing until 9:30. There will be a Crackle Fest down there as well. And just to top the night off, after the presentations, there will be a track cruise starting from the head of the staging lanes behind the tower.
Cool deal. All right, we get into our next final. We've got Richard Matasevic up against Tony Di Maria. The way these two have been running today, there was no doubt that they were going to be at the pointy end of the field. So we've got a 10.50 dial in to an 11.0 for Di Maria. 0.28 on reaction time. Whoa, out of the ordinary. 3.91 reaction time for Matasevic. Let's have a look. Tony's going to be looking in his mirrors and looking over his shoulder to try and keep that gap. And he breaks out at 10.99. No. Hands the win to Richard Matasevic. down there with the uncharacteristic reaction time, 3:91. It's a bit of a curse that Di Maria family named tonight.
Yeah,
Adam with the breakout, and then Tony following suit. So great racing from all of those guys today. And big congratulations to Richard Matasevic. He's going to add another trophy to that, I would imagine, very full trophy cabinet.
Well, it's a good thing he's a cabinet maker and he can just add on to it as he needs to.
Just make a new one, yeah. Very good. All right, Paul Sabato down there in that cranky HQ up against Jack Moreau in the giant killer Capri, I guess we'll call it. He's overcome quite a few today. This is really close on the dial in 880 to an 882. Almost the same time. 047 to an 060 reaction time. It's going to be heads up the whole way down the track. Looks like Moreau's got a little bit out on him in the mid-section of the track. He does get there first, an 886 with an 8 to a 929 from Sabato. So big congratulations for Jack Moreau on that pass. Very well done. All right, so here I believe we've got Fiona Crisp up against Alan White in the Altereds.
All right, Alan White dialed in with a 860 in the Aeroflow lane.
And Fiona Crisp with a 757 in the Rocket lane. So a good second difference between the leave on this one. Both have been very well dialed in today.
Yes, two very experienced racers, although the Spitzer altered a pretty new car to Fiona. She's definitely taken to it very well.
Like a duck to water, I would say, after today.
Alan's T-Bucket, very well sorted car. Knows exactly what he's doing behind the wheel. And wanting to cut a good light and run as close as possible to that dial in. All right, the Aeroflow lane to leave first. By near enough to a second there, Pat.
Right on it. Oh, very close reaction time between the two.
3,000s in at White over towards the center line here, but here comes that big
moving around a bit. Whoa, a 57-0 on a 57.
Wow.
What a run. Fiona Crisp with an amazing run today. And hats off to Alan White for being such a fierce competitor as well. An 861 with a 9 on a 60 dial-in. So, yeah, really impressive there. But, yeah, to say that that new car that Fiona's driving is working well is a bit of an understatement, I'd say.
100%, Pat. Let's just put that in context. Fiona Crisp ran exactly on the time that she said she was going to. Her race package in that sense, 23 thousandths of a second from perfect.
Yep. That's certainly quite hard to beat and very impressive. So very well done. Deserving win there. Just as it would have been the other way around as well. If Alan had gotten the win, equally as deserving. But yeah, very impressive by Fiona Crisp. So big congratulations on that one. And great sportsmanship as always from all the races between the two teams down there. So really good to see. All right, next up we've got now. I'm a bit disappointed with the Dyson Motorsports team.
Oh, what?
I can't see any tracksuits down there.
I was told that was a condition of being granted the run.
Come on, guys.
Maybe it was getting too hot.
Maybe. But it's colder out there.
All of
the polyester. We'll be getting a little sweaty. But we got to at least get a couple of stretches, you know, like let's get the hammy stretched out down there, boys. I know you're not in the tracksuits, but come on. we've got a reputation to live up to.
They're out of character now. They're not interested.
They're all business now. So let's have a look. So Naomi Dyson just making one more pass down there in the Firebird.
All right, and then the final for Vintage Pro Stock is the next pair.
See what the dial stops at 9006 for Naomi Dyson on that pass, which is, I believe, a PB for the day.
Yeah, we're going off the qualifying times, yes. Yep. Picked up a good 2 mile an hour as well, which is good change.
Yep. Good work. All right, so here we are. We've got Nicholas Polito down there in the Probe and Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe.
As I said, this is the Nostalgia Pro Stock final.
Good, strong burnout, as always, from Bosco. But we've seen Nicholas Polito being a little bit more reserved, the short, sharp burnouts with their program. Obviously figured out that that's all that the car needs and that's what it wants. You know, to maintain tyre pressure and traction at the same time. It's obviously been working for them. They're here in the finals.
Yes, exactly right, Pat. I also feel too the unnecessary wear and tear.
Yep.
Might well be a reason as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of load on components and all that sort of thing. And depending on the tyres that they run, like the tyre technology has advanced as well. You know, we might be running the same size tyre, but compounds and things like that in construction have advanced over the years. So, yeah, it's not all, you don't always need to do the same thing over and over again. And the guys that run as much as this will have plenty of data to be able to know where they're going to change things and, yeah, maybe for the better or the worse, and then adjust the program accordingly. Okay, so we've got both cars ready to go into stage. Polito has moved into pre-stage. Bosco joins. Both into full stage. Here we go. Nice hit, 001 from Polito. A big hop, and Boscovich does get the lead. He's going to be on the brakes. Oh,
too
brakes
fast.
Out too fast. 873 with a 7 from Polito on that one.
He thinks that Polito was on the brakes too at only 74 miles an hour. But congratulations to Nicholas and Josh for making the final. Nicholas taking home the gold here tonight.
Really, really nice performance, as always. Okay, so here we go. Front engine drags the finals. Chris Denny up against CJ Davies by the looks of things. Solid burnout from Denny.
So CJ will leave first with an 827 dial in the Aeroflow lane.
It's crept up on that dial in a little bit.
Yes.
From the 832, I think, previously. Chris Denny there with a 745. See red lights on the tree there.
Oh, sounds like they've shut down the car at Denny's in the rocket lane. Oh no.
Okay, lights are out. Giving the thumbs up. Pre-stage. Davies in full stage. Denny joins in. Here we go. Davies away for an 0.49, a 2.32 for Denny. He's giving away a little bit of an advantage there. Let's see what happens at the big end. Whoa, CJ with a breakout. Very small breakout, but Denny gets the win. 54.
7 thousandths too fast for Davies at the finish line.
Yeah, wow.
I guess he was counting on that big speed differential. There's a good 20 mile an hour in it across the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. And geez, while you're in the car, it's hard to pick 7 thousandths, isn't it? When you go to lift and coast, as opposed to staying on it right the way out the back door. So,
congratulations to our 2 finalists there. CJ Davies, the runner-up, and the winner, Chris Denny.
Yep, not a bad way to get back into the car after 3 months out of the seat, right, guys? So, big congrats to the crew down there. Very, very good deal. All right, so I think our next set we've got. Okay, so we've got Greg Lay down there in the Fed. I can see some gases out the back. I think that may be all that we've got left. Maybe this is a grudge race? The ones that are out the back, possibly. All right, here we go. Greg Lay back out in the Forever Young front engine dragster. Big dedication to Rolly Lay down there. Beautiful looking car. That's been quite a bit of excitement to see it make some passes today. It's going to go on a solo. Solid burnout from Greg Lay down there. Pulls up just past the 330 mark. And of course we've got the 2 finals to go. After this will be the A and B in vintage gas, as we split that category a little bit earlier.
I think the front engine car at Greg Lay has said
something he wasn't happy about with the
was a very decent
post burnout.
Was a decent burnout, but it looks like he's loosened the belts. Ooh. And the car not wanting to move at all, looking at the camera. Oh, there we go.
Yep, got it going.
Where's the Dyson crew? They've just run again.
Yeah. Fitness professionals required.
All right, so just repeating, we'll host the trophy presentations down at the cafeteria around 10 to 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack. We're then going to host a car cruise, joining the staging lanes following the trophy presentation. And meanwhile, if you wish to hang around in the trophy presentation area, the band will continue to play until 9:30 this evening.
And the bar is open, I believe?
And the bar is open, I believe. So there was also mention of a Crackle Fest there as well, but previously.
Yeah, well, if you got some spare nitro, might as well burn it, right?
That's great. It's no good sitting in a drum.
Nah, it's not what it's there for.
So, as I say, we're nearly there. We've got two more finals to run. Once we get Greg Lay's front engine dragster off the racing surface. Unfortunately, something has said I'm not going to play the game anymore.
No, which is quite surprising because that thing's been running amazingly well today.
Yes.
But when components have had enough, they've had enough.
Yes, correct.
All right, we can hear our vintage gases fired up down there. All right, we can see Matt Moore in the Hood Rat down there up against Dale Ruffley in the XP. Couple of cool gases back out here. Believe I might be mistaken, but I believe this is Vintage Gas B.
Yes.
Final.
Yes.
And then we'll have Vintage Gas A final down there. As you can see, Ash Haley down there up against Damien Kemp, I believe. So battle of the burnouts.
Yeah, not
by the looks of things.
There's no pressure on this at all for those two.
There's not going to be any pressure in their tyres once they blow them up.
No. All right, Matty Moore doing pretty good burnout there. 14.20, his dial, and he will be chased by the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane.
wild stack injection set up on Ruffley's small block Chevy powered XP Falcon. See, Matt Moore's been the quiet achiever today, we believe, which is great to see after a bit of unfortunate luck at Day of the Drags. All right, here we go. Moore into stage. The light drops. Runs a 2:13 reaction time, an 0:48 for Ruffley. This is going to be tough for Matt Moore. Let's see if he can push Ruffley into maybe breaking out, but
I think the Falcon already up beside at half track, Pat.
And it does take the win, a 12:75 on a 72 dial in. Very nicely done by Dale Ruffley down there.
Taking the win in a vintage gas B with a 12:75 on a 12:72. Matthew Moore will have to settle for the runner-up spot.
But a great effort today, nonetheless.
All right, the last competition run for today will be between Ash Haley and Haywire, the 55 Chevy. Dialed in with a 9-0, taking on Damien Kemp in the Willys Coupe. Dialed in with an 11.05.
It's got that Ash Haley signature burnout that we've been seeing all day. I wonder if he brought multiple sets of tyres. Maybe.
Possibly. He hasn't had time to change them while he's been racing, that's for sure.
That's true. That's true.
I want to hope they were a new set.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
All right, a couple of test launches because he can.
Yep.
And as I say, the Willys Coupe will be chased.
Yep, we've got an 11.05 dial in for Kemp in the rocket lane, a 9.0 dial in for Haley in the Aeroflow lane.
So Kemp's going to be past the 60 foot before the Chevys let go. Will Kemp wait? All right, he's into full stage now.
Here we go. Clean launch from Kemp, an 0.45 reaction time. Oh, and a red cherry on the tree. Haley's going to hand the win to Kemp. Gets it there. 11.02, slight breakout for Kemp, but the red light on the tree still hands him the win. So great competition from all of the races here today. So a big thank you for those of you that have stuck around through to this evening to see those finals here at Sydney Dragway. A big thanks to everyone on the live streams. Don't forget, we're back here again at Sydney Dragway on the 24th. That's this Wednesday for Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Comp Night with the Bullseye competition. In that same event, tonight we've got presentations taking place just down near the cafeteria under the awning there in about 10 or 15 minutes. So make sure you head down there and celebrate with all the races. The band will be playing through to 9:30 tonight, so you can get down there and enjoy a bit of rockabilly music. Keep the vibes rolling and the bar's open as well, so you can have a drink and enjoy with the rest of the crew. So my name is Pat Elliott. I've been joined by Stephen Bush. Of course, thank you so much for joining us here at Bangers and Mash today at Sydney Dragway. It's been a great event. We can't wait to do it all again next time.